Do me a favor, if you're, I guess for Paz, for Ricky, I guess for the two of you, if you could confirm with the broadcasters that they're back on. I just put it back up, so it should be AGL session, part 2, reboot. Okay. All right, let's debrief for a second before we go through. So biggest takeaways? And let's fill in the blanks. I was distracted because of the identity capital.
Build weak ties. Use your weak ties. Also expand your inner circle.
Yeah, that's what it was.
What was the last one?
Pick your family.
Don't just wait for something to happen. Make it happen.
Identity capital, use your weak ties, and pick your family. So, who can speak on the identity capital? Anyone have thoughts on that one? Like, do things now that help you later. Like ready? Do that abroad program. Do that internship. Run that branch. Go through AGL school. What's the use the weak tie? What does that mean? Network. Remember, she ended up finding her spouse, right? Is that how it worked?
She found
the job.
her neighbors. Like it was from her whole time.
And then pick your family. That's like circle of influence. Okay, cool. So feedback, but
A big one for identity is identity capital is basically, I don't know if anyone else has had negative influence, I guess, from parents or stuff like that, but a big part of it was my mom saying like college is a time to do like mindless jobs so you can focus on school.
Sure.
And just being able to now, like, I was kind of trying to defend myself, but at the same time not having, being able to defend myself rather well. But now, like this video, for example, something I'm going to show her and just explain to her, she built identity capital. Why instead of doing something mindless, don't I run a branch where I can be a business owner?
Yeah. Even if you're not necessarily running the branch, because not everyone's going to earn a branch, right? But just doing something that's worth. You ever heard this? Just be young.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go F yourself is another way. That's what you can. That's what she's saying. Because you can go be young. At FSU and at UF, you can see a lot of people just being young. I'm just telling you. You'll be surprised to see how many people are actually in your class at the end of the semester. I'm telling you. I went to state school. Just telling you. You have to be careful. That's why I love my high school guys. Like when Andrew Evan, when Luke, who's a high school senior. Luke is killing life right now because he's doing this. As a high school senior, you're killing life. And apparently killing your head. How's your head? Better? Okay. Be careful.
This kind of, just to piggyback on that point, you were referencing the movie
21 Jump Street?
21 Jump Street.
Korean Jesus, yes.
Yeah, where they're in different areas and they're like, hey, it's funny to see how all the geeks in high school now have great jobs and they're doing well.
The jocks aren't doing anything. It's kind of how it works. That's such a great analogy. Go ahead.
Something that's pretty significant is that the brain rewires itself for growth the last time in your 20s. I thought it was pretty significant.
Yeah, psychologically, or I guess even your biochemistry is such that what? You are wired, the way you are wired as a human being, say it again.
It changes for growth the last time within your 20s, for your entire lifetime.
Yeah, in other words, the biggest move you're going to make if you want to make a move in terms of being like, I want to become a better this, I want to change this, you got to do it now. Got to do it now. Good, Michael.
Well, you mentioned this in reference to the love, so what love like, but I think it also applies to many other things. You said just be as intentional about it as you would your job, because a lot of times I feel like in other areas of life, that people in general, I know I had at some point, just kind of been like, quick just coast and stumble upon something like, I don't know, in terms of where I want to be in my career, in terms of my love life also. It's like, just that carrying the focus and being intentional about it. Once something takes a step, to get there.
Wasn't she, the example, the beginning of the video was what this girl was kind of like sleeping around, and she's not going to marry him, but she might marry the next knucklehead. Yeah. And that's really important. I guess this is kind of a, hey, ladies have a higher standard, but this is a, hey, 20-year-olds have a higher standard of things you're going to give your time to. Ask the guys like us that aren't 20 anymore. Right? You're gonna look back, and they say, "I wish when I was 20." Well, now you're 20. Do it right. Do the things. So good stuff. What else? What else stands out, Daniel?
Just to come to picking your family. I guess like when you're 20 years old, I guess this is the time when you really get to pick the people you want to surround yourself with. Just a circle of influences. It starts right here in AGL. These are essentially the people you do want to surround yourself with outside the business as well, because they're essentially going to drag you up to bigger things, bigger and better things. So I think that's really important because if you want to have a successful life, then pick your family, pick the people you want to, your kids to role model.
If you truly are the average of the 5 people you associate with the most, why wouldn't you be so ungodly selective with that? Yet some of you are so freely unselective. Some of us, because I'm not pointing any fingers. I've been there. I've done it. And I can always tell who I'm around by who I am. Right? We talked about that. Whether some of you it's religion, some of you it's fitness, some of it's health. So I try to surround myself around people who have very similar interests in values. That's a big part of it, right? Be around people with similar values.
And a big quote I took away also for the last one where it says, pick your family for your family. It's just that blood makes us related and loyalty makes us family. I remember hearing that you said that at SE3 and someone else said it. That to me set off like major life goals. Just the fact that we're related. If you're not doing positive stuff in your life, that doesn't mean that you belong in my circle.
Yeah, later when you get to next level, we literally shed blood and we have a handshake and we will be related.
But we weren't going to tell them.
Oh God, you're scaring the crap out of me.
God is like, I hate blood. That's the 3.0 handshake. Blood. We have over here.
Something that is really important that you realize when you are 30, the decisions you took when you were on your 20s carry momentum, and things start to blow when we're in good decisions. Things start to blow up on your 30s.
Yeah.
So that's why it's really, really important to make the best of your 20s. And
this is okay. Ready? Take out the money, take out the trips, take out all the I guess the superfluous material things. When you think about, Jeff, why do you still do Cutco? How about that? Or Kathy, why do you still do Cutco? It's because I feel direct responsibility to help satellite, guide, and shepherd people through this. That's my significance to the world. Like that makes me feel significant when I have. And Andrew Small would text me, "You're one of the most 12 influential people in my life." When I get a text message from Liz D'Alto, who's a district manager, now YouTube sensation, by the way, women's health trainer, it's awesome, texting me, "Hey, I was thinking of you the other day, so-and-so made me remind me of Cutco. I can't thank you enough for the influence you have in my life." And how perfect was it? Because Heidi and I were looking through my phone, I was showing her something, and this text message pops up from Liz. "Hey, I'm thinking of you, and I can't tell you how impactful you've been." I mean, it was awesome. Like that's what motivates me to do what I do, because when you look back at your 20s, you can make some really great and really poor decisions, and it really impacts you. YOLO is not really a good way to live life. YOLO does not apply. I'm telling you, you only live once. Can really screw you later on.
It's a warning.
You only live once. Yeah. And there are things like I use a term called YOLO eating, right? And part of our 3.0 like health system, I'll teach this to you, by the way, is that it's not about being so strict and having cheat days and I'm not allowed to eat this. You want you to have a really healthy relationship with food. You can eat whatever the hell you want, just in moderation, proportion, and at certain times. So you don't feel regret when you're eating Anna Hinestrosa last night, that Italian-made chocolate that you brought for me and Heidi. I had 3 of them. And I didn't feel bad about it. I'm not looking at my stomach wondering. I'm not counting because yesterday was YOLO day. YOLO eating. And I definitely YOLO'd on the eating. Okay? I had pasta. I went to an Italian restaurant. It was awesome. So anyway, what else? Other takeaways, feedback. Go ahead.
Personality changes most during our 20s. Throughout high school, really, people don't the reason why people aren't so confident is because they don't know who they are, and a lot of us right now don't know who we are, as a person, and we're gonna figure that out during our 20s. And right now, learning how to manage people is really just gonna take us a lot higher. I'm just really
and while you're navigating, isn't it smart to be around people who kind of know what they're doing, or isn't it smart to be around people who want you to have a better? Cutco might not be your lifelong thing for 80% of you, but while you're in your 20s, doesn't it make sense to be around people who, the whole goal of the company is to work with 20-year-olds? The whole goal is to help shepherd you. AGL schools to develop aggressive growth and leadership, so use us as a platform for your future careers. Where we're telling you, we know you're not going to be Cutco for life, 80% of you, but we want you to have the better resume and better skills. I mean, if there are other places like this, do it, but if I'm playing basketball, I'd want to go to the basketball camp. If I wanted to be fit, I'd go to the CrossFit gym or the whatever gym you go to, not hang out at places where they don't do that. So, Mike, and we'll come back to Marga.
When she said that as a therapist, she finds that 20-something-year-olds are so either working like planes or just out the airport, then decide to change your course and land landing in Alaska or in Fiji. And that reminds me what she said in the beginning when she said that it's better to worry about your marriage before it starts. It's like that idea of like, you know, not waiting until that time, whatever landmark in life is, but then think about it. Like the think that far ahead and where you need to be right now in order to get there.
Yeah, and I keep bringing it back to my relationship, but I think there's a lot of lessons that you can learn. I was having a conversation during vacation. We got a lot of good quality time with Heidi, and I said, I didn't deserve you. I've been working on deserving you for years. Right? I don't deserve you. I've been working on deserving you for the past 10, 15 years. Where I am health-wise, where I am this, where I am that, how I am as a person, how I view women, how I view you, how I view relationships, my idea of a man's role, a woman's role, which can be different for different people. My idea of kids or having kids, not kids, how I'd like to raise kids. I've been developing that for 10, 15 years. That's why I'm with you, not what you saw in the last 6, 7 most amazing months of your life. Yeah, that's true. I didn't say that. I should have. That'd been funny. But really, I mean, that's it. So the job you're going to get when you're 30 and you're not working with Cutco, most of you, it's going to be, you're going to deserve that based on what you do now. How about that, right? How about that? You can't plan that better. How awesome was that? Meeting's done. Let's go home. Drop the mic. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go. Isa.
It's just, I was watching this video and I thought this was such a deep topic that right now this is the defining moment. The rest of our lives are being lived right now, at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So having had said that, having had that perspective that she shared in that video with me, I was like, yeah, circles of influences. Yeah, what are you doing right now to help you get to where you want to be?
Yeah.
So I just thought really stood out to me and highlighted.
Especially my freshmen here, our freshmen here. College will throw all these YOLO livers at you. People who live the concept of YOLO in college, and I just want to be a 21-year-old. Why don't you just want to be a 21-year-old and be responsible? And yeah, that works for some people. It catches up, and it's awesome to be ahead of the game. Here at FC, it's cool to be ahead of the game like that. So, Shayna.
I think this video, I guess, made me realize my mom isn't pressuring me or crazy. Because, like, last year, actually, no, this year, she was like, oh, there's 10-year plan, but at age of 30, you'd have kids, you'd be married, have a job, and all this stuff. I was like, okay, you can't just throw this at a girl like that, especially someone like me who just wants to, like, live life, like, all the time. Sure. And so, like, just, like, I guess, like, hearing what she said, just having those pinpoints, just kind of gave me clarity of how to do it exactly, and how to enjoy my life at the same time.
By the way, you know me, too. Cake and eat it, too. Right? Yeah, bakery, yeah. Have your bakery. This is not without fun. This is not without enjoying some amazing times. This includes partying along the way, by the way. I'm not excluding those great things, but just know, just be intentional about how you're doing this whole thing. I think it's really important. My goal is that when I'm retired and I'm done, I've got little Gambos running around. They all saw Cutco, by the way, at some point. Like, even if I'm not with Cutco at that point. I'm just telling you, when you come back and you're in your 25, 30-year-old stages of life and you're talking to me about your kids and your families, I want you to remember this experience in these next 5 to 10 years as something and some things that you learned. They shaped and molded what you did for your future. That's awesome, right? One day when there's a dash, this is not my analogy, they would say, you know, when you're at your funeral and has your birth year, and God willing, however long that year is, that second year later, that dash is the most important thing, man. What did you do between 1978 and whenever? Right? And who did you impact? And what made a difference? At the end of the day, it wasn't what you bought and what you owned and where you went. So that's the same thing here. So make these 20s, if the end point isn't, let's say, death, and it's such a morbid analogy. But if the end result is not the date of your death, but your 30s, we'll call it 20s. 20 to 30. That dash is so important to what happens on your 30. I'm telling you. There's some things I'm so glad that I did. So glad. Some things I'm glad I really didn't. Man. To help me shape where I am right now and where I'm going to go. So, it's not perfect, but man. And then Margaret, I didn't forget about you.
A key statement she said was, don't be defined by what you didn't do. That's huge, especially for you guys at your age. You know, like Jeff said, 80% of you guys might not be with Cutco, you know, career-wise, you know, in the long term. But, you know, don't be defined by what you didn't do. This means for you who go out into different fields, you don't want to look back and say, hey, I wish I would have, you know, done AGL full force and gotten that leadership training. You know, hey, you know, I wish I would have gotten my sales up to this level. Here's my wife, for example. She started in Cutco too. She was a top sales rep one summer, President's Club, and she does interior design in Miami. And she always
hold on, time. I have to show off high-end interior design.
High-end, yeah. They do some crazy stuff like this. Stuff they do projects where the customers buy $2 million in furniture. And she designs it from scratch from her head. But anyway, so, you know, she always credits her experience at Cutco, what she learned, and, you know, she always says, hey, I closed the sale because, you know, I did this and did that. But, you know, whether you're with Cutco in the future or something else, don't be defined by what you didn't learn here. Just soak it all up. Take advantage of it. You know, you'll use it.
Yeah.
To your advantage.
I love it. I agree. Margarita, we'll end with you because you've been raising your hand incessantly. Thank you.
I just want to say, you can't just expect to like land on the top of the mountain. You have to climb your way up. You can't just be like 29, like, okay, let me just, you know, have a great career, have a great relationship, have amazing this. You have to like, build your way up to it.
Can I put a little asterisk on that? Some of you have mommy and daddy that will put you where you want to be at 29, 30. But when you get it, you'll still screw it up because you don't work on your 20s. Everyone, see, some of us are afforded a life where we will, regardless of what we screw up, we'll still get the opportunity at 30, 25. But I've seen people lose, and it spirals out too. So this is for everyone, including me. So, cool. Anything else? Good video. One more. Go ahead.
Yeah, the entire time while I was watching that video, I was just thinking about something that my dad would always tell me when I was younger, and it was, he would, all the time while I was there sitting doing homework and stuff after school, he would get a piece of paper and he would sit next to me, and then he would write a line, and then he would write 2 boxes. He would write, he would draw a small box. He would draw a small box on the left, and then a big rectangle for the rest. So basically, he would say, all right, this is you now, this is your future. You can either have an awesome time here, you can either have an awesome time here, and this will be a lot of work, or you can work hard now, and then this will be an awesome time.
Yeah, can I use a different twist on that same amazing analogy, Dad's the man? Pain. Can't prevent pain. Pain now or pain later, either way you get pain. You either pain now, sacrifice, and life is easier, or you don't sacrifice now and life's harder, pain. Either way. Or I say this where my districts aren't here. Do you want pleasing methods or pleasing results? Right? Remember this. You want pleasing methods or pleasing results? You cannot have both. I know, this is why I use a keynote. Gato, you're like, what? I see it in your face, I know. Is it pleasing methods or pleasing results? Methods are how you get there, like the how, the work you have to do. The results. You can't have easy both. One has to be challenging. So you have to pick it. Do you want a pleasing life? Then your methods have to not be pleasing, and vice versa. Charles.
And I think just to expand on the pain thing, I think I realized when I do this job or do anything that you want that's really gratifying or rewarding, it comes with a lot of pain. I realized that even with doing the Cutco, like if you really want a good week or you can have good sales, you have to push through the pain of not wanting to call people, or not wanting to do demos at a certain time, or not wanting to wake up at 7 a.m. to go to SOT push meetings. You know, I can't screw that up.
Yeah.
Or even like tattoos. Like, you really want a nice tattoo?
It's gotta hurt.
It's gonna hurt.
Speaking from the tattoo guy. Can I also say something? Like going through 7-8 push weeks, 18 days of push, just 7 days, 6 days a week, you're in at 7. Okay? How about that's like your life? Because that's what adults do. I know a guy in Georgia, he's one of Trey Ketchum's, I think, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Like one of the most successful people that I know. This guy's on the grind. He's at the gym with his buddies 5 a.m. every morning. That's the only time he can go. Because he's got to have the kids out the door and drink, and he's got the kid, and he runs his own business, and he's out the door, and by 8 o'clock, life has moved at a very fast rate and doesn't stop. That's Monday through Friday. That's not during his push week, during his whole life. So 18 days, that's nothing. When you say I was up so early at 7, I just laugh. Speak from the dad, the month-old kid, child, beautiful half baby, brown baby. Right, and you're worried about sleep. Would you average your average? It hurts to think.
It's every I get a couple of hours. I don't even know what
He can't even finish his sentences. Sleep. Right? Anyway, okay. This video is my gift to you, and I appreciate you taking a look at that. And I encourage you to go on TED.com and find some other great messages, which I will share with you often. Cool. Let's do a quick regroup. Stuff down. Stand up. Let's stretch. Recharge. Right. Our hands on your hips. Lean to your right. Lean to your right. Your right. Lean the other way. Lean back and grunt. Twist slowly. Inhale. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Chin up. Arms up. Exhale through the mouth. Let your arms drop slowly. Go. Repeat. 1, 2, 3. Exhale the diaphragm. Lots of fresh oxygen. Exhale the nastiness. Shake it out. Okay, elbows in so you don't knock anyone over. Twist slowly. Roll your shoulders forward. How's prep so far? Good? You learning? Yeah. Inhale. Exhale. With full confidence, I can tell you, since 1 o'clock, so the last 2.5 hours, I can tell you, we have already learned, gone through materials and things that some of you will never even learn in 4 years of college. I promise you. And I'm proud of that concept. And we just got started. It's only 2.5 hours. Keep going. Twist. I'm proud of you. I'm excited. I respect you. I admire you. Exactly. Roll your shoulders back. Forward. Turn to the person next to you. 2 hands up in the air. Double high five. Say, let's go. Let's go. All right. Double high five. Let's go. Have a seat.
Go. So high five is 1.
Let's go.
It's cool. Yeah, problems. Filling the directions. We'll try to push it clockwise. That's a problem. So we had trouble coming back from SC2 with 1 next person.
Sure, whatever you gotta do.
During SC2, one of our meetings, we had trouble passing it over.
Well, you're up after this. This is a quick message. All right, folks, if you could open up your handouts, we're going to go to the next section. I want to start with a quick review from the last prep on interview philosophies, and then we're going to go right in. We're going to dive into mastering the recruiting class. This is our Cutco lesson for this session that will be mastered by the next one. In this case, the Cutco interview. So you learned 3 parts. You can pull your notes out from the previous if you'd like. We have the pre-screen, the group interview, and the post-interview. Who can remind me, what are the objectives of the pre-screen of the interview? There's only like 2 or 3, but what are the objectives of the pre-screen? Give me one, Mr. Garcia. So see if someone is qualified to work, and what's the age qualification? They have to be at least 17 years of age and have graduated from high school. That's the minimum, okay? Also, if that they're within the proper office, they should be in our office, okay? Other pre-screen, go ahead.
Explaining the clarify process.
And clarify the process. Those are the 2 main things. See if someone's qualified, explain the process. There's a third one, kind of. Connect. And for more advanced recruiters, connect and set up your group. For more advanced. Say it again?
Yeah.
That's the first one, qualify, you're right. Okay, and to eliminate people for the group. What's the concept of the group interview? The objective. We'll go, Marga.
Just to see who's really active in the interview, who's responding,
Okay, that's part of it. What's just the main objective of the interview? We'll keep going first. It'll go to the next level at the end. Go ahead, Franco.
Explain the job.
That's it. Explain the job. Advanced. What's the objective of the group interview?
Well, I mean, it's basically like pitching or selling the
Yeah,
job.
it's selling the job. Okay, explain the main concept. Franco's right. It's the job. It's the job description. From an advanced recruiting standpoint, the group interview is your presentation. It's your value building. It's your company page through names and uses.
And building connection and evaluating.
Yeah, in the beginning and at the end, okay? And then the post is to select people or not. We don't really accept them. We don't really accept people for the job. We more so assign them for training, right? Because if this is done right, what should happen? Everyone wants the job.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what's the second thing? So first of all, we accept people for the position. What's the second objective of the post? Go ahead, Romy.
Set up for training.
Set them up for training properly, the logistics of training. Okay, so let me give you the dumbed-down version. Pre-screen, explain the process, weed out people we're going to keep and versus people we're not, and connect. Group, explain the job, and sell the position. Post-interview, accept them, and set them up for training. That's essentially how this whole thing works. So now what we're going to go now to almost like 3.0 version of that lesson. We're going to expand the group interview. If you take a look, there's a handout. I'm going to put it up on the television. There's a handout that's already in your folder. It says objectives, interview objectives document. At the sake of offending you for not being able to read, you guys can read for yourselves. But I want to review the different parts of the interview. Okay. So the objectives of the group interview, it's all up here. Explain the process, clarify the process, qualify, build rapport, establish control. That's like the pre-screen. Establish of the group. Okay. So the first, explain the position and the opportunity. In other words, building value or like the sales pitch of what we do and what we did. And you evaluate representatives. That's like the overall objective. These are the specific sections of the interview. So we have the first one, which is the intro. So the objective of the introduction, in other words, every part of the interview is broken up into sections. And let's go backwards. What's the most effective way for someone to learn anything? We talked about this. It's not memorize, it's to what?
Internalize.
Internalize, good. So when you internalize something, I mean, this might be another light bulb, relight bulb for you. To internalize anything, two main things. Okay, you have to understand
The why.
the whys, which is also known as the objectives, and then repetition, in our case known as role play. If you want to master the presentation, you want to master the interview, you want to master anything, know why you're saying what you're saying, the objectives, and repeat it over and over and over again. If you're an athlete, know why you're doing a certain drill, what it's supposed to be doing, what muscles, what action's supposed to be setting in your head, and do it over and over and over and over again. If you're a musician, same thing with the piece that you're playing. You guys know that. So, with the interview, I'm going to give you the script today. Actually, it's in your folder, and you already have the script. It doesn't mean anything. Every year I have people go, oh, I have the script for the interview. It doesn't mean anything. I have a white training manual I give to every rep on day 3. It doesn't mean anything. The CPO is not the same on everyone. Who internalizes it? I would say this group for the most part. Some of you still have to internalize the presentation more. So to learn the interview, what I'm going to cover now are the whys. It's your job to do this, repetition. There are 2 ways to repeat, role play, observe, and do. Those are the 3 ways to get the repetition. Okay. Role play is easy. That's what you should be doing at your weekly preps. Each week you're role playing a certain part of the training. It's a forced 30 minutes where you're practicing over and over again. This should be the minimum. When else should you role play? Like on your own, in front of who sometimes? Teddy bears, remember that? Observation. What's a great way to observe? Well, the one that's easy is to go see a live interview from your manager, find out when they're running interviews. Or, as of this morning, we now have the Florida Caribbean version of the interview that's up on YouTube. Okay, and it's separated in videos by sections. It's run by Karina. So it has Every section I'm going to list, you just hit that video and it's already up. So I want to thank Isa and Karina who put that together. And there's a script that you have in your folder already. Okay? So there's no excuse for you not to get this. Let me tell you how I learned the interview. The way I learned the interview is my manager gave me a script. We spent 30 minutes doing what I'm going to teach you right now. And she said, in 2 weeks, this is you, buddy. I said, what do you mean this is me? She said, you're going to run this in 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, my God. What did she say in the video? The best way to get something done is to have a plan and not enough time. That was me. I had a plan, 2 weeks, not enough time. Oh, by the way, recruiters, I had a 90% sign. I had a 70% share to train. And they all launched. That was like 3 for 4, but whatever. And we got it? Okay, so we'll go this way. So intro. And if you want, you can follow along on there's the company portion of the interview, product, market, pay, training, and then we'll call it the perks. And this isn't an official part, but closing the interview is a really important part, like how you close and how you set up the next section, which is the post. Okay? So if you look through, just think of it this way. It almost makes sense, kind of like the presentation. This is all in your handouts if you want to follow along. Introduction. Like any introduction, when you introduce the Cutco presentation, what's the objective of the intro?
Establish credibility.
Build rapport.
Tell them what you're going to tell them.
Yep, tell them what you're going to tell them. Connect, explain why you're working. Remember that? 7 steps to sale? So that's what we're doing. Set the tone and clarify the process. Company, this is establish credibility in who we are. Thank you, Amanda. There you go. Hey, any final thoughts for the, you have to back to your office, right?
I have a PC. I just set up with my future intern.
Did you send me back the updated version of the spreadsheet?
I did.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
any tips for the AGL group? Both
tips?
Next level and first level?
Well, number one, I would definitely sit up straighter in your chairs, take a lot more notes when Karina comes up because she is ready to just blow your minds. She was going over some of the points in her talks, and I was taking notes. So, and I'm a pretty good recruiter. Pretty awesome. So, I would definitely take a lot of notes on that, and just keep making a statement. I think it's safe to say that this is a really impressive group of AGL that I've seen in the past few years. But you know, don't let that kind of get to your head because I know we've been saying a lot like, oh, this group's awesome. You guys are all great, amazing people. I've spoken to pretty much all of you, but you want to keep it up, you know, and just wherever you are right now, just picture yourself 10 times better in the future and act like that. And then when you get there, picture yourself 10 times better and then act like that. So I'm sure Jeff could tell you that last year, certain levels I wasn't the most impressive, but I was always striving to be the most impressive, and I just focused on my matrix, focused on getting my letter in, was always committed, made myself excited even when I wasn't as excited all the time, and just constant communication with Jeff. And I want to say that's probably 90% of the reason I became a district. So.
What was it? What was 90%?
90% of it was just acting as if matrix scored, talking to you all the time. I'm saying reasons that got me there, not because of me, but anyway.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so those are my final tips, and just pour into AGL, and I wanted to say this earlier, but in terms of your letter, I was telling somebody this a little bit earlier, was they always say, like, when choosing a career, a lot of people say, well, I want to work for something I'm passionate about. Most people don't know they're passionate about something until they choose it. And I knew that, you know, I wanted to be a district manager, but I didn't really have like that 100% commitment until the day I put in my letter. I was the first one to put in our letter from the division last year, and one of the first people in the region. And I want to say that I probably wasn't the most qualified out of everybody, but I was just the most excited, most committed. And I want to say that I gave 100% to my training last year, and it definitely paid off. So,
yeah.
But you know, like if you're just getting your letter in really makes a difference, training-wise.
Love it, Marilyn.
Yeah.
Love it.
You can even tell who turned their letter in from the people in the room.
Yeah, they sit differently. They speak differently. They dress differently. Yeah.
They ask different questions.
That's right.
Yep. All right,
Thank
Jeff.
you. All right, give me a shout later. Nice work. I don't care what Karina says. I think you're great.
Thank you.
All right. This is an example of the interview. This is the intro and company. And Karina's going to come up in a second.
Alright, so just to make sure everyone's names are memorized, we have Mary Lou, Isabella, and Beth. Okay, so just to reintroduce myself, my name is Karina Marquez. I'm the district manager and owner here at the South Miami office. And all that means is I'm just in charge of all the recruiting and sales operations that happen here in the South.
Okay, so easy. Okay, and you can follow along with your script, which is easy. Any next level members want to give a really awesome how to get ahead and really learn your interview using this? What can you do that will accelerate how fast you can learn this interview? Isa, script it. Meaning don't take the script that's already written out, rewrite it yourself. It's the difference between passive learning and what?
Active learning.
Active learning. It's not what you say, it's
I say.
But more importantly, actions speak louder than
Words.
Yes, there you go. Remember that? That's my training. Okay, let's go back to the objectives of training, shall we? The company portion to establish the credibility and explain who we are. The product section is sell them on the product. The market section is how the job works. The pay is selling them on the base pay, believe it or not. The objective of the pay section is to get them excited about a guaranteed pay, but there's a potential for a great commission. Not to get them hyped about making thousands of dollars, because then you become salesy. Be careful, and you'll see that. The objective of the training is how do you get started, how the job works. The two most important, you can put a star, the two most important sections that you have to nail. Technically, you have to nail the whole thing. But if you get 2 or 3 sections, you will always have a great show to interview. It is the pay, because that's what people want to know. The training, which is how the job works, how you get started. And then the closing, which is the perks and the concept of team, because you get all aspects. So the pay, the training, and the closing. Or the perks, if you will. And then the benefits would be like the team, the environment, which, as you know, if you've run interviews, raise your hand if you've run interviews, you know this is such a big part of. Last thing I want to talk about is the team, and then you just go off. As your kids say, ham. Okay. Those of you that have run interviews before, any other specific tips? Lisa, can you let Karina know she's on deck, please? Any specific tips to the group on how to learn the interview? Because here's the deal. If you are ahead of pace, you will run your first interview sometime by Halloween. The reason, even if you learn the whole thing down, we may not be able to have you run an interview because during September, we want the best people who have done it to be running interviews to get the campaign started. But in October, if you're accelerated, how many of you are a first year and you're about to run or have run your first interview? So yeah, that's accelerated. That's awesome. How many of you have not run your first interview but you're scheduled to do so in the next month? Awesome. How many of you did not raise your hand? That's okay. If I were you, if you want to get accelerated, find your district manager and say, I'd like to run the interview sooner than later. And pick your date. So now you have a plan with not enough time. It's funny, when you set the date, you learn the interview a lot faster. It's really weird how that works. And by the way, the first one's not supposed to be good. Who's next level? You have to run how many? What's the range of interviews you have to run before the light bulb goes up? 7 to 10. You guys remember? That's the magic number. Your light bulb doesn't go off of. It's kind of like the Cutco sales presentation. The first one, I don't care if you sold an Ultimate your first one. It wasn't good and you weren't a good sales rep. You showed the right person and you showed them first. That's what you did. That's part of our training. But around 7 to 10, you start to get the whole concept of why you're saying what you're saying and light bulbs go up, okay? So try to run an interview. The worst case scenario, several of you will run your interviews closer to Thanksgiving. And some of you, the absolute worst case scenario, you might not even run interviews until winter break. That's totally cool. We've had people who are running branch offices that didn't run them. When did you run your first interview, Moxa? Do you remember?
No, before earlier.
Oh, before, so about November. Yeah. I had some people who never ran an interview until winter break, and they still ran a branch. So don't think that, oh, I haven't run an interview, I'm in trouble. It doesn't matter. You just have to learn the information. So by the next prep, you will be responsible. Today we're going to drill for skill on the pre. Next prep, we're going to drill for skill on both the pre and the post. If you don't get your matrix score today, it's not a big deal. We'll matrix score you on September 20th. But then you'll be responsible for both. We will not be doing the next level group. We won't be drilling on the group this year. After the 20th, we're not talking about the interview anymore. We're going right into training. We're writing the PRs. We're next level. Raise your hand. We are just doing the interview in 3 weeks. We're not taking a month and a half anymore. 2 months.
Nice.
Right? Because it's just
yeah.
Right. So this is our 3.0 version of training. Okay. So we're going to learn the interview, be done. You will learn the group interview, everybody, on your local level, on your own, using YouTube with your local meetings. And again, earliest by Halloween, most of you around Thanksgiving, latest during winter break, you'll run your first interviews. Any questions on that? Okay. So using this objective sheet, using the Karina video, using live interviews that you're watching, or just forcing yourself to run an interview so you don't have enough time on the plan, that's how you learn an interview. Any questions? Other next level members to, I don't know, thoughts on how to master the interview? Because next session we're going to talk about what does that mean, master the interview. It means you get at least 50% of the people that you run an interview for to be in the training the first day. What that?
You're showing them the opportunity, but you're not selling them on it. Basically, you are showing them, but you don't need them.
Yeah.
Because you are too eager to hire them, they just scared them.
Yeah, that's Karina's message.
Yeah.
Very good point. I want to know some tips on really mastering the interview. Not executing the interview, but mastering the interview. Back.
Repetition, and read it when you're in the actual, when you're actually interviewing, just read it. So many people are off script and they're like, oh, I'm off script, I'm great, I just feel awkward holding it, I don't need to hold it. And it's like, their shows are horrible and they don't watch really well.
Yeah.
And they end up learning an interview that's not our interview.
Yep.
So just reading it, like that's how everybody gets good at it.
And I want to do something also. I've had some people train where they watch full interviews. I've watched like 9, Jeff, I still don't get it. And it's about an hour long. So you don't really focus. What I would say is called, dissect training. Dissect the training of the interview. What I mean by that, let's say I'm watching Beck's interview 3 times this week. The first time I'm going to watch and script the intro as she says it, and then watch and observe the rest and follow along. And the next time, now I have that mastered. The next time, I'm going to really script and focus on the words of the company part, and then watch the rest of the interview. Eventually, if I do it 8 times, I kind of have the feel of the interview before I even run my first one. Okay, let's do that.
I was going to say that something that I capitalize a lot this summer is just being thrown into it. Don't question it. You know, if you're still doubting it, you just need to run it.
Yep, just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
That's the way to win.
So.
Most of you guys obviously, well, we all come from offices here that like have assistant managers or different options as far as who you work with. Try to find someone that has a similar style to you, because there's like, it's not going to come across the same if you're trying to do like, if I'm trying to do like positive recruiting style, but I'm not positive, like it doesn't work the same.
Right.
So make sure you're learning from different people and find someone you click with, how they would say something, like their body language. That makes so much of a difference because it's not genuine at all, and that's what becomes more salesy.
And the key is, this is like 9 and 10. You can tell when someone's not on page 9 and 10. It's the same thing.
Or even watching Karina's interview on YouTube, because she is able, you can duplicate what she does, and she's really, really easy to.
Yeah, the reason I picked her is not for any personal bias. I don't necessarily think she runs the best interview. She runs the most duplicatable interview. I think anyone that watches this, no matter what your personality, you can run that, and she gets great shows. So those of you training with Karina,
consistent.
Just consistent. That's it. What else? We'll go with Daniel.
I would say most importantly, be a student, in the sense that during the interview, when you're going to be learning the interview, there's a lot of things you can implement. A lot of people are going to give you criticism, positive or negative criticism.
Yep.
But I think essentially that's what's going to help you get better, because it's not when you think that you have the best interview that you're going to improve anything. It's actually when you need to learn the most, when you need to change certain things to get a certain message across a certain way. So I really think like just reaching out to a lot of different people, and just really like mastering everything you can do to have a great interview.
Yeah, and be careful not to learn the wrong interview. Meaning, I've had people, Beck, this was you before. Like Beck was so good at her interview, but in Beck's style, that when it came down to trying to fix her, it was hard. And when Beck, we had to like unteach her and to restart all over again. Now her interview is different, but you have to be careful not to learn the wrong interview. In other words, like if you're at 3K in sales, don't learn how to triple close and sell the Cutco kitchen, because you'll ruin your whole presentation. Does it work? Yes, if you have enough sales under your belt to try and triple close and close the Cutco kitchen. I love it when we go to SC2. Oh, I can't wait to sell a kitchen. I said, you are doomed. I have never sold a Cutco kitchen. I have a pretty prolific selling career with the company. I've never sold a Cutco kitchen. So, just my analogy. We'll do one more.
No, I'm not this level, but something that I like kind of pointed out, and I noticed in one of the interviews that I've had, I've done like 2 or 3, but like running it with a video, so you can kind of like time it, not just like scripting it on your own, but if you get a chance to go into the office and not just like reading it in your room like there,
I agree.
like that, but just running it with the video, it's kind of awkward the first time you get up there and you're like hitting play and you're just like, oh crap, chapter, you hit play twice, 2 times by mistake, and you're like ahead of chapter, and you're like in front of everybody. But just like getting the feel just with the video, not just the actual script itself.
No, I agree. The video is big because it's visual. It's very big. Questions from first years? Okay, just to clarify, so your assignment, we will do drill for skill today for the majority, for most people. We might not get to everyone, that's okay, because we have such a big group. That's a positive thing. We will also do on the September 20th prep another drill for skill on the pre-screen, but you will also have the posts up for grabs too. I mean, I can choose the post for you to be to do your matrix score. Any questions? Cool. So anyway, I have Karina, who I'm so excited to bring up. Karina played 2 years as the PSM, and you can really see why it's so awesome to have a PSM who goes district manager with us, because so much of the division now kind of roots back to the pilot. And I watched the South Miami team, and it's such an impressive group of how you carry yourselves, but I would expect nothing less than Karina, because that's how she managed the pilot. It's like another mini pilot down in South Miami, and I guess, what do you call it, Kendall, Palmetto Bay? Palmetto Bay area. I would call that the mini inferno. And ideally, we have mini infernos all over the division because we're standardized. That's really cool. Karina also is one of the best in, I would say, top 5 in my career of people who do 3 things. Number 1, being an ambassador of the FC. She's just one of the best at like representing. That's why our district office has such a high trajectory right now. 2, she is the master of the interview. She really is one of the best, most consistent recruiters we've had. And then number 3, she's just one of the most loyal people. So I always appreciate her. And one of the things I gotta believe that she's still, one of the reasons I believe she's still here is because she really believes in this crazy thing that this crazy guy's talking about and this crazy whatever. But she's bought in, and then she takes ownership in this, and I encourage you to do the same thing. So to talk about the music, not the words, the non-verbal, the advanced training, if you will, of running an interview, I give you the video master herself, the YouTube sensation, Karina Marquez. Yeah, Karina Marquez. Let's give her
Appreciate that. So, can I stand up on this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who stood on a wellness mat before?
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna get that much better message just because I'm standing on this thing. It's like flowing power through me. Cool. So let's get started, and I'm excited to really just dive in. And I think everyone here knows that it's actions speak louder than what? Words, right? So I think with recruiting in general, I'm gonna dive into specifics and stuff, and I recognize that I think most people in this room, if you're newer, you really haven't really looked at the interview, or maybe you might have watched a couple interviews, and in my office, like sat in to like portions of my interview. So I recognize that my message probably won't even make that much sense to you because you haven't seen it. So there's only so much you can relate. So I encourage you that definitely take a lot of notes, and then when you're done, re-watch this video again, so that way you can take that much more from it. But I'll try to make it as simple as possible and help you relate to it as much as possible. For those of you who have been running interviews for a few months, if not this past year, I think you'll definitely take the most out of this. And veterans who've been here multiple years and run countless of interviews, I think you can relate, and hopefully you'll get a couple nuggets that I've gotten from myself, from Beck, from Ricky, and Mary Lou and self. We kind of collaborated here, and when I was preparing for this, I think about how does an interview feel, right? What is the feeling of it when someone's being recruited? Do they feel like they're being sold, or do they feel attracted to the position? Do they feel like we're being kind of sketchy and like vague, or do they feel like we're being clear and we're not really trying too hard? And in general, that should be your demeanor in your interviews. You're not impressed. We'd love to have you, but we don't need you, kind of thing. And that has to do with a lot of nonverbals. It has to do with hand motions. It has to do with demeanors, and everybody here has different demeanors. Everyone here has different styles. But in general, that should be the feel of the interview, that they're sold on the opportunity and you happen to be cool, So I know for me, when I was learning how to run the interview, I was kind of like snuck into AGL. Not even. I was like late acceptance because I started, my Cutco birthday was actually 5 years ago. It was August 29th, so it just passed. And I missed all of this, and I remember I got emailed the interview in January. So I've been with the company about a few months, and all I was told is that it's a big demo. right? And in a sense, they're right? Like you're doing a demo for the opportunity, and you're essentially selling the applicants on why they should be here, but without actually selling them. I took it the complete opposite way, and I actually did my demo. Like if they didn't laugh, I was uncomfortable. So I did the absolute worst thing you can do, and it wasn't until I watched Jeff and when I got accepted to AGL school that I really started learning the philosophies behind it. So yeah, I'm gonna break it down to each section, and I'm really gonna show you things that I've done, that's things that either I've learned or just by running. I don't even know how many interviews. I think the only people who can really are probably Paz, Beck, and myself, maybe Ricky. That I've run the same amount, but we've just, after doing so much, there's things you pick up on your own and things you start noticing as you progress through it. So, you know, I'm going to break it into sections, and really, I'm going to try to teach you more the objectives behind it, kind of like what Jeff was talking about, and really just why I do certain things, why I say things the way I do, why I put my hands a certain way, you know, that kind of stuff, how you should hold the product, because I've seen so many recruiters, you say the script, but it's not what you say, it's what? How you say it, because if not, you know, it's not registering. And you really have to understand, if you were an applicant, would you want to sit through your interview, kind of thing. If you were an applicant, would you understand yourself? If you were an applicant, would you feel comfortable? If you were an applicant, you know, in your interview, you know, what is the general feeling behind it? And, you know, I think if you just really start putting yourself in the applicant's shoes and learning that, in the end, what I've learned, it doesn't matter, you know, if you're getting the script right, you know, whatever, because I know, you know, Beck, when she was first learning, she literally had, you know, the script in her hand and just, like, literally reaching off of it. And she said something great that I teach my recruiters now. Just, when in doubt, if you're new, just say, hey, they changed the outline on me, so I just don't want to miss anything. I want to make sure everyone's clear. You know, I think when in doubt, if they're clear, you can't go wrong, right? If they're clear on the job, if they're clear on the position, you can't go wrong in that. So I think don't really worry about like pulling it off like a certain way or pulling off like a certain person. I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. Just I think the staple thing that you guys should understand and try to convey, be clear, right? Because we want to be transparent. You know, we are the knife company. It sounds weird already, and you have to understand that some applicants are already coming into the interview already skeptical. Some people go in just to check it out because they've heard from their older brothers and sisters that they have to pay for the kit. They've heard from, you know, YouTube videos that, you know, that were a scam or, you know, all this kind of stuff. So just knowing that if you're unclear, it only reaffirms their belief. Does that make sense? So you just have to understand that just as I go through it. Yeah, I'm going to have some stuff and some bits I guess a little bit more advanced, but not really. It just might be advanced for those of you who just don't even know the interview at all. So just keep that in mind. You know, but let's just go through it from the beginning. What's the first part of the interview?
Intro.
Before that, the pre-screen, okay? So the objective of the pre-screen is just, I feel like the feel that should go behind it, right? If we're talking about music, not words, they have to feel like they're being interviewed, right? I hear, like, when I was practicing pre-screen with some of my guys, and just in the past, I know that some people, like, just go through it, and they just kind of, like, ask questions without really listening, and they just, like, go through it, and the person just walks out like, okay, what just happened there? Did I just have a 5-minute conversation by myself? Like, you know, like, the applicant has to feel like you're listening. They have to feel like they're being interviewed. They have to feel like there's a reason why they're in that group interview. You get me? Because if not, because let's say you have an interview with like 10 people, and they're all great, and they all stay for the second interview, they're going to start thinking, oh, man, they accept everybody. Oh, look, it's a pyramid scheme kind of thing. Like, they start thinking about all these things that we don't even know. It's in their heads, you know? Or they might be Googling stuff while they're waiting for it to start on their phone. They see the name of the company on the application. So I just think in the pre-screen, what are you doing to ensure that they feel like they're being actually interviewed? Instead of worrying too much about what you're saying, again, worry about like how you're saying it and make sure that they're interviewed. So I think about things like pausing, right? Just pause, right? Before you accept into the second interview, just pause for a second. Just look down, look up real quick. You don't have to do anything. Just look up at them and look back down. You might not even been thinking anything. Like, just literally for 2 seconds, look down, look back up. Okay. Well, everything seems good here. I don't see any major reasons why not to consider at this point. Let's go ahead and keep it for the second interview. And you just keep going after that. But at least maybe you might not have thought anything, but at least they think that you're thinking something. Does that make sense? All right. So I think about also, you know how everyone here's studied the pre-screen, I'm hoping that you're going to get drilled on it today. You know how there's that part where you talk about, like, why do you feel you'd work well with customers, right? Or why would you say you're a perfect 10? That kind of stuff. How about this? Instead of just listening to them say it, look them straight in the eye and start writing on your paper. You might not even have to be writing anything, just to be honest. Right? You might just be like, scribble, scribble, I love my job, da-da-da-da-da, this person sucks, da-da-da. I'm serious. Like, literally, I do write. I do write notes. I actually write what they're saying because that helps me in remembering them more. And so that way when I interview them, like, I write down, like, I'm like, hey, by the way, you mentioned you were a perfect 10 because you felt like you had experienced that kind of stuff. I didn't really see that at all in the interview, to be honest. So I want to ask, like, why? Like, did you have another reason? Because, you know, and you can bring it back up again later. That's a little bit more advanced. But, like, for me, that's why I actually do write things down. But by writing things down, again, it feels like you're paying attention. You should be paying attention, all right? Because in the end of the day, it is a business. Like, you should be wanting, you know, to actually interview applicants. But now they're more nervous. They're more on point. They're like, oh, my God. And, like, it's funny because it creeps them out because you're looking them straight in the eye and you're just, like, writing down the whole time. They're like, oh, my God, this person's crazy, right? So, you know, writing them down is pretty powerful. So pre-screen in general shouldn't even take too long, guys. It's really just if you let them know ahead of time, like, hey, we're just pre-screening through applicants, but it really shouldn't take too long. I've seen some people that take, like, 5 to 8 minutes on one person. I'm like, are you on a first date with these people? Like, what's happening? Like, it should be quick and concise, but as long as they get the feeling that they're being interviewed, it's fine. I've interviewed people in 2 minutes, less than that, and they feel like they're being watching an interview. Okay? So, second part, which was said earlier, bless you. What's the second part of the interview?
Company.
Company/intro, right? Intro. So the objective of the company/intro section, I feel it's so important to just set the tone. You really just need to set the tone. That's why Jeff focuses so hard on that part, is if you don't set the tone ahead of time, your whole interview is screwed. So I pull all of my stops. I do every single thing I do possible to just make sure the tone is set. Because that way, by the way, raise your hand if you feel like you're going to have difficulty in being really, really professional in your interview. Okay, be honest. Okay, got it. So as long as you're really, really professional in the beginning, you can kind of loosen up in the end if that's like your personality. Can I get some water? Great, thank you. She's going to make it when it's fine. Oh. Be back in a second. Get cooties, you know. Or Charlotte, I don't know what's over there. So. I'm just kidding. Anyway. Thanks. Just like germaphobe. Cool. So, setting the tone the right way in the beginning. So,
power pause.
You know how. Just thirsty. Anyway. So, you know how in the interview it says, like, just to make sure everyone's name is memorized, I like to go around, and then you say, like, point, and they say, finger in my interview. Franco?
Romy.
Okay.
Ryan.
Nathan. Okay. So instead I challenge you, if you have, you can start small, maybe between, like, 3 and 5 people. Guys, it's pretty easy to memorize 3 to 5 people's names, right? Okay. So instead of saying, just to make sure everyone's name's memorized, can you repeat your names? Be like, hey, just to make sure everyone's name's memorized, we have Franco, we have Romy, we have Ryan, and then we have Nathan, right? Okay. So by doing that more, it shows that you're actually in control. You actually know what you're doing. They know that you know who they are. But what's cool is that as you get better at this, the other day I did this with 10 people in the room, 10, 15 people, and I just, like, from the back, boom, 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 boom. And it was actually funny. A guy was like, no, my name's not Sebastian. My name's John Paul. I'm like, I know. That's Sebastian right behind you. You're John Paul. He was like, oh, yeah. Okay. So, but it's really, really impressive when they see that you can memorize more names. So that's one. Yeah.
I was going to say I observed an interview and it was like probably 20 plus. He's like, you named all their names and I was just like.
By the way, easy way to do that, and I'll talk about that in a second, is just, again, writing down notes in the pre-screen. So something you can write while they're talking is writing what they're wearing. So I'll put, like, gray jacket, blue tie. You know, purple shirt, like green shirt, red hat. Hopefully no one's wearing a hat in your interview. You know, you write that at the corner of the paper, so that way when you go into the interview, I think another, like, thing that's a good nonverbal is just before the interview starts, you know, everyone's, like, kind of waiting for you. You just kind of sit there, you just go around, and, like, the music's playing, I'm just like, okay, Daniel, okay, and I'm figuring out where I want them seated, all right, before anything else. I'm like, all right, so Daniel's over there with Alex, Lisa, whatever, and I'll, like, go around and, like, I'll put everyone where I want them to be seated. Okay, and I think seating them is really important too. Has anyone who's run interviews? I just want to get a gauge of the room. Don't you guys find it so awkward when they sit, like, right in front of the desk?
Yeah.
And they're just, like, looking at you. Like, it's the most awkward thing in the world. So I think maintaining control
of your recruiting space, right? I don't let anyone sit where they want to sit. I don't let anyone try to like crooked chair this or whatever. I've seen some recruiters where they put like chairs on the side. I think that's just, it's up to you. I think that's personal preference. As long as you're in control, I don't really care what you do. But I tell them ahead of time, like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and call everyone's names up as I call your name. If you can pull up your chair just like a foot and a half away from the desk, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so if we can back, just go ahead and sit right up there. Okay, perfect. Actually, no, we're going to practice from a row. So just turn your chair. Yep, got it. Okay, cool. All right, like, I just want to make sure that they all like sitting right exactly where I want them. And don't be afraid to be meticulous, okay? If someone's sitting like a foot away from everyone else, hey, can you scoot in just a little bit? Okay, turn your chair just a little bit here. Actually scoot over just so I can see your face in between those two. Don't be afraid to do that, because what it shows the recruiter, you're in control. They sit where you want them to sit, all right? And that sets the tone. So then I go around and I say everyone's names. And then a little advanced tip, if you already know who your sharpest applicant is, right? Talking private school or like really good, you know, say it's PR, just like really, really sharp person, get their name wrong or just forget their name. So let's say Romy's my sharpest one. I'll be like, okay, so we have Nathan, we have Ryan, and what's your name again?
Romy.
Okay, Romy. Got it. So now he's like, oh, I'm not so special anymore, right? So, so that's something that you can do as well to, again, just set the tone and make sure that, you know, because as a new recruiter, it can be a little bit intimidating when you see somebody that you know is a A+, A quality applicant, and you think, because I know I felt that way, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope I get to show them the training, like, first of all, knowing your head, you have a job. They don't. They are here to get interviewed. You are the interviewer. Okay, so just as long as you keep that in your mindset, don't let anybody try to be more confident than you. Okay, but I think that that helps in general as a new recruiter to just try to get new people to put them in their place. Like, oh yeah, you're okay. I don't even remember your name. Right? So that's something that I do in the beginning. So that's mainly just in the intro. You're speaking about yourself. The intro is not really other nonverbals that you do. I would say once you get to the section of the interview, and bless you.
Thank you.
There's a section, for those of you who haven't read it yet, there's a section that says, I will be asking a lot more questions as the interview progresses, right? Because you will, right? And the questions, like, they're easy questions. What's the point of us asking questions, everyone? To get them engaged, right? And it's really just to see how they speak. Because there's some people, I'm like, I don't know if I want you on my team. You know, but sometimes they step it up in the interview and they actually speak up. I'm like, yeah, you're actually someone to be excited to work with. All right, something I'll talk a lot about as I progress is voice inflection is so huge. I feel like the volume of how you speak, right, really emphasizing what you're trying to say. So when I get to that point, I'm like, hey, by the way, everybody, I will be asking a lot more questions as the interview progresses. I'm basing about 80% of my decision on this part of the interview right here. So obviously your resume matters, your experience counts, of course, but look at see how you interact with me here. But like I increase my volume there and I just get a little bit more serious, a little bit more like kind of tightened up, just because that way they understand that that's actually a really important part of the interview, okay? Now, in the company section, this will help your interview drastically, because I know recruiters, you can relate. Don't you hate it when you have those interviews that no one's answering questions? Yeah, I don't really get those anymore. Here's why. The first question that I do this in, there's a section in the interview that you ask. What is it? Who can tell me what are some advantages of working for a growing company? So pretend you guys are in my interview. Okay. Possibility row. Okay, so advancement. Okay. Henry, right? Okay. So yeah, advancement opportunity is a big reason why I'm in the position I'm in right now. Is obviously I've worked hard due to the growth of the company. I've been able to da-da-da. So now how does Henry feel? Oh my God, whatever. How does everyone else feel? Oh. So I think if you're new, you're using your script, right? So you're not gonna be able to do that a lot. Just do it that one time. Just learn that part. Put your script down. Just literally put your script down. Henry, right? Okay, cool. Pick your thing up. Write on his application. Again, doodle. Put a star. I don't care. Like, just put something. Sets the tone. I promise you, the next question you ask, everybody will shoot their hands up. Everybody always answers after that. Because now they want to be like Henry, whatever. And I do that even if it's the ghettoest person in the interview. Like, I don't care. It could be like the least qualified person. Whoever answers that question first, I'm like, Romy, right? Okay. And I write it down. So that's an easy way to establish control in the beginning without even having to do much. All right? If you can, the more you interview, try to write down notes throughout, but as long as you write down notes that one part, that usually helps. I think about, there's a section in the company, for those of you that have either run interviews or have already looked over it, where we talk about the core values of the company. This is such an underrated section that I feel so huge. That's your chance, guys, to show them why we do what we do, right? And if they don't get that from the beginning, if they don't get that tone from the beginning, not that you're screwed for this interview, it's a lot harder to get them on board and on the same page. So the first question that's asked in that one is about the quality of the products, right? That's an easy way to say, hey, Charles, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Why do you think we chose to do high quality as opposed to low quality, right? And you want to say, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick first. Because then when I say that, how's Charles feeling as an applicant? He's freaking out. He's like, oh, my God. So you want to give him some time to be able to answer. You don't say, why do you think we chose to represent high-quality products? Charles, go. I'm putting you on the spot. Okay, so anytime you want to put someone on the spot, say that question first, and then you answer. So for me, it was easier as a new recruiter to say that for an easy question. Because seriously, who doesn't know why we would chose to do high-quality as opposed to low-quality? Like, that's a very, like,
softball.
Easy softball beach ball question, for goodness sakes. Like, it's a very easy one to go with. All right, as far as nonverbal goes, there's a part in the market section where you ask what happens to the price of a product when it goes from the factory to the store. Okay, does everybody here know that answer? What happens to it? It increases. Okay, you'd be surprised as to how many applicants miss that answer. All you have to do, what happens to the price of a product when it goes from the factory to the store? What happens to the price of it? And I just go and I just like keep my hand there. I'm like, what happens to the price of it?
What's the price of product when it goes from the factory to the store?
When it goes from the factory to the store.
That's my public speaking message, right? The price of this.
Right? Woo! Okay. So there's a lot of hand gestures that can just help you get answers from them. Right? If they really get it wrong, I'm like, come on, seriously, like nonverbal hand gesture. Yeah, like, hands around. All right. So that's if you do those three things, right? Just like go up, ask, put someone on the spot, and just Henry, right? All right, cool. Just do that. You've already set the tone. You've already established control. They're already clear with what you're saying. And just know that there's a part in the company section 2 where you talk about honesty and integrity. That to me is so huge in how you speak about it. You know, I hear some recruiters and they just say it like if it was any other thing. Guys, that's actually like a really important, I don't know, for me personally, like I'm very like morally centered, like I value like good morals very highly. So for me, I always stress that, you know, and then I always have at every interview at least 1 or 2 applicants say, you know, I really love, you know, how honest you guys are and, you know, all that stuff because at the end of the day, when they go home and they hear that it's a scam, like, you know, they're like, no, it's not. Like, these people know what they're talking about. They're honest. They have integrity, all that stuff, you know, but in general, it is important to me. So the way that you say it, sorry, just to put me on the spot real quick. Do you know, like, in general, how you say the whole honesty and integrity line, like, just word for word?
Yeah, I actually.
Okay, yeah, if you just want to pull it up and read it. It says something along the lines of, with our product, there's no need to exaggerate or be dishonest about the product in there. Oh, there you're going to go. There's no need to exaggerate, be dishonest about the products in any way. What happens when other companies exaggerate?
Yeah, another very important corporate philosophy versus honesty and integrity. Versus our customers, there's no need to exaggerate or be dishonest about the product in any way. What happens when someone exaggerates the product? So honesty is very important. Important for the corporation, from the top all the way down to the reps. Important to me because I deal with my people this way, and I expect the people I accept into this position to deal with them with the same honesty and integrity.
Yeah, so a new recruiter would say it like that, probably a little bit slower, obviously, but they wouldn't put any emphasis on it. You know, for me, I'm like, you'll see when I share a product line, there's no need to exaggerate or be dishonest about it in any way whatsoever. What happens when other companies do that? When they exaggerate about a product? Nothing good can happen. Honesty and integrity, it's just so important. From the top to the bottom to everything in between, it's just important to me. I do with every single person this way. I do expect every person I bring onto the team to maintain that philosophy of honesty and integrity when they're working with not only our customers, but with our coworkers as well. To me, that's not negotiable. There's a difference. You pause, you emphasize certain things, You want to make sure that they understand that you feel that. Okay, so just as you research, as you go through the interview, as you watch your managers, like, and you're observing, like, just again as you role play, again, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Okay, so that one's huge. As far as the product goes, it's the opposite of your demo, guys, and it's hard to know that because this is where a lot of managers, interesting left. Like, it's the easiest part of the interview. It really is. You guys know it. It's your demonstration, but it's not your demo. Like, it's really not. You're not trying to sell, because the whole point is that you're supposed to be nonchalant the entire time. Because if I have someone like Jonathan who's like super energetic, like loves this stuff, da 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 da, what's gonna happen when I have a really shy girl who's really smart, can probably do really well? Is she gonna be able to connect to that? Nope. It's like, oh, that's awesome. I can never do that. I would never succeed here. I would never be that way. You get me? So it's really important that you're not impressed. As you cut the penny, they're freaking out, mind you, and it's gonna be hard to like not laugh, because some people are like, what? And I'm like, yeah. Anyway, so as you're cutting, like, yeah, it cuts to paper, plastic, carpet, cardboard, and I'm like talking as I'm cutting, and they're like freaking out, and I'm just like, as if it's nothing. I'm like, paper, plastic, carpet, cardboard, chicken bone, chicken skin. I'm like, yeah, people use it for everything. Comes apart. You want to take them apart. You want to run it over your skin, show them it's not like sharp at all. I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah. So how do you think customers react to that? Like, hand it over like nonchalantly to them. And they're like, just like we did.
Yeah. Every time.
Yeah, and I'm like, so why do you think we chose not to put them in stores? And like, you're not impressed the entire time.
Why do you think? Because they would steal it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm like,
Yeah.
Someone give that a shot. Go steal the secret.
Rewind.
All right, so again, opposite of the demo. The penny cuts the scissors. I'm just kidding. It's happened that way. So when you go through the junk knife page, quick. Like, you're literally just like I'll have the blue book open, or if you have a wooden handle, a plastic handle in the drawer, that's even better because you can show like a live handle. I'm like, yeah, these, they look good, they just get really nasty over time. Unlike the plastic handles, they're more sanitary, they're just not durable. They chip, they crack, they break, they melt, they don't last very long. What Cutco uses, boom, you go into thermoresin. When you hold the knife, again, what's the main feature we want them to notice about the knife? The handle, okay? So sometimes I'm like, so what do you notice different about that knife? They're like, it's shiny. It looks so sharp. It has these points on it. I'm like, all knives have that. Anyway, so what I do, pretend this is the knife. I'm like, yeah, so whenever you guys pass these around, I don't care how you hold it, righties, lefties, I don't care how you hold it when you're by yourselves. When you pass it to each other, and I'm like showing the hand, like, hold it by the handle, pass it by the handle, these knives are sharp. You do that to protect yourself too, by the way. Because last thing you want is them to cut themselves. Like, you already warned them that they're, the knives are sharp. I'm like, so what do you notice is different about this knife than most? And you're literally like handing it to them. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. Handing it to them on a silver platter, right? And then the handle, and I'm like, yeah, go figure. So the way that you hold the knife is really important as well. Also, when you talk about the double D edge, it's more like double D. It stands for double durable. Okay, you want the idiots who are double D. So like, just make sure that you're firm, and the whole time you're not impressed. You're not impressed at all. The junk knife phase should take you not really that long. The guarantee, by the way, can be short yet impactful. Okay, you just say, so if anything happens to their Cutco, they get brand new Cutco for free. If it needs sharpening, if it needs fixing, if it needs replacing, they will get brand new Cutco for free. They'll sharpen, fix, replace it for free. It'll last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. At any point, they can send it back. They can hand it down generation to generation. There's no receipt necessary. Product is proof of purchase. And that essentially covers the performance and the forever sharpness without sounding so robotic. Does that make sense? So, and then you talk about the misuse and abuse and the 15-day guarantee as normal, I feel. But, the product is generally objectives there for them to get product conviction, for them to understand that Cutco sells Cutco, right? For them to see that it doesn't matter what kind of person they are, they can do that too. They're like, and they'll tell me too, man. They're like, you didn't even try. Like, oh, and I'm like, I know. So that they'd be able to do that as well. So that's the objective of the product, right? Any questions so far? Yeah.
I think I remember back when the interview started. Whoever the interview said that Delta something that they outright said that is that advisable to actually say that? If that Kakko sells itself?
I wouldn't even say that. Because isn't it already apparent that it sells itself?
Yeah.
So why say it? Because what are you doing by saying it? You're trying to sell them on it. Right? They're not your customer. They are, but for the opportunity. Right? So if anything, being subtle, I'll say something like the product speaks for itself. I'll say that sometimes. Because I think it actually says that in the interview at one point. But I never say like, oh, it sells itself, like all that stuff. Like, just don't try too hard, guys. Again, just be clear. Just be clear. Okay? All right. So next section is the market section. And Beck, if you can have that paragraph prepared in a second. Market section is used. The objective of the market section is for them to understand how the job works. Your goal in that market section is that when they go home and their parents ask them, what do you do, they can verbalize it in as least a clear way as possible. They're still going to mess it up. They're still going to say, I sell knives. But at least when they say is it door to door, they can say no. All right. At least when they say, oh, no one's going to buy from you, they'll say no. Like at least they have that conviction behind it. For market section, is for them to understand the job. Just to understand the job. And for them to, like, your goal should be when they go home that they can explain to their parents confidently what it is that they do. Because their parents are going to ask, for sure. And by the way, they still might not be able to convey it to their parents. You have to understand that. But you have to make sure that they believe it. Because I know for me, my parents were never understanding of it. I know a lot of you in this room are in the same situation. But at least they have that conviction. It doesn't matter what their parents say. They're still going to do it. It doesn't matter if your mom tells you not to go out at night. You're still going to go out at night. Right? Maybe some of you won't, but I know for me, I didn't ask my mom to go out. Like, I just went out, By the way, I'm doing this. So you want them to get convicted with the position. Like, by the way, I'm doing this job right now. Like, they're not asking their parents. You get me? So, anyway, the first few lines in the market section, if you don't have the interview, Beck, if you can say it real quick.
Another reason why reps are so successful is the way that we market our products. Our company has what's called a market advantage. Most people don't have good knives. They typically have knives and use the rope and the leather. However, they're not actively looking for new knives either. When a rep shows the customer Cutco, they get a chance to use it. They get a good feel for it, and they end up making a purchase, even though they would have never gone to the store just to purchase high-quality knives in the first place. That's their market niche.
Okay. So, as a new recruiter, you'll say that, because that's what the script says. So you'll be reading off it, and you'll say it that way. But again, it's not what you say, it's what? You say it. So, instead of saying it that way, what I do is I'm like, all right, so another reason why my students do so well is because we have something called a market niche. Now, if you don't know what a niche means, it's any advantage that any company has in their respective market. Now, Cutco's niche is the fact that most people don't really have high-quality cutlery, right? They have the average knives used right here to cut the rope and leather. Now, even though this is what most people have, would any of you say, are they actively looking for high-quality cutlery? No, right? No one says, and like if you want to say a joke, like no one says like, hey honey, let's look for knives today, right? And I'm like, so because they're not actively looking for high-quality cutlery, that's why my students do so well. So when my students show the customer Cutco, that's when they see a need, and more often than not, they decide to place an order, even though at that time, they weren't necessarily going to go to the store to buy quality cutlery. Does that make sense? And I tell the recruiting class, I'm like, does that make sense? And you want to, like, there's a difference between does that make sense and you keep going, but, like, you actually want a verbal, like, yes or a verbal no. Like, it's important they understand that fact. Did everyone see, like, what I did there? And, like, how I pause, and, like, you have to, like, emphasize certain points. Like, with my hands, like, I'm going like this, and, like, I make sure that they really grasp that concept. Okay, so that the market section, as you're reviewing the interview and as you're studying it, there's really taking into account that the more the better your voice inflection is, the clearer it is. Because at this point, you've done the company, you've done the intro on the company, you've done the product, you've done, like, you've been talking for a while, for at least, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes? They've been sitting on hard chairs. Some people might have gotten there earlier. They might have been sitting between 30 and 40 minutes. They're feeling a little tired, right? They might have something called selective hearing. So they don't necessarily understand everything. So it's really important that you're very clear on that part, because if not, they're going to tune you out and they're not going to understand the job, okay? So the market is also where you give a lot of examples of schedule, for example, right? So as you're recruiting, look at their schedules. Not schedules, excuse me. Look at their majors. That's what I do. And I get the sharpest person, like the second sharpest person. And let's say they're an engineering major. I'll talk about an example of someone that's an engineering major for their schedule. Like, yeah, for example, so-and-so on the team is an engineering major. They have a lot of stuff going on with school. And let's say, like, Sebastian's an engineering major. If he's in my interview, I'll look this way. And I'm talking about, you know, people that have a really busy schedule that are engineering majors. And now Sebastian's like, ooh, that's me. I want to work here now. You know? So it's called a look away. Did Jeff talk about that earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you want to do that whole look away thing during the market section especially. Also, an easy way to create interaction is you say by a show of hands. Anytime you say by a show of hands or raise your hand if, raise your hand too. By a show of hands, you know, who here has heard of Jeff Gamboa? Now raise your hand. All right, so just make sure that you're doing that. It's another nonverbal that really helps. Saying does not make sense in the market section is really important. Like, just use that phrase whenever you want in the interview. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand? Is everyone with me? You know, things like that. Next would be pay. Use pay as another chance to interview them. Use pay as another chance to interview them. Who remembers the market, who remembers the company averages? Who remembers the company average order? Who remembers the company average closing rate? Like, you're saying this in the interview? And then you can be like, so dang, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Do you remember how long the demonstration lasts?
30.
Yeah, about 45 minutes to an hour. They're like, oh, I don't know. All right, does anyone else want to give it a shot? Or if someone's like, if he's like, oh, 30 minutes, not quite. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Okay, so use the pay section as another way to interview them, but also that's your chance to also be very clear. The phrase you're gonna see. Do you guys? Everyone's seen the interview because you've all been interviewed. You know, in the pay section, there's like a bunch of like different parts in like in the DVD.
Yeah.
After every part, ask a question. Right. So there's a part where it's like it shows like the check. Right. Week 1 this would be her check. All that stuff. Say the word. Say like, does that make sense? Or do you see how that works? Do you see how I'm adding that up? Just literally ask a question after every one. Just make sure that they're following you. Make sure that they're with you. Because then you'll get some people that are like, they don't want to say no, right? But you can get a gauge of the group just by their faces. So then when I'm posting, like, hey, you seem a little confused in the pay section. Did you want me to review that for you real quick? You know, but by asking a question, they're like they don't say yes, or like they just like sit there like quietly or like not ready and down like I don't know what's happening. Some people are just really scared of numbers for some reason. So the pay section just again has to be very clear. Don't be afraid to go slow in the pay section either. All right, when you're new, just go slow because it's a lot of numbers too for you. All right. Training. That part of the interview, you just talk about there's initial training, right? So 3 days of training, or 2 days sometimes. There's the paid training appointments, and then there's the ongoing training, right? That's pretty self-explanatory as far as nonverbal goes. The only thing you have to make sure you say it right is the fact that initial training is unpaid training. That's the main thing you have to make sure. You're going to avoid a lot of headaches if you're like, oh, I thought training was paid for. No one in my office ever thinks training is paid for. Like, we're very clear with that. But there's a way to say it. What you don't say, yeah, so we have 3 initial days of training. It's not paid. You don't have to pay for it either. You don't say either like, yeah, we have 3 initial days of training. It's obviously unpaid training, and basically what my students do, you don't like squeeze it in there real quick. Don't be afraid to say it's unpaid training, by the way. I think a lot of people are like, because like if anyone's worked any other job, sometimes they do pay for training, like at a waitress or as a receptionist, whatever. We are loaning them $370 worth of product. I am standing there, trainer, who's run training before? We're standing and talking for 20 hours, and we're gonna pay them? No. Okay, so have pride in that too. Like before, actually back in the day, people used to pay for Cutco training. Right, Jeff? Like
I don't mind taking training payment.
I paid for my kit, but I know like before, like I heard like people used to get paid to pay to learn how to sell Cutco. Right?
Yeah,
so
there should be a fee you pay. There's like a $25 fee to get in.
So don't like just internally don't be afraid to say it's unpaid either, because I know as a new recruiter like I was like I try to like say it like randomly, but that screws the trainer up, because then when we have people ask this question, I thought training was paid for. It's not their fault. It's your fault for not conveying that properly. Okay, it's kind of like the demo. You know how Miss Jones, if she gives you an objection, it's not what you do after the objection. What's the problem?
What you did before.
What you did before, or what you didn't do before. So As a trainer, that's how we kind of gauge recruiters. If they ask us certain questions, we know what they did in the interview, for sure. Yeah.
So they tend to ask.
If training's paid for?
Yeah, they start.
Well, I say it, so they shouldn't really ask, but if they ask. Yeah. But you just say, I'm like, yeah, so we actually have 3 initial days of training. I explain training, and here's the thing, it's like Cutco, right? You have to build the value before you say the price. I talk about, I'm like, yeah, the first day is all about the product, make sure they're completely knowledgeable on it, that way they know completely what to do. Second day is about the customer, make sure they know how to talk to a customer, speak to a customer, all that stuff. Third day is a quick wrap-up, da-da-da. You also talk about how that training is featured in all of colleges and, universities nationwide. I used to skip that part, and then I realized that it's really important because it adds credibility to our program. And you say, yeah, so I'm like, this is basic training. It is unpaid training, even though it's something that they can put on the resume, but they don't have to pay for it either. You want to just make sure to stay clear, stay confident, and just keep going. Okay?
Another way where it says that the training is not paid is that when you introduce the second part of training for the paid training appointments, make sure this is where students start getting paid, even though they're only 1/3 done with their training. It shows that they're not getting paid for the initial part. If you say it correctly in the second part.
And this is something I've added, Jeff, speaking about, how Pal was saying how to add the whole 10 days in the interview. I've been playing around with that. But I've been saying, too, because you talk about initial training, and then there's the paid training appointments. And I'm like, and in the end, everyone, what's the best way to learn? In general, what's the way to learn something? And they're like, by doing it. Like, yeah, so this is where they start getting paid, is for their training appointments. That's when they start learning how to do the job, right? And then there's more to that. So, but in general, in training, it's easy. That's like the easiest part of the interview. Perks. It's not really two nonverbals. It's more like the feeling behind it, right? The sample kit, you have to be very clear, right? Because a lot of people go in there thinking that they have to pay for the kit, or they leave and they hear from people that they have to pay for the kit. Personally, I've stopped saying that they have a perk of paying for it, because that's the very end of the interview. The last thing I want is for somebody to zone out, and then the only thing they hear, pay $84.
Yep.
It's like, no, it's optional. So I've just stopped saying that. I'm just like, yeah, it is a loaner. It is completely free. They don't have to pay anything for it. I say it twice. I'm like, but because it's a loaner, I have to be that much more selective. I'm like, but they can take it home. They can use it whenever they want. Whatever, I'll just go into that. But just make sure that that's very clear that it is a free sample kit. But it's not like we're not giving it to them. It is on a loaner basis. Okay? The next perks, there's 5 parts, right? There's sample kit, there's pay, there's advancement, experience, in the team section, right? Pay, advancement, experience, downplay. Just downplay it, downplay it, downplay it. For the pay section, I don't even talk about it that much, everyone. I'm like, yeah, pay. I'm like, honestly, I don't know why they put it on here. I'm sure all of you can imagine the financial opportunities my students have. I'm not going to go too much into it. Like, I literally just, don't even talk about pay. Because it's true. Like, we just spent, 10, 12 minutes talking about pay. Why do I need to mention it again? Like, they already got the gist of it. And also, in the end, it's really important that you're downplaying it, because that way they don't feel like they're being sold too much. Because our job is already impressive as it is. All right? I think people feel like they have to convince people of certain things. If you've worked with me, you'll know how I feel about the word convince. Well, what does the word convince insinuate?
Manipulation.
Manipulation. Something's not true, right? Like, gentlemen, if you have to convince a girl to go out with you, don't go out with her. Ladies, same thing, right? Do I have to convince anyone of anything about the product or the opportunity? No, right? It's a great opportunity. It's a great job. We're doing them a favor, okay? So I think in general, don't feel like you have to convince people of certain things. Like, this is an awesome job already. It's already done a lot for a lot of you, and you guys haven't even tapped into the full potential of the opportunity yet, okay? So just keep that in mind as you go through the perks section. So yeah, pay, advancement, experience, just completely downplay it. The team section. This is different for every office, all right? I encourage that before you do a team section, you consult with your district manager or whoever's recruiting your office, specifically what your office wants to say for that team section. Like, I know Miami talks about, being #1 and being $2 million office, Silver Cup, all that stuff. There's only one #1 office. So literally no other office can do what the Miami team does, the pilot, there's only one pilot office. Like, no other office can do that, So every office is different. So talk to your managers about, what you're saying in your team section. My staple rule for the team section: if it doesn't give you goosebumps, you're not doing it right. If it doesn't give you goosebumps, you're not doing it right. You should be speaking genuinely. Don't be too hype about it. All right, don't talk about how you guys all hang out and you have all this fun and you do all this stuff and you're just, I don't know, I've heard some crazy stuff. I wasn't gonna call you out, but you did it yourself. I've heard some crazy things. All right, again, keep it simple, right? There's certain things you want to follow. But I do feel like you should be genuine. You should be genuinely excited about it. And I know, like, for me, when I talk about it, like, I get goosebumps right down my arms every single time. If I don't, I just know I wasn't in it. And that gets them excited to be on the team because they see that you're genuinely, like, talking about your team in a genuine way. They see that you love working here. And every single time in my interview, I get 2 to 3 people that say, like, I love the team atmosphere, I love the family environment, you know. I ran an interview on Thursday. They said, you know, I can tell the manager really loves her job or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I freaking love my job. I love my team. You know, so don't be afraid to be genuine about it and find your own way of saying it. But again, I know the interview was emailed out. Whatever that team section is, not to not do it, but just talk to your manager how to adjust it. Because each team section has the same format for the most part, but it's all different information, like in the inside, you know, depending on the office. Okay, so any general questions? Any feedback?
I would just say like the importance, not the importance, but like how critical it is, like you said, to have like goosebumps when you're talking about the team section, because it's really your opportunity to share your experience, your MPP experience, and what they want to create for themselves. And essentially, like the team is the biggest thing about the offense. That's what's going to keep them down the line.
If you can physically create goosebumps on a man, you can.
Yeah.
I think too, you'll know when you're giving a goosebumps.
Yeah, they're like, oh.
Alan and Isa.
Yeah, I think it's also important that you do talk to like your district manager, whoever, like in charge of the office, the team section, because you want to have the consistency going into training.
Yep.
And you don't want like people on one team section thinking something about the team and somebody else coming in with a different team section. And also, you don't want to turn off different people with your version of the team section.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you're talking about just like competition, there might be something that isn't into competition, you just lost that way.
Yep.
So, you want to have a really consistent team section with whoever your offensive is.
Nice, Isa.
You've told us before to me many times, like controlling your volume, and I think it's so important because voice is actually important in market section. That it's just so important in everything. So because you told me if you're engaged, someone's not engaged, that raising your voice a little, they turn and they'll pay attention to you.
Yep.
And they look at it, and you see the eyes. So it's something that you mentioned to me, and I want.
Well, Charles and thing.
I think one thing I picked up from the interview is that it's different from like a transition now. You went from selling and selling the product to now you're trying to basically show the opportunity, because you say you don't want to, you're used to it, oh, look at the rivets or look at this. You don't want to try to sell them on it, but you can't do that. You got to just, hey, this is this, it's full tank, so forth and so on.
And by the way, when you show the product, you don't even need to say the full tang, the rivets, all that stuff. Just talk about the handle material and the steel. I'm glad you said that, by the way. You say, if selected in training, we'll cover more details why the product's considered the world's finest. Oh yeah, what you said is right. I'm just saying, in general, don't say the tang, rivets, not important. Yeah.
Also, where like you told us, it's just like a demo in the sense that like if they have objections, it's not what you did, how you handled it after, it's what you did before.
Yep.
So it's just like putting yourself in their position and just really taking care of like making sure it's clarified, making sure that they know the training days aren't fair, making sure that they just know all that information and that they're paying attention so that there are no objections later on.
Yeah, and then in the post when you say, I'm assuming I answer all your questions, and they go, actually no, I'm like, damn. That they have a question like, all right, I didn't hit that hard enough, and that'll help you as a recruiter learn. Daniel and John, and Dario.
I would say the biggest, not biggest takeaway, but I think something that's really important as well is really your nonverbals and like the gestures that you make, because I think it's so much more impactful for somebody to realize something on their own than you having to say something, because it brings a lot more value. Like for instance, when you're doing the hand gesture from what happens to the price of a product you set from the factory all the way up to the store, the reason why you do that hand gesture is because you want them to figure out the answer without you saying it. And it's a lot more impactful because it's coming for them. They feel smart. Like, oh, obviously, the price goes up. Yeah, but I told you, man, with your hands. And like all that's really important because it just brings a lot more value because you don't have to say anything. They realize it themselves.
Yeah.
Just definitely the way how you say everything and how you deliver it, you really do create like this mystique and like emphasize curiosity in the person. It makes them want to come in for training. Like I said, yeah, we'll explain a little bit more if selected. become in training. So if you do select on the level, okay, I want to know about that to get better.
Yep.
And go towards it.
Yep. You say so, you can never say if selected too many times. Like, it's like saying expensive in your demo. Say if selected in your interview.
Oh, you were saying in the beginning, like, just set the tone right off the beginning is really important because you don't want those one kid who, like, shouting out random answers, just being a fool. So right when you get up there, just make sure they know you're in charge and, like, they're listening to you. You tell them what to do, and it's not the other way around. That's really important.
I haven't had anyone walk out of my interview all summer just because you're confident. If you're confident, no one would dare do that at all. And I think about in general, and we'll wrap up with this. Like, I know I said a lot of things that probably went over a lot of your heads. You're like, I don't even know what that is. That's cool. I get it. As you study the interview, like, you'll pick up on a couple of things. But just know that if you get just the basics down, again, how does the interview feel? Does the interview room even look good? You know, make sure like it looks clean, like it's vacuumed. You have the magazines, like the chairs aren't all spread out, like they're all like nice and neat. Make sure you have all your supplies. Make sure you look buttoned up, because at the end of the day, if you're clear, and if this looks like a professional environment, as a trainer, we'll take care of the rest. You know, but just make sure that again the feel of it has to be. They can't feel like they're walking to a sketchy place either, because if they've heard all this stuff and they walk in and like they're not being greeted professionally, or if they're like random papers, like all this random stuff like lying around, then it just reaffirms what they've already been hearing. So you have to keep that in mind too as a recruiter, like how are applicants viewing it. That's why I'm very everyone knows in my drawer of my interview, like I will freak out if there's like random pieces of rope and all that stuff. Like that does not happen in my recruiting. If there's like a cut penny like left over from an interview, I'm just like, what? Because I hate it. They're like, does anyone have a penny? They're like, I found a cut penny on the floor. I'm like, great. Who ran the last interview? Cool. Good to know. Noted. Well, if you can get Jeff in here. Yeah.
Also, another tip to save you guys time is after you're done with your interview, just let the people know to put the chairs back. Otherwise, after you're done posting everybody, you're in the interview room cleaning up and putting the chairs back yourself.
And I just clean on the spot. Like, hey, if you can help me out, but just as you get your papers, just put your chairs back and got them from cool, and just as you're filling them out, I just go ahead, I just put everything away, I erase the board, I just do everything right then and there. That way, because I am forgetful, like as a human being, I just forget things. So I just do it there, so I never really have to worry about it ever again. Yeah.
My biggest takeaway is that you make it your demo. Those are your nonverbals, and the way you genuinely speak about your team, it'll show. They'll invest in you more.
Yeah. And just make sure, and you're going to see a lot of different styles. Like, I think if you're female, we have to be that much more professional. If you're like a really like, if you're a guy that's like, you know, you're a little bit bigger, you're like a little bit like physically intimidating, like you have to be, you can't be so professional, you can't be so intimidating, but still like you want to keep a certain mystique. There's so many, like, it is a lot of gray area, which is why it takes a while to really get that veneer down as you interview, but just first things first, learn the script. Like, just learn it as soon as you can, and then everything I said will make a lot more sense, for sure. Cool. So.
You get it?
Yeah.
So can we have a quick round of applause? All right, let's take 10. We'll do a quick stretch. If you want, I would say we're going to be doing drill for skill a little bit on the for matrix just after this. So if you want to start practicing a little bit, let's take 10. Cool. How do I get this?
He changed the arrival time, so like I still got here early. I thought we were gonna be able to come here and have time to eat. This is not here. I don't know who this is. I'm just going.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's way better. And like.
Say my name, no one is around you. Oh, baby, I love you.
So, La Isla, we're going to take a quick break. And You guys can go ahead and start doing your drill for skill. Pal, you can text message me how we're doing so far on time, and then we'll reconvene for the planner session. It won't take the full time, so we might even do it before it's scheduled. So we're supposed to go back. Matter of fact, we're probably gonna bring Ricky up after this. Yeah, so about 6:15 we'll reconvene San Juan, and then I'll keep the broadcast going for the mainland people that are broadcasting in, so you can watch some of the pre-screens and see the evaluation and what feedback that I give. Okay, so we'll keep this running. That's what I heard. It's awesome. Definitely one. Thank you.
I'll be able to say that accurately here.
No.
I'll actually be saying that all the Are you going to do the video with everybody? Breaking it out?
Sure, yeah. The problem, the challenge is we need to get which is not a problem. Yes. Like last year. We're gonna keep that going. Start last year.
What?
It's hard to believe that you are at home by yourself and not just hurt the boy or the voice of someone else. This question why you feel kinda like I'm caught up in your pain. You cannot say my name. I say that I have two things. I'm so down, that's the way it's saying. I shouldn't be the reason why I take the train. Nobody's holding back on me. We say everything the reason to.
Are you able to stick around and do show? I won't lie to you, I'm like,
Say, baby, I love you. Say my name. You let me out the shade. Shady. No one is around you. Baby, I love you. I love you. Say my name. Say my name. You let me out the shade. Calling me baby. No one is around you. Baby, I love you.
what happens?
So it's like everything going on right now shouldn't really affect me negatively. As far as like not being able to be in the office.
I have you're not getting that advantage, but you can make up for it. You know, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, if your matrix is up, your matrix is up. It's not fair. I don't care how you
So I'm a finance, and I'm actually.
So the answer is no.
So it's like, I mean, school-wise.
If you decide to let it be everyone's got a different version of how to get there.
Is it even last year? Was there anything?
That's it.
Yeah.
High communication with That's a big one. You gotta make sure you communicate.
like this.
You do that here. Cool.
You look at me differently, love.
Come on now.
Ever since the first moment I spoke your name,
Yeah, it really is.
I knew that by you being in my life, things were destined to change.
A little more energy.
We'll look at your schedule. Just want to see. Maybe just try to be Thursday night, something a bit earlier.
Yeah, so Thursday evenings I'll be my last class on site. So I'll be straight.
I'm training till 8:30. Be right back. So just want to see like what you have.
So I'll take this in. I'll go like it.
Yeah.
While you're training. So I can watch
Yeah, with people too. There's be like an reception there.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
So, right now, what's that?
How you feeling, Big Daddy?
What's that?
How you feeling, Big Daddy?
Good.
Hot as hell. What's that?
It's hot in here. That's how it always is.
With this many people, yeah. This room isn't made to have like 50 people in it, you know?
Yeah, 2 kids.
Yeah, but look how big they are.
This office you've always been in?
We have another office we were renting for just the summer, like 5 doors down. It's just for the training, only for the summer. When it's a big training, we use those.
This is twice the size as last year. That's big.
Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. Hey, if we cut out, I'm going to reboot part 3 coming up here, okay? Just to let you know if we cut out.
The performance artist.
Can we grab everyone? I did. I got like multiple texts. We'll catch up.
Yeah, if you want to, I was telling you, I'm not sure what your plans are going to get your car dropped off, but I can just stay with you if you want. And then we'll meet up Karina somewhere.
I will. The problem is I have good prepping. I fly out tomorrow, but I can definitely we can set a time. Or if I get a ride.
Even if it's just an hour.
I have like 5 hours.
Are you driving your car straight from the mechanic to?
No, what I'm saying is I was going to drop my car off. I didn't talk about this.
I don't have a car yet. So you're driving your car home? Well, Karina can follow us, is what I'm saying.
Karina's fine.
She'll come and she'll follow, or she'll drive up. She's like, I'll go anywhere you guys want.
I'm not really going to be over here.
It's not all the way to Brooklyn.
If I went back with you guys, I could get time.
Well, I'm saying, we would drive down whenever Erica can meet us, so maybe she can take you with her. Because me and her were the same time, so I know she'll be fine. Maybe we can drop you off if I'm with her. So, like, we'll drive down or whatever. Or I can stay with you, but or Karina can come up and meet us. Or you can follow Erica down and drop the car off.
My mechanic's right there. So I was going to drop the car off, and then whoever my ride in is, Karina, maybe someone like that. I had like 2 hours to prep my I would do it probably when I get back. Just schedule on flight. Yeah, it's tough. Let me think about it.
Maybe Karina can drive up. If you want, I could go and do whatever. I guess you should have to prep. Then I guess not, but.
Yeah, like it's not. If I.
You can't prep like all day.
So you can just work on and a if anything, we have to set a call or something. I don't think let me put my headphones. Yeah.
Just run across the room and just make the dirt like figure out.
Yeah.
I want to make sure everything's on.
Well, hey, back real quick. I was thinking. Actually, you know what? Can you just make sure everyone's in now? Can everyone back in? Can you give me a second? Yes. What happened today?
Well, my helmet, it has like 2 inflatable parts inside. There's the side stuff and there's the stuff over here. And the side stuff deflated, so there's one part inflated and I have like a ring on my head. So it stayed firm right there, so whenever I would hit someone, it would all concentrate right there. Might have been cutting them out for like 3 days.
Okay.
When I first came, yeah. But I'm feeling better now.
Okay, good. You need to step out, I understand. Henry, what's up?
No, I just genuinely wanted to show you earlier today, and I made to show you that hit 6K this morning. Keep going. You gotta get higher. I'm sneaking in here. You gotta get higher. I'm good. I'll take it. You good? 10. You gotta get to 10 as soon as possible.
Yes.
But I also know you're also going. You're just getting this late, so it's good. You started training what, the week before SC3?
Yes.
2 weeks. Yeah, you're catching it.
No excuse.
You'll get it. Not worried. That's why you're here. Let's get everyone in. Thank you for sharing that.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, I thought that you
Have a seat, everybody. Let's get started. Ready? I'm going to play something. Don't yell it out, but raise your hand if you know it. I'm going to play the first 5 seconds.
Come on and go with me.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows who's singing it?
What? That's actually kind of easy. Who's singing it? What is that from?
Yeah, I think John.
Ordinary people.
Yeah, it's John Legend. The intro to Get Lifted, his album.
Is that a new one?
It's like his first album. Big one. Okay. What are we missing? Karina, you still here? Are you still here? What are you doing still here?
Adios.
Good luck. You don't need it though.
Thank you. Feels nice.
It could be. How much time do you have?
Yeah.
Whatever. So here's the deal. With the size of the group, we're not going to be able to take as much time. We'll get to do a few drills for the general session. Me, I'm going to call a few people. I'm going to call a couple people randomly. By the way, I do this all the time. Where if you're not prepared, I'll call you. You don't get to volunteer. So always be prepared. And you'll drill for your matrix score, and we'll get feedback. The way that drill works, either whether it's in the group or in a smaller section, you'll do parts of your interview, right? You'll get initial feedback from the manager, which is myself, or I might call upon someone like a Paz or a Ricky or someone else who's run multiple interviews to do it. And then you'll get a score, and then you also get feedback, again, how to improve it. Okay, it's pretty objective. It's also not personal. And if you don't know it, you don't know it, and that reflects poorly on your skills. Doesn't mean you're a poor human being. It just means you're not prepared. Your matrix is low today, but you fix it. But what I also don't want is hey, yeah, my matrix is bad. I already know. Well, I mean, you had ample time to prepare. So just know you're always making an impression. We definitely won't be able to get everyone today, because even if we do break up into groups, there's still quite a few people here compared to last year. Even last year we had, I think, 5 different groups, and we still couldn't get through everyone. So we might even just do like 2 to 4, 2 to 7, maybe less than 10 today, just so the people on YouTube, on the Skypers, can see what kind of feedback I'm giving. But on the 20th, we'll be able to get everyone else, no problem. That works, because it's the same thing, pre-screen and then post also. Any questions?
Can we volunteer? Is it all right?
In a little bit, yeah, in some cases. Okay. So you guys can come on in. Don't worry, I'll let you guys sit. All right. Let's see. Start here. Can I have an extra chair? Pause, can you grab me, please? 2 chairs. Oh no, I just want folding chair. That's fine. Is that yours? Can you grab that bag? Okay, I'll smash it. Perfect. Go back. It's so quiet.
Moment of truth.
Moment of truth? I don't know about truth. If the pre-screen's the truth, you're in trouble. A lot more moments. Okay, so this will be the recruiter desk. This will be the applicant desk. So I'll let the broadcasters kind of check out a couple of the pre-screens, and I'll be able to get feedback, and then go from there. And then Alex, I'm going to probably have you jump on your message after this, after the first few pre-screens, okay? So let's see here. Here's my phone.
You can say it. Assistant.
Would anyone not like to volunteer?
That's a bit of a.
Can I get him picked first?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, we'll have to make way. Maybe politicians.
Who doesn't want to be first? Who doesn't want to
volunteer to be tribute? Volunteers. Try to go ahead. You're the applicant? Yeah.
Do I need a clipboard?
Yeah, why don't we grab?
Alan,
Alan, can you grab materials for application? And you can, by the way, you can use your notes. I mean, if you don't know it, your notes don't do anything. So I don't mind if you use your notes.
Sorry.
You'll probably be using your notes the first anyway. So tense right now.
How much of them? It's like.
What do you
Oh, okay. Cowboy?
He wants both.
Disregard what you read. Mine is crossed out anyways.
Okay. When you're ready, just grab a seat.
You want to do like the whole intro thing?
You just have a seat in the pre-screen.
All right, Anthony.
How's it going?
Come in, have a seat.
Yeah.
Directions are okay today?
Yeah. You're fine.
And what area are you coming from?
I'm coming actually from Miami here, so it took me a little bit, but I got here in pretty okay time.
Okay, awesome. Well, just to introduce myself, my name is Charles Stewart, and I'm the assistant manager here at our Fort Lauderdale office. What I'm doing right now is quickly pre-screen through applications. I'm going to be asking you a few quick questions, give you a little bit of information about our company, and if things look good, I'll have you stay immediately for a second interview. And that is a 60-minute interview where I will cover a full job description, get to know our applicants better, and answer any specific questions about our openings at that time. At the end of that process, I can quickly make final decisions for everyone being considered and give a yes or no decision on the spot. So once again, this is just a quick pre-screen. It'll be just a few short moments, so it's pretty painless. Now, Anthony, how did you hear about the position?
I was actually recommended by one of my friends, Nico.
Okay. Oh, Nico is. He works in his office. Cool. And are you looking for full-time or part-time work?
I'll be looking for part-time. I'm going to school right now, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're trying to work part-time in the evenings, weekends?
I'll probably do like evening and weekends if that's possible.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're looking to start as soon as possible?
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Okay.
Like today.
Okay. Well, Anthony, the position you're applying for involves sales and customer service with Cutco products. Now, Cutco is a high-quality line of kitchen products, as well as a few select sporting accessories. Now, my students get paid to meet one-on-one with customers, explain and demonstrate products, answer any questions the customers may have, and fill out customer order forms if they're interested. Now, Anthony, there is no experience necessary because we do provide training to those applicants that are selected. And there is no door-to-door or no telemarketing because all of our customers have already been recommended to us, so it's a more professional basis. Now, the starting pay is $15, and that is a guaranteed rate of pay, not based on sales or commission. But we do have a commission incentive for our for our students based on performance. But again, the guaranteed pay is $15. Now, Anthony, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate your communication skills? With 10 being
10.
perfect.
Yeah, 10 for sure.
So you're perfect?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay. And if given the proper training, do you feel you can work well with customers?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, I don't see any reason not to consider you at this point, so I would like to formally invite you to stay for a second interview. I'm assuming you have 60 or so minutes to spend with us?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. And at the end of that process, you have your questions answered, I'll have my questions answered, and we can make some final decisions. So, Anthony, if you would like, I would like to, for you to grab a seat in the lobby. We'll get started in 10 minutes, so feel free to read the magazine, and good luck.
Why would you clap for that? Yeah. Tell me. Why do you clap for that? Why? Did he entertain you? Why are you clapping for him? Shouldn't you know this? Why are you clapping for him? Clap for him? It's not a performance. It's your job. You clap for me when I give opening comments? Probably shouldn't tell me to. My job. Do people clap for you at the end of your training? You want people to clap after your interview? That's a clap. All right, next level group, positive feedback. What went well?
I mean, for sure knows the information. So,
Okay, so he knows the information.
He knows, I wouldn't say internalized, but knows it.
Sure.
He has it memorized,
Okay,
yeah.
next level, who else knows positive feedback?
Sure, he looks confident, calm, collected.
Maxo.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I mean, it's not like at 100% obviously as far as confidence and stuff, but I feel like he has a good foundation.
There's a grasp. There's a good grasp, for sure. Go ahead.
He maintained eye contact.
Yeah, really good eye contact. You can tell the part, you know, and I've just been doing this for so long, you can tell there's the part where it's clearly memorized, he's starting to internalize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You lost it when you started explaining what a rep does. Our reps get paid to sit down with customers one-on-one, present products, and pause. You don't know what they do. What do they do? They write up orders if they're interested. But you're worried about most of the words, right? That's clear. It's fine. But that's still. What else? What well? What else from next level?
It wasn't rushed. It was
Yeah, very.
calm and talk
I saw it. We'll do one more.
It's not an empathy there, so we need to speak from where we are.
I mean, clearly, he wasn't just looking at this right before the prep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How long you looked at it? About like a week. Okay. So I would give you a solid 3 for sure. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just where you probably need to be. But your confidence probably takes you closer to a 3.5. Be good, right? Okay. So keep working on it. For being the first one to go, let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Be careful what we're talking for. You know what I mean? So, good job.
His hand is
perfect.
Stop
Stop it. Any next level feedback for Charles? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing is just make sure you're actually having a conversation, like engaging, like actually asking questions. Because like I wanted to respond, be like, okay, cool, yeah, I'm really nervous right now. Like I just didn't have a chance because you just kept talking. So just like make sure when you're like,
well,
yeah,
it's basic. When someone asks when you ask a question, wait for that.
Response.
Yeah, for a response. Answer. Feedback.
It's more
Something
conversational.
you can support, and you're supposed to get an application.
I don't know. This is a mock one, so it's different. And the first one's always the one that gets
whatever response
right.
is always
I mean, Charles, you're the first one. The first one that gets what you're always.
Yourself.
But make sure you're writing down their answers, or if it's applicable. Be careful not to write down everything because you're just writing, not listening. Okay.
I would say and I'm at fault for that too. I do the same thing. It's saying awesome. I would have said
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. You're not 10. I wanted to dance because
That would be nice.
Okay, cool. Romy.
You guys. Anthony?
Yes.
All right, now the seat. What direction okay for you today?
Yeah, they were fine.
From what area?
More or less in Miami area, so.
How was the traffic?
It wasn't too bad actually.
Okay. Well, Anthony, I'm Romulo Padilla. I'm the head recruiting manager for our South Miami office here today. So basically, what I'm doing, I'm just pre-screening the applications. I'm gonna ask you a few quick questions, and I'm gonna give you more information about the company. And if anything looks well, I'll have you stay immediately for a second interview. And that's a 60-minute interview where I'll cover a full job description, get to know the applicants better, and I'll be able to make some final decision on the spot, thoroughly being considered. So again, this is a quick pre-screen. It'll be pretty painless. How'd you hear about the job?
Actually, got recommended to the job by one of my friends. I think he works here. I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you know his name?
Yeah, Nico Volsky.
Nico Volsky. He's doing pretty well. I actually like working with him.
Okay.
Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes. Yeah, I'm in college right now. Yeah.
Okay. So Anthony, are you looking to work more full-time or part-time?
Part-time or on classes.
Okay. And Anthony, I'm assuming you're looking to start as soon as possible?
Yeah, like today, tomorrow, like as soon as I can. Yeah, I gotta pay for student loans and stuff. So yeah, for sure.
Okay. So, Anthony, the position that you're applying for involves some customer service work with a product called Cutco. Have you heard of it before?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, basically what Cutco is, it's a high-quality line of cutlery and some stuff for the kitchen and also some outdoor items. So what our students get paid to do is meet with customers and answer any questions about the product, and if they like it, they can fill out some order forms. So, Anthony, we're also not looking for people with experience because we do offer full training. Those applicants that are selected.
Stop. I already gave you a 5, let's say. You got a 5. Your matrix 5 right now. Start over.
The whole thing?
Without a hat thing.
Okay.
It's the same thing I told you.
Okay.
Ready? You got a 5. Nice job. Well done. 5. Perfect matrix. Go.
Okay.
Your score is irrelevant now.
Alright, so you
Start
start from the
no,
beginning?
start with what our reps get paid to do. Or
Okay.
the product you're applying for, the position you're applying for.
Okay. So our students get paid one-on-one, I mean to meet with customers?
Just after okay, for part-time, full-time. Okay, great. Anthony.
Okay.
Position you're applying for. So it's customer sale and service.
Okay, Anthony, so the position that you're applying for involves customer service work with a product called Cutco. Have you heard of it before?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, what Cutco is, it's a high line of cutlery and some stuff for the kitchen, and it's also some outdoor items. So what our students get paid to do is just fill out order forms or explain and demonstrate the product and fill out order forms if the customers like it. And Anthony, we're also not looking for people with experience because we do offer full job training, so those applicants that are selected. And all of our customers have...
Stop, go on a scale of 1 to 10. Start there.
On a scale from 1 to 10?
Yeah,
Okay. Anthony, so on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely perfect, what would you rate your communication skills?
I'd say like a 6 or 7.
A 6 or 7? Well, Anthony, we do offer a full training, and with the proper training, do you feel like you would work well with customers?
Yeah, as long as I'm knowledgeable in the product, yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't see any major reasons not to consider you further at this point. What I can do is invite you to stay for the second interview. I'm assuming you do have 60 minutes to spend with us today.
Yep.
Okay, and at the end of the interview, I'll have my questions answered, you have your questions answered, and I'll be able to make some final decisions. Now, I do want to let you know that in order for this to run smoothly, you should ask a lot, or you should answer all the questions I ask, because I am looking for interaction. And yeah, we're gonna get started in about 10 minutes, so go ahead and grab a seat.
Stop for a second. So, Romy, you tell me, why did I do that poll? Oh, you already have a 5. What am I trying to teach you, tell you?
Because I felt at the beginning, I was pretty nervous.
You were?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. Like, hey, you're nervous as hell. Okay.
Yeah.
So I got a district manager of yours who's very proud of you. She's like, oh, wait till you see Romy's gonna kill it. You did not kill it, but you killed it at the office.
Mm.
I can assure you, this is where I want you to take confidence. You will never, ever, 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 ever run an interview with 40 people watching you and the division manager giving you a score. Anything else less than that is cake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is nothing. Oh, next one. This is the hardest thing. This is the hardest thing. When you run the regular interview, piece of pie, right?
Yeah.
Piece of cake. No problem. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you, I would give you a 3.5 plus. Okay. I know you know this because every night your district manager Karina talks to me about it. She's saying, Romy this, Romy that. I believe her, by the way. It's just that under this pressure, this is the Navy SEAL training. We make it as hard as hell here. You'll never have to deal with the situation like you will here. It's a regular interview, piece of cake. Look at all these people watching you, judging you, scoring you in their head.
Yeah.
And you got me. I mean, this is just a whole different scenario. But when you get down to a regular interview, what do you have, 5 to 10 people, 15 people in front of you? At most 20, 25 people, you meet with like this. What's your biggest group? On the low end, 1.
Yeah.
What's your largest group? On the high end, 20 plus people. On the high end,
20
okay?
plus, yeah.
So solid. Okay, next level group, positive feedback. I would say, like Charles, for the most part, I know he's not just learning it for the first time, so knows positive.
Yeah, I was just gonna, and I told him this when we had our prep. It's like, you look the part. You're gonna be an awesome recruiter. It's just you got to get over like the. I mean, you run the show. It's your show. Like so, whatever. Even if you mess up, keep it moving. You know, like don't like. I meant to do that. Actually, I meant to mess that up. Perfect. Let's keep it. That's what you
hit the space bar there real quick.
Okay.
This one. Hit it now. Hit it. Other one's right. Ah, you missed it. So late. Turned off. I give you a 1 now. Next level group, other positive feedback.
Done a much better job of internalizing it over, because I've watched you quite a lot. I saw you were so nervous, but I'm just curious to see how nervous you started.
Other positive feedback, next level.
I like the way he internalized it. He understood the words and got the message across instead of worrying so much about the wording.
Yeah.
So that makes
and the wording's important, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Good.
And then he like I liked his demeanor during the interview. I thought it suited him well. He wasn't too stuck up. He wasn't too like professional. He was really him and comfortable during the pre-speech. So I really liked the confidence was there too.
We're a couple of thoughts for you. You really have to understand what you're saying, but also there's something to be said about knowing the words. You said, and they quote, Cucko's a high line of cutlery. What the hell is a high line of cutlery? What is a high line of cutlery?
High quality stuff.
It is a high quality line of cutlery. It's a high quality line of kitchen cutlery. We get so caught up, it's a high line of cutlery. That's not proper English, that means nothing in the English language.
Yeah.
If you have a sharp kid, goes to Ivy League school, catches that, don't recruit him. You won't recruit me if you don't speak the good English language. I personally, with Jeff Gamble, I'm just telling you, I personally, Jeff Gamble, after 4 years at Loyola High School Prep School, the most expensive school in Baltimore, around the people I'm not. I go to an interview like that, you speak like that to me, I'm not shutting up. I want to work here. But the recruiter that recruited me, her name was Bobby Stromer. She was 3 years older than me. She went to Notre Dame Prep, and she was very eloquent. She spoke very well. She was talking about her resume experience, and she had great vernacular and vocabulary, and articulated her words well, and she spoke the great grammar. I'll work here. These are people like me. That's how you work with the sharper people. Number 2, slow down. You can articulate. Okay, especially depending if you. I mean, this is different than I've come down to South Florida. When I was in DC Metro, I did a lot of international in the DC area. Here it's a lot more Latin American flavor. You really have to slow down because if you speak Spanish, someone who doesn't speak Spanish, you really have to slow down and articulate your words for that non-Spanish speaking or vice versa. Because you have a very, in my eyes, and it's different, you have on the thicker side of accent, right? Nothing wrong with that. You just have to take your time and articulate your words. That's all it is. Okay. Good. Overall, pretty solid. Good round of applause for working. Heather.
Sorry.
You give it a board, where's that board?
Yeah, I just gotta change
Oh,
my
there you go. Okay, kiddo.
Anthony?
Yes.
Come and have a seat. Directions are okay for you today?
Yeah, just fine.
Coming from what area?
Not too far, like 10, 15 minutes away, right around the corner almost.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got it.
Stop. Already, she listens better than the first 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's also a receptionist. She's learned how to do this.
Just a little bit right now.
Relax. I already like you. You're good. Relax. I purposely put. There's no accident what I pick and why. In my mind, I always pick for the 3rd or 4th one someone who I already know is going to have good, whether they know the script or not. That's actually not why I'm calling you up. I'm calling you up because I wanted to pick someone who I know has good intercommunicational skills. Because Heather's one of the best receptionists in FC who's turned into a rep / FC AGL. Okay, already her body language is professional, and just you can tell she's listening. Versus the first 2 guys were more concerned about the words, and it's like you can tell there's script going on through the head, right? So just keep an eye and listen. So start over, relax.
Okay.
So start over. Anthony, have these directions okay for you?
Directions are okay for you today?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. And coming from what area?
About 10 minutes away, not too far.
Okay, great. That's good. So my name is Heather Familetti, and I am the assistant manager for our Treasure Coast office. What I'm doing today is just quickly pre-screening the applicants, just going to give you some information about our company, ask you a few quick questions. And if things look good, I'll have you stay immediately for a second interview. That would be about 60 minutes where we'll cover a full job description, answer the questions that you have at that time, get to know the applicants a little bit better. And that way at the end I can quickly make final decisions about all the applicants being considered, make a quick yes or no decision on the spot. So again, this is just a quick pre-screen, it's pretty painless, just a few quick questions. So how did you hear about the openings?
Next level, evaluate that. Just that first bit. What do you pause it? What do you know?
Yeah, it's super. Just real calm, real welcoming. Like very like. I mean, that's the first part. Is creating comfort. So like you're hitting it on the head. Like yeah, very.
It's just not awkward because she's getting the music with the words. You know, so that's when it starts coming together.
See the difference? And you're not technically a first year. She's like the 1.5 year. She's in between. She's not next level. She's not a first year. You're kind of in between. So you get there's an advantage you have just from experience.
Just good posture.
Yeah, your posture is comfortable.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable when you sit uncomfortably.
Say it again.
It's uncomfortable when you sit uncomfortably.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Heard that exact quote. Other next level. What do you notice?
Great reception's voice. Definitely have that advantage. Because you work on the phone. So just already like that advantage.
It's like listening to you. Your voice doesn't act like listening to you?
I guess.
You better. Okay. All right.
With her, you can easily tell that she's familiar with it, she's internalized it, and it just flows well.
Can you go to the part for me where you just explain the job position you're applying for?
Okay. Well, Anthony, the position that you're applying for, it does involve sales and some customer service work representing Cutco products. Have you heard of Cutco before?
I think my family or something. Someone has it.
Okay. You might have. Cutco, it's a high quality line of kitchen cutlery.
She's listening to his answers. Big difference, right? You get a scale of 1 to 10.
So now, Anthony, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate your communication skills? 10 being, perfect, no room for improvement.
That was part of like honor society and a couple like different clubs and stuff. So probably like an 8.5.
Okay. So 8 because you're in honor society, so that's good. And given the proper training, do you feel you do well working with our customers?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, great. Well, I don't see any reason to not consider you further.
See that? She actually considered whether or not to consider him without saying it. I don't see any reason not to consider you, so what I'm going to do is I just stay for the second interview. If you minus the full bulk of the interview, that's a 60-minute interview. Cover all your questions, you cover all mine. Again, we'll give you a final decision. You don't have to see it, Communication Card Magazine. Do that? Overall, great to me. I would give you a 4+, but I don't give anyone a 5 usually unless you're afraid to run an office. But 4+, but continue to learn. I don't know how the rest of the interview could be dog terrible. I don't know. With this part, you just gotta keep learning it. And here's what I'll say: don't already be nervous without having a reason to be nervous. There's zero reason you should be nervous. Get out there. If for some reason you decide you chose to be nervous, choose not to be nervous. The same way you chose to let your heart race, choose not to. Okay.
Calm down a little bit.
You raise that?
Yeah.
Do what Daddy says, not as Daddy does. That's right. I do. Okay, have a seat. Give her a round of applause. Ricky.
Bobby.
Don't be difficult, But there's a couple extra things I want you to hear.
All right. Directions okay for you today?
Yep.
Great. Where are you coming from?
More like the Pines area, more or less.
Not too far. Anthony, just to formally introduce myself, my name is Ricky Ballister. I'm actually the pilot sales manager here in the Fort Lauderdale office. What I'm doing right now is quickly pre-screen through all the applications. Things go well, have you stay immediately for a second interview. That'll be a 60-minute interview where I'll cover a full job description, get to know the applicants a little better, get that process. Essentially, I'll have my question answered, you'll have your question answered, and you can make any decisions from there. Okay. For right now, like I said, a few quick questions, and it's pretty advanced. So, Anthony, you heard about us?
I knew you were going to do it. Thank you. You can smile in the interview. I guarantee you, this is just my experience for 10 plus years. There's a third of you, and you won't smile a single bit. I wouldn't show up because you didn't smile. By the way, Bobby, who recruited me, you'd smile. She did. She's very cute. Very pretty lady. And she smiled. So, Dario, just a few quick questions. Just a genuine, not a sleazy okay, it's pretty pink, not like that. But I'm serious because some people have that when they first started running interviews. Dario had this weird smirk, I'm smiling, but I'm not really paying attention. I have to smile, and then it became more genuine. It takes practice. You don't talk about it. You don't talk about it. Yeah,
I think it's just very comforting too. It's like, yes, you're an interview. I'm interviewing you, but at the same time, it's like,
yeah, right. Thank you. Can we get Ricky a round of applause? College direction's okay for you?
Yep.
Good. Where are you coming from today?
Oh, the Pines area was.
How's traffic?
This time was a little rough.
Yeah, welcome to South Florida, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. My name's Jeff Gamble. I'm the owner. This is not a formal interview. This is just a quick pre-screen. So, Anthony, what I'm going to do is ask you a few quick questions. I'll give you some information about the company. At the very end, if things go well, I'll have you stay for a more formal second interview. That interview is about a 60-minute interview. That's a full-blown job description where I cover all the full details of the company. But this is, again, like just a quick pre-screen. And by the way, at the end of that interview, I'll be able to give you the final decision. This is just a quick pre-screen, a few questions. Pretty painless. Okay? All right, let's go. How did you hear about us?
I actually got a card on campus.
Okay, what school? BC?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it's second semester, so.
Yeah, how's college?
It's a little bit of an adjustment, yeah.
Okay. Part-time, full-time?
More part-time, but if any sort of breaks, I mean, I'd love to work full-time.
I'm looking at your schedule. Days, evenings, weekends?
Yeah, I normally have my school schedule between like 12 and 3, so I guess in the evening, and then on the weekend.
Okay. And you can start as soon as possible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Anthony, the position you're applying with and applying for involves a position involving sales and customer service. We work with Cutco products. Are you familiar with the product Cutco?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, Cutco is a line of high-quality, kitchen high-line quality. Anyway, so I just said it for you. I'm sorry. I had to pick on someone. So what are you getting from that? I just did the quick. I haven't run a pre-screen, a live pre-screen in years. So confidence, comforting, listening.
Conversation.
Okay, ready? What's the next level? What's the term about what is it? What's the how do you describe the conversational tone of the interview? Ready? Professional conversationals. Professional conversationals or professional conversation. Right? Before we get started, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Jeff Gamble. I'm the division manager owner here in the Fort Lauderdale office. What you just went through is a quick pre-screen, and what we did, Romy, is we just went through all the applicants, and you're the 19 people I want to spend a little bit more time with today. Ryan, what we decided to do now, this is the group interview. You guys see the difference? It's professional conversational. You guys understand that?
It's more, what I feel is more not what you are saying, but how you are saying it. You are distilling the confidence of, I run the show.
Right, but it's what I'm saying too, because it's got to be on the script. And I'll tell you, mine was only 75% on the script. I can tell you that honestly. But it's like riding a bike. Okay, what else you take from that, Lisa?
It's still your personality. Like,
Okay.
You're interviewing, but you're not trying to be something you're not.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more of these, but what first years? What are you taking from the first 4 or 5 so far? What are you taking? What lessons as you improve yours? Go ahead, heads up. Have your own personality, but stick to the FC script. What else?
Friendly yet professional.
Yeah, friendly yet professional. Okay.
Be professional, but don't fear yourself into something you're not.
Right. Don't be someone you're not.
The whole have a conversation at it. Like stay on script, obviously, as far as the words go, but don't be afraid to go off script as far as like, oh, you go to this campus, how do you like it?
Yeah, like it's a genuine, and be careful not to go too far. But it's part of being a really good listener and listening to. One thing that all three did the same, from Heather to Romy to Charles. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your people skills? No matter what they say, what you say after can really spark a connection too. Ready? So I'm just going to do 3 different here. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your communication skills, Anthony?
I played sports. I was in a couple of different leadership groups. I guess 7.5, 8.
Okay. Why so high?
I mean, definitely just from the past experiences, kind of being put.
Stop it. I'm listening. But he's pretty confident. He's not cocky. Like, sure. Tell me more. That might be any next level. Okay. So that's a great. Tell me why so high. Or tell me more. Or why do you say that?
Yeah,
okay. Then you have like the cocky answer. So on a scale of 1 to 10, Anthony, how would you rate your people skills? Like 10 being absolute perfect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people are just kind of easy. So like 9, 10.
Okay. So perfect.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Why so high? Pretty confident.
Yeah, actually, I just started up a startup program or business with one of my friends, and we're doing
nice.
really well. So I
can
kind of see this as extra training for me. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, congrats on that. That's cool. So what I did, right? I didn't smash him, even though I don't prefer cocky people, but I kind of said, "Ooh, okay, you're pretty confident." But then I gave him a reason. I wanted to see why he's confident. He said, "I have a startup I just started." That's pretty impressive, at least in his mind. So I said, "Hey, congrats." Guess what? Now I'm on his side. Oh, this guy knows how great I am. This Jeff Gamble guy, he knows how great I am. He just congratulated me on my startup because I'm a 10 out of 10 with people. If you answer that 10 out of 10, you're typically the type of person that likes when people feed you right? So play the game a little bit. This is some advanced stuff. And then really low, really low, right? Scale of 1 to 10, Anthony. How would you? And no one says like 1 or 2. Those people don't even like make it like right? You know what I mean? That's like a hypothetical. That on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your people skills? Like 10 being absolute perfect.
I get really nervous like talking to one-on-one. So
Sure.
like, I guess like 4.
Okay. For a college student, it's pretty solid. Why so high?
I mean, I go to school, so like I'm learning. You know, like I'm doing kind of like classes, like speech classes.
Good for you. So what am I doing there? Right. And what did I say? Why so high? There's always room to improve. And it's so funny when you have someone who's not confident and they say 5 or 6. You go, oh, great, that's pretty solid. Why so high? Oh.
Yeah, it threw me off. I was like, wait, what?
So I just want you to, when they give an answer, tell me more. Tell me more about that. In life, when someone gives you an answer to your question, try. Why is that? What do you mean by that? For clarification, to engage, for you to hear, to listen. Whenever you're significant, baby Heather, how was your day? I was awesome. Yeah, tell me more. Is that it? What else? General, let me teach you something when you speak to women in general, like your parents, your mom, significant others. Tell me more. What else? We'll open invite, because by nature, men like to not listen and talk. We go to the cave. And the women like to talk by nature, like to nurture, like to vent or speak. So encourage that, and you'll create a stronger connection. How's your day? Hey, Heidi, how's your day, baby? Oh, it was good. We had some crazy stuff at the hospital. Yeah, tell me. Tell me more. I'm genuinely interested. Tell me more. Oh, we had this one case. Oh, what happened there? Tell me more. Right? You know what I got last night? You're such a great listener. I am. Yes, I'm an unbelievable listener. But it's not because I just sit there and listen. It's because I ask questions that will engage me to listen and propel more from the person speaking. See how that works out? Tell me more. Why is that? What do you mean by that? Put that into your vocabulary for life. Tell me more. What do you mean by that? Why is that? Tell me more about that. Tell me why. What you mean by that? What you trying to say? Don't say it like that.
And even when you're listening, like you kind of sometimes you'll lean in, like you'll like open your eyes, like you'll like turn your ear to them.
Yep.
That,
I'm doing it to you now. I don't know anything about it yet. Right? Because seeing is believing. 55% of communication is body language. So try to practice that. This is all kind of advanced stuff. Any other thoughts? What else are you learning from me, from the other 3? We'll switch. You do one.
I like what Christina said. More or less, it's not something about not the words, but the meaning behind it.
Yeah.
Also, kind of following along with the, not what you say, but how you say it. That's something that kind of breaks down.
Yeah. And the hardest part's the music. You got it. So get the words down, which I think you have.
I'm picking up from Korean's talk. Recruiting people, Indians, connecting, the art of connection. That's why we can recruit people better.
Yeah, this is, by the way, every single prep from now until February, we're going to have the art of recruiting talk. It's going to be 30 minutes on ways to connect with people through conversation and recruiting, because that's what you do the whole damn job here. I'm doing it now for 40 of you. You do it one-on-one on an interview, on a PC. You do it for 20, 30 people in a training group. You do it for 10 people in an interview. Heather, we do it for call after call after call after call, and you don't have the luxury of body language or eye contact. That's why it's easier to be a recruiter. When you can do that on the phone, you can do this. This is piece of pie, piece of apple pie. The term is piece of cake. That's a joke. You laugh now. Any other feedback? Okay, watch. Let's watch pause for a second. So, and different personalities. Different personalities. Go ahead.
All right, Jeff, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks.
Anthony Paz. All right, so just to go into reintroduce myself, my name is Anthony Paz. I'm actually the district office manager. Basically, what I'm doing right now, just asking a couple of quick questions, going through the screening process, see the individual I have in front of me, okay?
Okay.
Things look good. I'm about you the second half, 60, 90-minute process. That's where you give a full-blown job description and ultimately make a final job decision as well.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm just going to ask you a couple of quick questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, so it actually doesn't say, how'd you hear about us?
I got a business card at BC when I was at school.
All right, what semester are you in?
First year college is crazy.
Nice. How's that going?
That's okay. I'm just getting adjusted.
Gotcha.
So far, so good.
All right, and if selected, how soon would you be able to get started with us?
Oh, I'm looking to work right away.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming part-time around classes?
Yeah, exactly. Whatever I have there, anything outside of that, I would be willing to work.
Okay. So pretty much in the evening on the weekends?
Yep.
Okay. All right, if things work out, we could probably work with that. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so just to make sure we're on the same page, all right, the job itself is an entry-level sales position representing the product called Cut. Not sure if you've ever heard of it or not before, but what that is really it's a line of high-quality cutlery, lots of pans, flour, gadgets, common household goods. Our representatives get paid to meet with the customer, explain the product, answer any questions.
Good stuff. What are you taking from that? Besides confidence. The confidence is the common factor people who run interviews. Forget the confidence. Obviously the confidence. What are you taking from that?
He's just really, it's his personality type.
Yeah.
More of not really giving the answer, just assume what he understands.
Yeah. And it's word for word on the script. That's the thing I want to point out. But he's saying it his way. It's still the script. What else are you taking from that?
It's internalized and flowed very well.
Good. What else? Professional conversation. Got it? Okay. We got a pause, round of applause. Thank you. Eric Timmons, come on up, my friend. Let's see you.
I don't know if my kids can handle it.
Yeah, I think these guys will be fun. Switch up. Alan, you're the applicant. We'll do a stretch in a second, like a standing stretch. We'll do a couple more, and then we'll break.
All right, Alan, come on and have a seat. Nice to meet you. Directions are okay for you today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Coming from what area?
Boca.
Nice, so not kind of far. How's traffic?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's all good.
Good. Well, just to formally reintroduce myself, my name is Erica Timmons. I'm the assistant manager here in our Miami office. What I'm doing right now is quickly pre-screening through applications, getting a feel for who's applying with us. I'll be asking you a few quick questions, giving you some information about our company, and if things look good, I'll have you stay immediately for a second interview, and that is a 60-minute interview while I will go over a full job description, answer any questions that you have about our openings at that time, and just get to know the applicants a little bit better. So, like I said, this is just a quick pre-screen. It'll be a few short moments, and then after the full interview, I can give you a yes or no decision on the spot. So, let's see. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And how did you hear about the position?
I actually saw a flyer on campus.
Nice. Where do you go to school?
Great.
Nice. What semester?
Okay, stop. Go to the position you're applying for involves sales and customer service. Job description.
Okay, Alan, the position you're applying for involves sales and customer service work representing a product called Cutco. Cutco is a high-quality line of cutlery products, a high-quality line of cutlery products for the kitchen, as well as a few select sporting accessories, outdoor items. Our students get paid to meet with customers one-on-one and explain and demonstrate products, answer any questions that they might have, and fill out order forms if they're interested. And Alan, we're not looking for anyone with a whole ton of experience because we do provide training for the applicants who...
Scale of 1 to 10 now.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Alan, 10 being absolutely perfect with no room for improvement, where would you rate your communication skills?
I'll say about a 7, 8.
7, 8, and why so high?
I feel there's room for improvement, but I also feel like I have a pretty good base for communication.
Okay, stop. I want to make an example of this. Good. One more time. Scale of 1 to 10. Let him answer. Follow up with the question, why? Why do you say that? Listen to his answer and don't write anything down until you listen to his answer. And then write something down. Watch the difference. Go.
Alan, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely perfect with no room for improvement, where would you rate your communication skills?
7, 8.
Why so high?
I feel like there's room for improvement. I also feel like I have pretty good communication.
Okay, stop. Do it one more time. Listen. Perfect. Pause. Look at him as you're pausing. Then write down what you're going to write down. Okay. One more time. Watch the difference.
Alan, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate your communication skills?
About 7, 8.
7, 8, and why so high?
I just feel there's room for improvement. I also feel I have a pretty good base in my communication skills.
Okay. Make the pause longer, painfully. Extra 2 seconds. Like, okay. And then one more time. Watch. This is recruiting. Go.
Alan, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely perfect with no room for improvement, where would you rate your communication skills?
Around 7, 8.
And why so high?
I feel there's always room for improvement. I also feel I have a pretty good base in my communication skills.
All right. Now do it one last time. Pause is perfect. Stop fiddling your hands. Put it together confidently. It depends. That's fine. Just don't do this thing. Do the whole thing exactly like that, and it'll be perfect. Go ahead.
Alan, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate your communication skills?
About 7 or 8.
Okay, why so high?
I feel I always have room for improvement with communication, but also feel I have a pretty good base.
All right. See that? It's the succession. get to that last part, you put that in the rest of your interview, you'd be recruiting people, just like that. See the difference? And it's little things. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. So the first time she's asking the question, and, oh, so why do you say that? And you listen, but she didn't listen, she was writing. And then we stopped that, then we started listening. But then she started writing, oh, okay, boom. But how about you listen and you wait to show, without showing it, that I'm processing what you're saying. Or, how can you say it? Okay, so you're saying, Dario, you're confident because of your sports.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that. Okay, I can see that. You can also verbally say, okay, so what I'm hearing from you is, I'm confirming that I'm listening. All right, this is just advanced stuff. Got it?
Got it.
Cool. How do you feel? How do you feel from the first one to the last one?
More confident.
Why?
Just because you have more control over the situation. It's more
You have
powerful.
control. You always have control if you choose to. Okay, I would give you a solid 3.5 plus because your body language and your demeanor is pretty confident. I can tell. I can also tell who sold a lot of cut and who hasn't. Because either they're, like Erica by nature is probably more confident selling because she sold a lot of Cutco, or our high sellers are good at bullshitting. We'll be like, pull up and everyone will go, oh, you're the bullshitter. That's just something. That was me. I was number one rep of the nation. I got up there. I didn't even look at an interview one bit before the division manager, and I got up there and he goes, stop BSing, sit down. And I was. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. Nice work. Brian.
Come and have a seat. How's your entry today?
Pretty well.
And you're coming from what area?
Okay.
So just to formally introduce myself, my name is Brian Garcia. I'm one of the assistant managers here at our Miami office. And what I'm basically doing right now is just quickly pre-screening through applications, asking you a few basic questions, get to know you a little bit more, give you some more information about our company. And if everything looks good, I ask you to stay immediately for a second interview. Now it's a 60-minute interview where I'll be going over a full job description.
Ryan, do your ABCs right now. A, B, go.
A, B, C, D, F, G.
Continue. What I'm going to be doing after the interview.
What I'm going to be doing after the interview is just being able to make my final decisions. And of course, I completely throw off.
I know. You haven't memorized it. I threw you off. Gotcha. Start over. Think about why you're saying what you're saying. You've been dying to volunteer because you've been memorizing the hell out of this thing. Every year. Come on, you've been memorizing the hell out of this thing. I want you to do it because you know what you're saying. Try it again. Start from the beginning. My name is Brian Garcia.
So to formally introduce myself, my name is Brian Garcia. I'm one of the assistant managers here at our Miami office. And what I'm basically doing right now is quickly pre-screening the application, asking a few basic questions just to get to know you a little bit more and have all my questions answered. And if at the end of this, I'll be able to make some final decisions whether I want to hold you for a second interview.
It's already better. Start with, okay, the position you're applying for involves sales and customer service.
So the position you're applying for involves basic sales and customer service and helping out our customers answering any few questions, representing a high-quality product called Cutco. Cutco is a high-quality line of kitchen cutlery and a few select outdoor items. Now, what we pay our students to do is to sit down with our customers, answer any questions that they might have, give them a little bit more information. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely perfect, 0 room for improvement, where would you rate your communication skills?
About a 7.
And why so high?
I feel I always have room to improve. I also feel like through my speech class, I gained a good base for it.
Okay. And prior with the proper training, do you feel you'd be able to work with our customers well?
Yeah, they know.
Okay. Well, I see no reason not to hold you for the second portion of the interview, so what I'm going to go ahead and ask you to do.
Next level, positive feedback.
Pause right there.
Go ahead, Dario.
We'll pause right there at the end that we were just talking about earlier. You did that pretty well.
Hands together, composed, demeanor looking good, standing up straight.
He has a really good demeanor because he really commands authority and respect.
Yeah, for sure. Commands respect.
Definitely has the confidence to back him up. Doesn't quite turn on to yet, but I think it was.
How about area to get this thing better?
I mean, something that I was noticing is worse inflection tone like this.
Yeah, it's tight.
I don't know. Yeah, this is about it. But like when you're saying this, that's all I was imagining. It's like the same.
I think people do it when they're nervous and then your sentences go up.
Yeah.
And that's why. Because voice inflection is supposed to go up and down.
My name is Jeff Gamboa.
Yeah, my name is Jeff
manager.
That's what I used to do. So
Yeah.
that comes with not knowing it as well as being like less comfortable.
Versus my name is Jeff Gamboa and I'm the owner and this is a quick screen.
And that's going to affect the tone and how you give service.
It's like, like. That's how it sounds like. Yeah, I would say just go slower. Solid, still solid.
You use power classes?
Yeah, at the end he did. Yeah, but I see what you're saying.
Breathe just a little, or just breathe, just relax. So you need to leave that.
Yeah, it's a little. It seems, but again, you're not going to ever run an interview with 40 people watching the division manager's course. I keep that in mind as a good. Like those of you who've been through AGL, notice it's a lot less. The feeling's a lot less like I'm going to die up there from my scoring.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't serve you well for you to just crush it. It doesn't do anything. Now, if a week from now, 2 weeks from now, you're still at the same place, then I'll crush it. Happily. But this is not the time. What else?
I'd say he's a little bit too stiff, but because since he's already an opposing person, I would say you can like loosen up a little bit.
Did you guys notice what I do when I cut him off? What I tried to do there? I just tried to throw for a loop. Do your ABCs. Like, what the hell, ABCD? Okay, go. I lost my place. That's the point. I don't want you to lose your place. You shouldn't lose your place. What if you're doing your ABCs? A, B, C, D. Jeff, what's your mom's name? Alicia, go back. Oh, E, F, G, H, I, J. It shouldn't matter because you've got it internalized. By the way, you understand what are the Y's of the alphabet? It formulates words that will allow you to be able to communicate in life. What do? You repeat it every morning throughout 8 years of your life. 250 plus days a week, a year. You've internalized the ABCs. I would hope. Got it? Same thing when I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the or prayer. You fill in the blank. Nice work. Do you have any questions? So you got what you needed from this?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's get Brian around. Okay, so. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Questions, comments? What are you taking so far? Heather?
Internalize, not memorize.
Internalize, not memorize. What else? We might be able to do a few more in a little bit. Just go ahead. Dylan, and then back to Shayna. Professional conversation.
Help yourself to be professional.
Yep. So, by the way, those of you that are broadcasted in, I'll probably have your district managers Skype with you and score you on a live version.
Listen.
Yeah, that's a big one. New concept for some of us. Listen. Listen. What song? Beyonce. Sorry. The Power of Silence. Yes. Louder.
Confidence is key.
Yeah, confidence is key.
This is something really big, I guess. Actually, from everyone, is that not a lot of people are using filler words on like getting, even though they were physically and visibly nervous, they weren't like saying it, which is something I know in the Miami when we were doing the, I guess, drills or whatever, we were focused on that. So I noticed like there were a couple here and there, but everyone stopped.
Yeah, I mean, once you do this after a while, it's like, okay, it might not be perfect, but you also get the confidence. A couple more. T.I., I want to see you. Come on up.
All right, Alan, come in and have a seat. All right. How are directions?
Oh, they're good.
Okay. Coming from what area?
I'll start from both.
Both? All right. Oh, well, Alan, my name is Tori Isaac, and I'm the district manager here in Fort Lauderdale. What I'm doing right now is quickly pre-screening.
Already, this guy's smooth as hell. But you do interviewing in your job already? Like now?
Yeah.
Okay, you can tell.
It's not a script, though.
Right, I get it, but, right? Would you be able to just do an interview that you do in your current job right now?
Yeah.
Okay, do it. Not Cutco, just interview him for your job now.
All right. All right, Alan, how are you doing?
Watch this. I just want you to get the feel of the music.
Nice to meet you. And so, how'd you hear about our position?
My friend actually told me about it, and he said he was doing really well. So
Okay.
he actually recommended me.
Okay. All right. And well, first off, I'm not sure what so-and-so mentioned to you about the position, but the rental agent position is for blah, 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 blah.
No, do it, for real. I want to be in full mode. I want to give there's a reason for this guy.
Okay.
I'm not sure if so-and-so, tell him the name. I'm not sure if Mary told me. Go ahead, do that.
Okay. So I'm not sure if Jeff told you all the details about the position. What I'm looking for right now is a rental agent. This is the position, is frontline with the customers. Customers come from the airport. They come to our location, and this is where our rental agents interact with them. and process their reservations. Does that sound like what she told you?
That's basically the gist that I got.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to look through your resume that you brought here. Now, I see that you have some experience working in schools. Okay. So, why the career change?
I'm looking for something
Just eliminate all the words. What are you getting from this that applies 100% to what we're doing? A couple of things besides confidence.
Listening.
Listening. He's a great listener. I've had 3 breakfasts with this dude. I can say dude because we're both the same age roughly. And we talk about, gosh, we talk about everything but Cutco sometimes. Just getting to see if, as coming back to the business, is this a fit? Because I wasn't going to accept a new DMC out of nowhere just because he wants to be a district. He'd have to fit here. And we hit up immediately because he's a listener. He's a listener, right? What else do you notice?
And another thing too is that the whole entire time you could tell he was like seeing or interviewing, seeing if you like could actually get the job or not. The whole entire time, like all right, let me.
Yeah, from his body language, it's like I'm checking you out.
Yeah, yeah. You're here to impress me the whole entire time.
Yeah, but not being high and mighty on his GM position. No. I'm the GM, so it was just okay, and you can really tell there's an interview feel. What else? Yeah, why the professional conversation. Thanks for not letting me down. All right, so I went on a limb now. Can you give him a round of applause? So here's what I want to do real quick. So before I'm gonna, what else are we taking from this? I'm just curious. How many of you feel like you could now practice in a way intentionally that's different than what you've been doing? Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna hit the music right at your spot. Find the person next to you. I want each of you to do a role play, and I want each of you to drill the pre-screen to the other person. Now knowing what you've seen, find someone next to you who doesn't have a partner. I'm gonna find a partner. You have to go back. Yeah. Okay, ready? Everyone give me one good one.
Directions okay for you today? Yeah. All right. Which is just dictating the interview job description, my friend, right? He works in this. Right. He's doing pretty good. Alright, so did you graduate? So I'm assuming you're looking for a part-time work, but I'm trying to start as possible. Okay, so from the business here, I'm looking for also sales and customer service representative. Alright, so you know that so is high quality certifications and also a few select certifications. And also get paid to meet customers and explain the different products and any questions they may have and fill out reports. And remember, we're not looking for anybody with experience because we do provide training for those who are selected. There's no door-to-door and no telemarketing involved in the position because all of our customers have already been recommended to the company. So it's more and starting rate of pay is $50, and that is a guaranteed rate of pay, not based on sales or commission rates like that. But we do have a commission incentive that we our students pay based on but again, the guaranteed pay is $50, right? And overall, two questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being extremely perfect, no improvement, how would you rate your communication? Like a 7. Like a 7? Okay, that's really high for us. So my high.
Because, you know, ironically, that I see it and I work well with them.
And if given the proper training, I don't see any reason necessary for invite you to our second interview. So we have 60 minutes to stay with us. So, during the interview, I'll have my questions asked you, have your questions then. I'll be able to make some decisions. We're going to be just 5 minutes, so take a seat in the back. And just so you know, I am looking for interaction, so make sure to be taking a lot of notes. And so, as many questions as possible that we want to address. So, alright, feel free to read anything before we get started. Yeah. How do you think of this one?
Good, like you just awesome. I'm gonna turn that. So, you guys have a seat? Have a seat? Next one, people today?
Yeah.
Can I put one in? Well, Franco, my name is Malia. I'm the head of manager here for the South Miami office. Yes. So what I'm doing right now is just quickly through the application. If you essentially 2 quick questions, you know, give you more resources. I say we're going to have you come back to the interview. And, you know, in the interview, I'll be going to go down the description, get better, and I'll be able to get some decision on the spot. So, again, this is just a quick Christian quick maintenance. So, here's my position. Yeah, he's doing really well. It's actually really like, well, a unique teaching teacher. Okay, so I feel like that was amazing. And so, are you going to school right now? Okay, so how do you make it?
Well, now that I've gone to the
And what are you majoring in? What are you trying to make?
Majoring right now is mechanical engineering, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're not sure, but you're just finding out right now? Right. So I'm pretty good at starting school. So she's in here, right? So I'm okay, so you're familiar with Cookbooks, and your equipment is a high quality 9. It's a high quality 9 of country. It's like some item. So basically, all you can do is just you and customers ask any questions and navigation. I've been an order for it in the another experience. We do offer full training. Now there's no door involved. Recommended to us. And the starting pay rate is $15. That's a guaranteed rate.
Okay, stop and stop. Give your role play partner a round of applause. Good job. Stand up. Let's do stretch. Stand up. Lean one way. Lean to the side. The other side. Lean back. The shoulders. Alex, you're on deck. Go back. Inhale. Exhale. Twist. But now to me it's like your love is oxygen. Shake it out. Birdie. Let's go. Come on, do it. Okay, shake it out. Chicken dance to the beat, go. Shake it out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Turn to your partner. High five. So let's go. Grab a seat. What are we taking from prep so far? Anything specific from messages Could be from the beginning, from now. What are you getting from this so far? Lisa?
Most of the work is preparation.
Yep. I agree. What else? What else are we taking from this?
I said it before, but I'll say it again, internalizing.
Yeah, this whole thing, you gotta internalize
It's all about
everything.
internalizing, because, you could know the words, but if you just repeat them, you just have no product, and it's done.
That's right. And what do you, oh, good.
It's funny how management, like being a sales rep and being a manager, is kind of like the same thing. The more effort you put into, becoming a better manager, the better manager you become.
Agreed.
The more effort you put into selling, the more you sell.
Agreed.
Definitely listening.
Yeah.
It's messy in the beginning, hard in the middle, beautiful at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What else?
It's easy once you've internalized it, then you can work on how to perfectly implement it.
Yep. It's like the closing, right?
Yeah.
You can get advanced and fancy when you know the whys and you really understand page 9 and 10.
Also, it's important to listen because we deal with occasions and then we're keeping them. But if they were not listening, probably we're going to keep somebody that we don't want to keep.
Yep. Okay. On that note, I want to turn to one of our first AGL life lessons, and I'm excited about this. We're going to finish strong today. You guys ready to finish strong? Yes?
Yes.
We're going to finish strong. I know it's hot, and I appreciate and respect your abilities to stay focused and strong here. We're going to finish with Alex talking about planner usage, and I'm going to chime in as well. I'm going to be involved in this message. It's kind of a dual message. Second thing we're going to cover, Ricky's going to talk about the Olean trip, our trip back to Olean. So excited about that. If we have time, I will either table our fitness session for the next session. I think we can put it in, and we won't miss much from that. And then I might have to call a few audibles, but we'll end on time. We'll end strong, and we're gonna have a great send off to finish off first prep so far. Cool. Okay. So what I think I do know, and I know he would appreciate, is the energy you can give Alex. Alex has run 3 branch offices with us. That is a feat that is limited to a very small minority in our company's history of people who have branched not once, not twice, but 3 times. And as the quote says, adversity willingly undergone is the greatest virtue. When you choose one of the hardest things you'll ever do, we say this is one of the hardest things you'll ever do. Branch is not easy. That's why not everyone does it, but that's why the experience is so great later. If you're fully funded and you're trained, we'll find a branch opportunity for you. And half of the branch opportunity is the experience of running a management opportunity, the entrepreneurship. The other half is gaining profit through personal sales with yourself or with the team. And if we're telling you this is one of the hardest things you'll do, but the most gratifying, we have someone who's done this not once, not twice, but 3 times going through the process. What I respect most is not the branches he's run 3 summers in a row. It's the 8 months prior to all 3 of those branches. Because the first year, like a chicken with their head cut off, like most of you first years, kind of gets into this, goes through D1, D2, his crazy time, and then goes in willingly a second time to do it the right way, do it better, to improve. And then does it a 3rd time to elevate it even more so, which is great because he's now secured himself an opportunity to have at least the option to work towards the district manager position, which I just love. And this is a guy who, my opinion, if he gets there mentally and gets there personally, he could be one of the best additions to FC. And we have, I think I was speaking to Paz about this. The future FC is really bright. It's not just because of the number of people. It's who we have that will join the next level. And I believe Beck said it best, just the layers. Alex represents probably what could be the game-changing district class of FC 2015 and beyond. He represents one of, I would say, 6 people that if we have those 6 people join, it's kind of like that recruiting class of high school athletes, and they all go to the same college. You can put that college preseason number 1. And I feel like that's Alex represents that group today. In fact, he's our most senior. On a personal note, my loyalty meter and my loyalty tank to Alex Polanski is very, very high for business reasons, for loyalty reasons, for transportation reasons, for communication reasons, for everything. And probably up into this talk, into this message, Alex, I know I don't get to say often how much I appreciate you willingly, going through some really tough adversity to be a branch 3 times and be here. Yet every time you found a way to become a better student, you're always an ambassador of FC. And I believe that's why you're so excited, because you stuck it out when FC didn't look the way it looks now, and that it looks the way it looks now and the way it's going. It's almost, I can almost see in your eyes like I deserve this. It's like yeah, damn it, I didn't quit, I stuck around, and I deserve to be part of what is about to happen. And that's why I picked him appropriately enough for someone who's been able to manage 3 times through school, through lots of semesters, through commuting, through personal sales, through girlfriend, work, everything, someone's been able to manage this time properly. So I know that many of you, there's several of you who did not get past your assignment with the planner today. I'm not going to call you out in public. That's not my style. But there are several of you who checked in. You don't have your planner. It's really important to know a couple of things. That already affects your matrix score, and you could have controlled that. That was an easy matrix score. You could have lost, and some of you lost points today just because you didn't bother to buy a specific planner. Okay? If that's you, you got to get your planner ASAP, but also get on it. It's one thing to have the planner. It's another thing to use it. Second thing, Kathy's message. This is kind of 3.0 version of Kathy's message from SC3. Kathy's message was the groundwork. You'll hear a lot of the same messages, but this is advanced like CEO executive planning with the planner, and I'm going to give you my thoughts. And then number 3, I just can't imagine living a life without being able to use a planner to plan things out. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine when I'm going to use my personal life when Heidi says, "Hey, next year," when Heidi says before the summer, I'd like to take a trip. I'd like you to introduce you to my family. Oh, sure. I can go 5 months out, no problem. I can go a year out, no problem. I can go 2 years out, probably, no problem. And give her a date, a couple of dates. She says, "Babe, I need some dates so we can meet with my one colleague." I give her like 9 dates, like within the next 4 months. She's like, "Wow." And I'm thinking in my head, my college kids can do this. Okay? So, without further ado, to talk about 3.0 planning, I give it to you, Mr. Alex Polanski.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. I'm actually really excited to actually give you guys this talk. And everybody, you do need your planner for this because for the most part, what we're going to do, what I want to help you guys do is really maximize your time during the fall and really get whatever it is that you want to get out of the fall as well. So, and as Jeff mentioned, we're going to cover a lot of things that Kathy covered at SC3. For the most part, everybody was there for that. So I'll give you guys a few seconds here. Grab your planners. Awesome. Okay. So there's a couple of steps that I do want to teach you if you're taking notes at the same time. For the most part, here's why I'm excited to give you guys this talk, because planning things out for yourself, and whether it's for the campaign or for the year or for the month or even for the week, is actually very simple whenever you have simple steps to follow, right? And who knows the slogan for Nike?
Just do it.
Just do it. It's literally that simple. All you have to do is literally just do it. And whether you're, management training, you guys have a syllabus that everybody got for the fall semester as far as when we're meeting, when the weekly meetings are, when the monthly meetings are, and all you have to do is literally just plan it out. So that's actually going to be step number 1, is monthly planning. Right? You want to have your monthly planning. That's your first step. So if we go to September, I'm going to help you guys out with this one here. Who knows when the next AGL session is? 20th. Does everybody have that in their planner?
Yes.
Hopefully everybody does, right? So that's the first one. Outside of that, you guys want to have your school schedules filled in as well for the monthly basis. When are school projects due, right? When is the next quiz? When is the next test, right? When is that paper due? Right? For those of you that are playing sports, when is the next sports practice? Right? When do you have to be in class for the next time? So all of those things, those are big rocks. Right? So the first thing that you want to do is plan out all of your big rocks for your monthly calendar. Right? So next prep, assignments, finals, midterms, whatever that may be. The best example that I can give you guys is something that I already have planned, and you can use the details. For example, I have different staff meetings that we're going to have as a DMC candidate. I want to be part of the staff meetings that FC is going to be holding. So I want to make sure that I participate, and I made a decision in the beginning of the fall that I want to elevate my education level to the next level. 3.0, as Jeff always talks about, right? So I want to be part of the FC staff meeting. I have that down in my schedule. Also, when my quizzes are due, and my girlfriend lives in Jacksonville, so I have, you know, time allotted for that when I'm going to visit up there. Also doing service calls up there, you know, not just spending time there, but investing my time as I'm there. So really just planning things out as you go along. Another thing that I have here is cross-training, right? So for some of you who, for example, for those of you that are in the Miami office, if you decide, you guys can come down, or up rather, to the Fort Lauderdale office and see how things, you know, are being run here in the pilot office at the same time. Final day of the push, have your push weeks planned out as well. And these are all things that you want to have in your monthly planner. Right? So as I'm talking about this, feel free to actually plan out your September or plan out your October. Right? So whenever you guys are actually planning on the monthly section, you want to spend about 5 to 10 minutes at the most, right, on the month that's coming up next, which in this case would be September. Okay? Now you get into details and go weekly. As far as weekly goes, you want to spend about half an hour just on this section. 2 weeks, at least the next week. Always know what you're doing. Right? How many of you have ever heard of the quote before, if you need something done, give it to a person that's really busy, right? Because they always find time to get that done, right? One of the running quotes is also, you know, if it's not important to you, you'll find an excuse. If it is important to you, then you'll find to get that done as well. So 25 minutes to about half hour on the weekly, and here are a couple of things that you want to have on the weekly sessions. Office functions, your responsibility. When is class? When is your class time? When are you doing homework? Right? Some of you are thinking, I need some tutoring done, but you don't really schedule that into your planner. Okay? For example, for me last semester, accounting was being difficult, and I really needed some tutoring done, so I had to plan that into my schedule versus just talking about it. Now, I know a lot of things that I'll be saying, you're like, okay, I kind of know that, I know I have to do it, but do you actually do it, is the point. That's why I started off with a Nike quote, which is, just do it. Just do it. Right? So office functions, responsibilities that you have, class, study, group projects, etc. Don't forget about your income, guys. All right? You got to have phone time planned out. One of the things that I do religiously now is 20 calls in the morning, 20 calls in the evening. Right? Regardless of the results, I get it done. Right? Regardless of the results, I still get it done. 20 calls in the morning, 20 calls in the evening. Right? That's part of being consistent as well. For those of you in the pilot office, on Wednesday nights, you'll see me jamming, and I seclude myself. Right? Seclude myself, and I'll make about 100 to 150 phone calls on a Wednesday. Right? Also, for those of you, obviously everybody here is aspiring, branch managers and DMCs. This also sets an example for your representatives and everybody else that's on the team in the office. So it's important to have that phone time and demo times. I don't know if you guys remember, but from training, how do you mark off your demo times? Anybody know? $sign. Who still does that, by the way? By raising hands. Nice. That's awesome. Okay. I still do $signs because that's the time that I'm making money, for sure. And in my schedule, whenever I plan out phone time, right, sometimes I even have a call back list on the side of the planner, right? And I'm sure everyone here has had a customer that said, hey, call me back in a few days. Call me back next week. Right? Call me back next week. Okay? So have a callback list. There's either a notes or a to-do section just right on the side. Right? So doing that on a weekly basis. Of course, you can't forget about personal time and gym, working out, right? Or, excuse me, whether it's like movies or whether you want to go to the beach and whatnot, right? Have that time planned out. Okay? Through personal experience, during the summer, I didn't have a whole lot of time for working out, so I really made a decision that I'm going to make time for the gym during the fall. Now, there's a little disclaimer with that, all right? As you guys start working out, you'll feel awesome and you want to be in the gym more often. Here's the kicker. Don't spend more time than you allotted for the gym. I'm personally guilty of that. I would start playing basketball. I have 1 hour allotted. 2.5 hours later, I'm still in the gym. Right? This kind of sets back your whole entire day. So really have that time allotted for when you're going to be doing your workouts or your personal time, and log everything that you're doing as well. As far as working out, fun, relaxed time for the most part. That's usually either Wednesday nights at team night out or on the weekends for most of us. Relaxed time, mini vacation, whatever it is that you need to do, plan it out. Have it on a bigger scale. Plan it out on a monthly. Plan it out rather on a semester base, then the monthly, and then you do the weekly. Right? So everyone here has gotten the syllabus for all of your classes. How many of you have transferred all of your due dates and assignments into your planner? Right? Not all hands are going up. So definitely got to get that done. Definitely got to get that done. Here's another reason why you want to do that. You have everything in one spot. Right? So for those of you that are taking 2 or more classes, you don't have to scramble for 2 different syllabus, or syllabi, rather. Right? So you have everything in one spot, and you know what's due and exactly when it's due as well. So it's important to do that. One-on-one PCs, development PCs, schedule time with your managers or your mentors, right? Have laser calls, right? Most importantly, in the notes and the to-do section, for those of you who are taking notes, have topics that you want to talk about, right? What do you want to grow to? What do you want to be? I had Sarah from Port Charlotte actually ask me a couple of questions during breaks, and I said, what do you want to get out of the fall? What do you want to get out of AGL? Because none of this planning stuff doesn't really matter if you don't know why you're working. Right? This is kind of digressing towards your goals section, but it really does come down to that. Right? And one of the things that we talked about today also is for you guys to understand your why, but more so the concept of why you're doing it, not only the tangibles like, oh, I want a new car, or I want to, I want my own house and I want to move out, right? Have goals that are intangible, and that will drive you, because goals that are tangible are going to disappear as soon as things become difficult, right? For example, a new car, right? You're working really, really hard, and you hit that wall, and you're like, you know what? I could go without that new car. Make sense? Right? So have those goals to work towards. And planning time, I think that's one of the major keys here is have a time where you actually have it in your schedule to plan out your weeks, your months, and your semester. Right? For example, I remember in my second year of branch and my third year of branch, one of the things that I did on a nightly basis is I take 10 to 15 minutes to actually review my whole entire week, or what I did that day, or what I have going on or planned for the day after as well. So, All right. Don't mind me. Okay. All right. As far as next week's or campaign, whatever is left after that, right, you want to have that on the side. So one of the things that I have, for example, on my monthly, for those of you who already have, you know, your monthly plans put together, I have a hot list, right, things that you want to improve on or different ideas. For example, I have written down the key stack glasses. Right, this was from last or before the summer. Right, I wanted to bring up the key stack glasses and see if we can incorporate that into the FC, and that ended up happening as well. So another idea that I had, you know, just hot things that you come up with on the spot that we tend to forget later on. Write them down. Have that written down so you can bring that up with your managers at your next AGL session or on your laser call with your mentors. A hot idea that I have is sheets for parents with more information after the interview. Right? Randy actually kind of gave me this idea. He said the Wall Street Journal, just printing out the articles and passing those out with the acceptance sheets when we accept applicants. Right? I was like, ooh, that's an awesome idea. Right? I think that would be pretty cool. So let me bring it up with Jeff next time I talk to him as far as that, to see what his thoughts are on that as well. So couple of keys outside of that, guys, besides those steps. I mean, once again, as I mentioned, everything's pretty basic. You just have to do it. Put together, you know, grab all of your syllabi, put together your semester, then your monthly, what needs to be done on that monthly basis, what's going to drive you during that month, where do you want to be at the end of that month, and then break it down into weekly goals as well. To give you guys an example on that, my focus on September is to qualify to hit Rome. And what I have on my planner is the qualifications for Rome. So literally every single time that I look at my planner, this is my motivation, right? Because I really want to hit Rome, and I want to have, you know, an awesome time in Rome and bring my parents with me as well. My mom has been dying to go to Rome. She was like, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but you better hit it. You better hit it, right? So I was talking about family time earlier as well. You know, with outside of the sales for the month of September of hitting Rome, right? Gotta have family time and personal time as well. And on top of that, make sure you tell your family that you have that time allotted. This is where people are going to hold you accountable. That way when you wake up in the morning, you're like, okay, I have this planned with this person, right? And in a way, you're forced to go and follow the plan that you put together for yourself. And that's how you make things happen as far as that goes. So the best day, a couple of keys for you guys to jot down for sure. The best day to plan is Sunday before the week kicks off. Right? That's typically on Sundays. All right? Quarantine yourself whenever you guys are planning. Seclude yourself, right? Away from everything else. Put your phone on the charge in one room and plan in a completely different room. So you don't have any distractions, just focus on what needs to be done. And I'll wrap up here towards the end. I'll wrap up with the 4 quadrants as far as how you want to plan things out on an executive level, okay? And how to really make time for all the small things that you guys have in your life, right? As I mentioned, check daily throughout the week. You know, check how your day went on the daily basis, right? What went well today? What could have gone better today? What can I do tomorrow? What didn't get done today that I definitely have to do tomorrow? Okay. Don't overbook your schedule. This goes to over-promising, under-delivering. right? Don't overpromise yourself and underdeliver to yourself. So it's important to do that. That's key, right? And one of the points in the opening comments really just nailed it on the head. Be flexible and be engaged, right? Be flexible and just be engaged with the time that you have for yourself and whatever it is that you're doing. Be engaged with school, but be flexible as well. Be engaged with AGL, right? And be flexible, okay? And sometimes, different things might happen. You have to be flexible, but engaged at the same time. For those of you who were at the Dirty 30 party, right, we kind of got rained out, so we were forced to be flexible. And things like that will happen, so you got to think on your feet as you go along. A couple of quick tips to give you guys outside of that. Have a to-do section, assignments. All right. What are your assignments for the week? What are your assignments for the month? This goes specifically for, and you can break it down. You can break down assignments into professional and then school. That way you have the two different sections. Right. Okay. Callback list. I mentioned that. Personal time. And I want to wrap up and give you guys the 4 quadrants as far as how you want to plan out all the tedious things that need to be done throughout your lifetime. Okay? There's 4 different quadrants. In quadrant number 1, these are all the things that are urgent. Put that up there. Okay? They're urgent and important. Okay? They're urgent and important. Quadrant number 2 is going to be urgent, but not really important. Time-sensitive things. Quadrant number 3 is going to be not urgent, not time-sensitive, but it's pretty important. An example of this could be like a group project that's due in 3 weeks. It's pretty important because, it's 20% of your whole entire grade, right? Pretty important, but it's not time-sensitive. You have 3 weeks to work on that. Okay, so you just kind of plan that out. And last but not least, the 4th quadrant is not urgent, not important. Okay. Any questions on scheduling, guys? Pretty solid? Okay, yes?
How detailed do you go into your planning? Trip to the grocery store, is it normal to get that into it, or I don't know, how do you go about?
It really depends on how meticulous you are. Great question, by the way. For example, for my gym stuff, I have different days. I'll do something like upper body, lower body. So I'll give details as far as that goes. You don't have to be as meticulous as okay, laundry today I'm doing whites only, right? And then colors the next day and whatnot. So it's really up to you as far as what you want to do. But with details, for example, at events, if you're going to an event, have things that you want to cover, have questions that you want to ask as well. So great question as far as that goes. Any other questions? Yes.
You just said something about laundry. Do you think that it's important to list specific things that you're going to be doing at home? I feel like if I don't put in what exactly I'm going to be doing in the time that I'm home, I'll find somewhere else to go. Or
watch Netflix and whatnot, right?
Yeah, it just won't get done.
Okay. Well, and when you plan out your personal time throughout the week, for example, let's say it's Saturday morning, that's your personal time, right? So for the 2 hours that you have allotted, just write down all the things, or a few things that you definitely want to get done that are urgent and important to you for that hour, for that week. Does that make sense? So if it's not urgent and not important, chances are you probably don't really have to write it down because it's not urgent and it's not that important. Makes sense? So really just qualify with the quadrant here. Does that answer your question? Perfect. Any other questions?
I think. Any other questions for Alex? Okay, so you ask round of applause real quick. So this whole talk essentially is on this outline. It's in your handouts. Yeah. Anyone figure that out? Anyone not figure that out? And you're like, damn it. Okay. So let me kind of give you my version of this. Okay. The most important takeaways from this message, if you want, okay, for executive planning. You gotta have power hour. Whenever someone comes to me and they're in crazy time, and I hear the noise, Jeff, I'm feeling stressed, blah, blah, blah. In my head, I don't even listen to you because I already know you're going through crazy time and you're going from D1 to D2. We just need to get you past that. You guys remember that from the first one? Raise your hand. Remember that? Okay. Yeah. So the first thing I always ask, next level, what do I always ask? When was the last time you did power hour? And 9 times out of 10, it's been a while. So I'm going to tell you ahead of time before you come to me. Fix it before you come to me. It's like, oh, I'm feeling stressed. Like, my favorite is Paolo Lindemann, the district manager in San Juan. I was going to come to you, sir, and I was so stressed. But I'm not stressed because I realized I hadn't done power hour. Now I feel great. I like that call better. Okay? Having power hour in your schedule is like for those that are devoted to the gym, for those that are devoted to, you fill in the blank, it's like you don't miss it. Right? Religious, if you go to church or temple, it's just like not an option to miss it. Or family time, whatever it might be. This is power hour for executives. I don't know a single executive that sets reminders on their phones. I hate that. I don't hate many things. I hate that. Oh, let me set a reminder. No, put it in your planner. Even some of our districts drive me crazy. Sometimes PSM, sometimes DOM. It doesn't matter. Setting an alarm on your phone, or God forbid, writing on your hand to reminder. You guys can grab a seat. I'm going to go for a little bit. So making power hour a priority is a big part of it. And I would follow this. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to look over the month. About half an hour to do your week, what he was talking about. Another 3 to 5 minutes to look through the month again. 5 to 20 minutes for the following week, and then for the year, whatever's left. Let me explain why now. Right? Let me give you the whys. So why do you take 5 minutes to go through the month? Let me show you my planner. Try to empty out all the extra stuff I have here. Okay? So this is an example of a monthly. And I'm going to take pictures and put them on Facebook. Okay? So this is a monthly planner. Why take 5 minutes? Well, let me ask you this. Next level. What's the bulk of your power hour focused on? The what? What duration of time? What time frame is the most prioritized part of power hour? Next level group. With confidence, what's the majority of your time on power hour spent planning? The week. The details of the week. But why start with the month? Why start with 3 to 5 minutes of the month before you get into anything? Where to start planning and planting seeds? Oh, go ahead.
You get like brothers. You start getting like it's a baby.
Yeah, you start looking ahead of time. You're like, oh crap, exam. I forgot 2 weeks. I might want to put study time into this week's schedule. As a division manager, oh, push week's starting in 2 weeks. Let me send a video. You guys remember those videos? Let me send a video and let me talk about this on the video. Anyone else? Why else would monthly, Dylan?
You have the big rocks in the month, and you could like look at everything.
Okay, yeah, you look at the big rocks in the month, you can see what events are starting to come up that you don't want to creep up on you. Okay, Mike?
I was just saying because a month is too far of the projection than a week's time. It's best to put things down on paper before they leave the memory.
Yeah. Right. In the executive world, I was taught this by a business coach in 2009. In the executive world, the more planned out, farther out, the more income. That's why some of you are working like college students your age, day to day, week to week. They can't remember or have anything planned for the following week. Executives have the next 3 to 5 years planned out. The CEOs do, don't they? Next level group, we talk about how to be CEO. So start with the month, because you'll start to see things like push weeks that are coming up, exams that are coming up, things that you're excited about that'll get you fired up. Like I remember during the heat of the tour and just traveling and having 3 packed suitcases. That's how I roll. I had 3 separate suitcases packed, so I'd come from one trip, drop, transfer the toiletry bag to bag number 2, go to trip number 2, come back, drop toiletry bag into bag number 3. Yeah, whoa, that's crazy, huh? I learned that from my executive. Like, don't waste your time packing. I was like, oh, that's an awesome concept. So I have a red duffel bag that I'm going to pick up at Heidi's house for my Dallas trip. When I get back, there's a black duffel bag waiting for me for that weekend. We're taking the weekend off. Like something like that example. So you got the month. Then you go into the weekly. So let me give you an example what the weekly looks like. Okay. Well, you're crazy, right? It's not crazy. If you understand planning, this is just everything I need to do. Okay. Let me give you other examples. Someone asked, do you put down like grocery shopping, something little, by working out? I do, because working out's a high priority for me, so I already know what body parts I'm working out what day. I have it here and I circle them. So I already know this is a day I'm going to take off. This is a day where I'm going to do upper body. This is a day I'm going to do CrossFit circuit. I have it all in through my planner. But then what did Alex say? Be flexible and engaged. There are times where it didn't work out because maybe the night before I went out and had a celebration. A little too much celebration. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. So maybe it's not going to be apropos for my body to work out the next day. So now I have to switch it up. That's why everything's written in pencil. That's flexible and engaged. The moment I see someone writing in planner and pen, I already know you're doomed. Because very rarely does that stick. You see, it looks kind of messy because I've erased so many things. But don't overplan or underplan so much that all you're doing is erasing. Then it's not really planning. Okay? So you have weekly. Then you go back to the month. Why? Because after doing weekly, you might see things that you didn't see. That's why it's good to have the monthly and then the weekly. Okay? And then you look at the next week. Why? Because you can start anticipating. Here's who wins the game of time management. He or she that can go multiple weeks out. I'm not talking about the month, but the farther in weeks you have planned out, that's my challenge to you. How far out can you plan week-wise? Can you plan all the way until Halloween? I challenge you. Not everyone's going to take it. In fact, I would say, Ulbrich said this, 70% of you will not even attempt to do this. But the 30% of you that will, you will jump your matrix score. I promise you'll be top of the class. How far ahead can you plan every second? It's not going to go perfect, but all of your classes, all your personal time, your gym time, church time, all those things, how many weeks out can you go? I challenge you to go to Halloween. Worst case, go through the end of the month of September. See how your life feels, and then every day you're looking at it. Okay? Executives plan like this. You look at your planner at least 2 to 5 minutes every morning, at least 2 to 5 minutes every night, because that's how you adjust. Okay? This is a big one. And Alex mentioned it. He didn't write anything down, so I think some of you weren't paying attention. You can tell. Where's the blue marker? I like blue. Blue marker? Okay. So let's say you move out. Let's say it's Saturday. Can you see this? Okay, it's Saturday. This is the 20th of September. What's on the 20th of September?
AGL.
Your AGL. So let's say your first year. It's going to be 1 to 8:30. And in my planner, it would say AGL number 2. And all the space. So between now and then, let's say I have a light bulb moment. I have a question. It's for AGL. I'll write down that question here. And there's like a running list of things that when I get there, I want to remember, A, to prepare for that. Like, for example, this sounds so random. I'll put down here things like, don't forget to bring Erica's charger that she left at the office that I found. Random, right? But it's for that event, because when I do my power hour, I'm going to go, oh, yeah, I forgot that I have Erica's charger. I'm going to put it in my bag. Over here, I have a couple questions for Jeff. Make sure you ask one of the district managers about this so you have this running list. Let's say I have a staff meeting. This is district and branch manager planning. Let's say I have a staff meeting for Monday from 9 to 10:30 in the evening. It'll say staff meeting. I'll put a line underneath. Any ideas or topics that come to my mind that I want to make sure I plan for or hit for the staff meeting, makes that list. I had a meeting with Ricky the other day. I had Ricky, and I had a time allotted for a debrief. I wrote down all the things I wanted to make sure we spoke about during that meeting. Any questions on that? This is such an easy way to stay really ahead and organized. That's like one of my favorite parts of the planner. Any questions? Okay. I do believe you. Okay, go ahead.
Where do you put your notes? Because I noticed that your planner's like mine, that it doesn't have a notes section on it.
Notes in terms of what?
Like, because Alex was just talking about like general notes that he would put on the side.
Yeah, it's some different plan. Yeah, I don't really do that. I mean, you can do it. It's not a journal. It could be a journal. It could be a document.
Okay.
I have like, if you want to be fancy, I have a document that says thoughts for AGL. You keep a running list of thoughts that are specific to AGL. Thoughts for fitness, thoughts for college, thoughts for fun, thoughts for relationships. You can have that running list. Okay. And by the way, those of you that are more advanced that are journaling, this is separate of journaling. Journaling and planning are two separate entities. Okay. In the gaps, like for example here, if you notice, go ahead. Oh, okay. So in the gaps, like there's a gap of space here. I have a district manager conference call from 7 to 8:30 in the morning, and then I have a PC and a PC at 10 and 11:30. I have an hour-and-a-half gap right here. So I have three things. During this gap, I wanted to make sure I PDI'd 3 reps. Stephen LeMay, whoever, Stephen LeMay, I have your name here. So I called you. On whatever date that was, I called. It's funny. So PDI top reps, gym membership. They wanted to change my membership that day. These were things, a to-do list I knew I could get done in those gaps. Versus when you don't have a planner, you waste those little gap times. And those are some of the most important times you can capitalize on. Right? Questions or comments on that? Okay. Those of you that are next level, your thoughts on planner usage. Now you've been doing this for 2 or 3 cycles. Aside from you have to do it. Like there are some next level members here, I'm going to cut your pinky finger off because you still don't utilize the planner the way I want you. It's only hurting you, not me. Alan.
Say, important thing to note when you're doing your power hour planning, things are going to change and you have to be flexible some things. I think this is where I told myself the first time I try to use a planner because I really try to be as strict as possible and try to do everything according to the planner, and it just got me frustrated and I stopped using it. But if you're able to be flexible, still able to get the things done that are really important.
We'll put the big rocks first. Like if you know you can't miss class whatsoever for the most part, sometimes we miss class. I missed a lot of classes, right? But it's already in the schedule. To your point, Luxo.
I think one of the biggest things is being realistic. Because at first I did it, like when I was at FH, like, okay, I'm going to the gym between these classes. Like, I actually ended up doing less. Then if you're realistic and you actually follow through with the planner, like, you feel amazing after you plan. And then, like, you're telling me to plan weeks in advance. And like, I have my October plans. It just makes me feel so much better. So once you learn how to follow it and everything falls into place, like, you're not stressed out even if you know you have something to do because you know it's in your planner and it'll get done.
Yep.
So.
I always teach this in Olean. When we go to the Olean trip, I always say plan an hour for your week, a couple hours for the month, a day for your year, and a weekend retreat for the next 3 to 5 years. It's kind of like, Kathy spoke about this a little bit. Okay?
From a perspective of like leaving and going to another company with like I was working with people that were like 40, 50 years old and they haven't even like heard of planning at this level. I gave like a time management planner talk to the interns and Dave sat in, the guy that like overlooks the intern program. He's like, you need to give this for all of our everybody that works here for the entire office on Friday, whatever. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And like I did, and they were just like, oh my god, how would you learn this stuff? I'm like, 18-year-old kids doing this stuff. It's like you have to just internalize it, and it's like mind-boggling to them that somebody so young would do that, or even that somebody would be so skilled.
Yeah. So, AGL, baby.
Yeah.
To Beck's point, it's funny because a good friend of mine that I graduated high school with, I remember after his first semester in college, he was like, dude, I feel so overwhelmed by all these classes. I already failed the test. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, why don't you just get a planner? Look at this planner. We'll use a planner. We'll use a planner. Like, it's gonna help you out a lot. And then I remember seeing him in spring break, and I'm like, how's everything going? Dude, I got a planner. Best thing that ever happened to me.
And let me. This is how I have to adjust to the generation. I know there's some like the iPhone has a planner and it's digital. I was taught by one of my favorite mentors, my business coach, that there's a reason you use paper and not the now. Don't get me wrong. Like the Mac, my iPhone has a planner and calendar. It syncs up, and that's all great. But there's something to be said. What you cannot do on the phone and all that is do this. Is with one page flip. Is visually see the whole month and just flip to the next month, and everything's laid out physically because it's on the iPhone. It's just dots, right? But here I can see all DVM meeting, SC2 La Isla, SC2 Mainland Jacksonville. I mean, No, John Legend. I went to John Legend, right? John Legend. But see, that got me excited to work my butt off for SC2. I was so tired. I'm like, I'm going to go to John Legend. And I know it's my reward for busting my butt during SC2 is to go to see Juan Lechon. Juan Lechon. Yes?
Another really good point on managers. One of the biggest things, kind of like what Ricky was saying, just like someone who feels like they have a lot going on or they can't handle their schedule or whatever it might be. Like, anytime any single rep has ever felt overwhelmed, just they don't know what the hell they're doing. Just need to sit down and do a schedule. And once we do that, like, oh, wow, I can't do everything. Yeah.
And this is not just for this is not just for reps. We were talking about this, Ricky. Like I go with district managers, and whenever I don't plan schedules with district managers, and Ricky and I were talking about this. We're actually dealing with this in the pilot. Whenever we don't cover the schedules and plan it out, it gets more stressful. Once everything's planned out, then you have a vision, you have an idea. It's like you see where you can have a breather. Like it really is therapeutic, if you will. Yeah, Ricky.
One more thing too. It's funny because once you start using it, you start believing it a lot more. And I was like forcing it out to people, like even my mom. Like I was like, you're super stressed. Like you use a planner. She goes, no, I use a planner. I know what I have to do every single week. Like I know what I need to get done. And I told her like go buy a planner. She never did, so I bought her one. And one of the greatest things that would happen to her was just she's a lot less stressed. She's able to get things done, and she's way more efficient. And she's like, I have all this free time now. I know.
Yeah. And just I'm going to go through these 2 points. Just so you know, if you don't learn to manage, there's a saying, if you don't learn to manage your time, you'll work for someone who'll manage your time. And they get paid more than you every time. That's how it works. Dario.
Well, kind of like what Christina was saying, just because you're starting to plan now, if you don't work out, don't put in like 5-6 days in a row, be like, oh, I'm going to wake up super early and work out these times, and end up missing it and then be complacent with the fact of not doing something that you planned already.
Yeah, have progress, right?
Yeah, so slowly put something in and know that you're definitely going to commit to getting there at that time and doing that, whatever that subject is.
Yeah, tangible progress, not perfection. It's more wins, small victories.
On favor of paper planner, I used to do it on technology, and with technology, everything can go wrong.
Yeah.
The memory can mess up, and if the memory messes up, then you lose your entire planning for a month. One with paper, you have it with you.
Yeah. If you're really true to this, if you're really true to executive planning, you know the feeling when you feel like you lost your planner. Like, where's my child? Where's my child? Right? Mommy! Where are you? Right? That's how I feel. Like the other.
I did that firsthand because Marion thought she lost her planner once, and I thought she was gonna rip my head off. Not because I did something, but because she was so stressed out. Because like when she used out her planner.
But and then there's the irony and the oxymoron behind it, because there's a whole thing I'll tell you that if you happen to lose your planner, just let go. I've lost 3 of these, and each time I went through that whole like pain, and it's like a breakup. All this, and you just let go, and like, I'm ready for a new planner. That's fine. Someone else had their hand. Go.
Yeah, and as far as like the electronic versus paper, just like Colta was saying, like anything can happen to it. I was on my way to a demo, and my planner, I had like a little notebook, and it died, and it had the demo address on it. So it was just one of those situations where like I had to drive all the way back home, put it to charge, call the person, let them know.
Yeah. By the way, to your point, not to interrupt you, but time is of the essence, right?
Yeah.
So the time it takes to boot up this and then versus open and flip. That's part of what my coach was teaching me, and I didn't buy into that because I was so into my MacBook, and he said, "I'm just telling you," and it has changed my life. One of the top 3 game changers is using a plan like this. Any other feedback or questions? Can we thank Alex again for helping out? We're going to do it right. Oh! The best is when it's like, okay. You had a question, Mike.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, in terms of like telling, like, say, like the next weekend or whatnot, how would you suppose it's best to deal with, like, say, schedule wild cards? Well, like, I don't know, sometimes in the class I've had before, you would like spring something on us, like a trip or something that you need to go to out of nowhere. You still have the midterm, like, oh, you change the midterm to a new mandatory trip to a museum or something like that. So I'm like, it's like saying that come out of nowhere, something like that.
Just erase it and then put it somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, pencil. Things are going to happen. Or like you're not sure, you might do blank at this time or this time, and put like this, question mark, and then here, question mark, and that way you know it might happen with these 2 spots. So and then if it happens here, you erase this one and you have an open spot. So once you get used to this, it rolls. It really does. Questions or comments? Okay, cool. Let's do one. Yes, Shayna.
All right. So as you know, nowadays, like people our age don't usually plan things. They kind of call you like, hey, let's go here. So like when it comes to your schedule, like how do you do that?
I would love to, but I'm not available. I have in my planner for tonight prep 2 division manager. I have a division manager meeting tomorrow in Dallas till Thursday. I have something with Heidi and prep 2 messages, and I'm prepping 3 messages on the plane. It's in my schedule. 2 of you asked for time tonight, so I would love to. I have plans. I would love to. I am booked. How about that? I'm booked. Can you meet me here? I'm booked. Oh, it's church. I'm booked. You don't have to explain yourself. I'm booked. What do you have going on? I'm already preoccupied. I already have a previous engagement. Heidi wanted to hang out sometime. I said, I'm booked. It was my power hour. I'm not sacrificing that. So if I don't do power hour, I'm not getting any time with you.
It's ironic. I just said this to Alex, but I heard it from Alex first. It's respect your time. People respect you a lot more just because of that.
Yeah.
So don't feel bad saying that.
Just because you're available doesn't mean I have to be. Just because you have an emergency doesn't mean I have to have one. Hear that? Listen to that one. Your emergency doesn't constitute an emergency for me. Because you didn't plan doesn't mean I have to be frustrated and urgent. Yeah.
No, like me and my friends, like, because they know I'm always busy, like, okay, so when can you squeeze into Tuesday? Like, okay, I'm going to go Tuesday, Saturday, and Friday.
Yeah.
Like after 5 o'clock? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll give you time.
Oh,
I'll end with this. An old friend reached out to me, said, I'd love to catch up. I'm thinking about you and Heidi, and I see you on Facebook. Let's catch up. What are you doing right now? So I'm sorry I'm not available, but I can talk Friday morning at this time. Give me a try. Or here. These are when I looked at my planner real quickly. So, okay, good. Here, stand up. One quick stretch. Now, Ricky, you're up. Stand up. To the right. To the left. Back. Twist. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Shake it out. Twisting. Shoulders back. Keep twisting. Big inhale. Exhale. Inhale on your tippy toes, nose to the ceiling. Inhale. Exhale down. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. Turn to your partner. 2 high fives. Say, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. I was like, let's go.
Hey, for those of you that were late, okay, I have no desire to discuss you being late, so please don't bother. Please don't waste my time tonight. Hey, Jeff, can I talk to apologize? Just be better at the next prep. Cool? I already know you're late. How about that? And we both know you're late. Let's just move forward, and let's not let that be the habit. Cool? What do I always say when people say I'm sorry? Don't be sorry. Be better. Don't be sorry. Okay? Speaking of being better, I have to say this. I remember Ricky Ballister of the first AGL session he went through. It was really interesting. We spoke about this on Saturdays. Like, I didn't even really want to do management. I just felt like I just kind of got into it because it was the next step. That's kind of for like half of you, right? That you can't believe you're here. How many of you had like no interest? What is that? That's awesome.
It's funny because I forgot that wasn't my laptop, and I'm like, that's not my laptop.
This is not your laptop? Whose laptop is this? That's awesome.
It's a good picture.
Anyway,
yeah.
What I think is so important for all of you to recognize is that seeing yourself now is not so important as to where you could be. But even someone like a Ricky and someone like who's in next level, the way, and that's why I like having Alex in the program, the way you take this to a higher level is no matter how many times you've done AGL, how do you set yourself up for a different type of experience? Marcel Proust said, The excitement of discovery is not in the voyage of seeking new voyages, but in the voyage of having new eyes. Right? It's not seeking new destination and voyages, it's having new eyes. So can you go through AGL school, next level, with a different set of eyes? Ricky, as you know, has played the role as a pilot sales manager and has done one hell of a job taking the leadership legacy of Karina, and in this case, Beck, proud mom here, who recruited Ricky. I remember meeting Ricky. To me, my first impression, Ricky, I don't think I ever told you this. My first impression, is when you said you worked at PacSun. I said, of course, he looks like a PacSun model. Right? He had like the PacSun gear, and he looked like the surfer slash beach slash skater slash punk rocker kind of guy. Right? My other impression is watching Ricky go from really like immature to mature to one of the most mature people, and he's still growing. And that's such a great testament. I also know that the people around someone dictates and really represents who that person is. And I look at this, one of the best development pools we've ever had out of Fort Lauderdale is because Ricky Ballister attracted those people to the pilot. I'm proud to say that as a 36-year-old business owner, as a division manager, the fate of my pilot, which is the leadership of the division, is in the hands of a now just turning 21-year-old. Right? I mean, Heidi said this last night. I can't believe that a Ricky, who's 21 years old, runs your office, and that's the pilot. Heidi now understands what this all means. I said, I wouldn't have it any other way. He goes, that's a lot of risk. I said, with great risk comes great reward. And it's been a lot of risk in utilizing Ricky, but I can tell you the upside. How about this? When you think of Ricky Ballister, those of you that know Ricky, or your impression of Ricky, when you think of Ricky Ballister, you think of what, Alan? Relentless. Relentless, of course. Team Relentless. That's right. That's his theme. Gary Natchef, what do you think of when you think of Ricky?
Fun-loving.
Fun-loving and loving fun at the same time. That's right.
Fun but driven. Like, he likes to have fun, but like, it wasn't perfect.
Yeah, I like it. I love it.
Great listener.
Great listener.
Cutest smile. That must be a
Cutest smile. I think that every day I remind myself. But we are up 30%, but man, that smile. That's what
I think of like a true professional. Like when I first saw him, like damn, like I want to be like that.
Yeah, that 20-year-old. I want to be like that 20-year-old. See, for those of you that are aspiring to be districts, that's what hits you. That's what hits you. I'm proud to bring this 20, now 21. Wow, crazy. Woo! I'm proud to bring this 21-year-old around my family. I can't wait for when my parents come down and they're going to finally meet this Ricky that I speak of so often. And I don't tell them I speak about him enough. What else when you think of Ricky?
He's intentional, going out of his way to teach people.
Yeah, he sacrifices to teach.
Very clean cut and like organized. Like
Yeah.
my first venue, like perfectly in fair place, like at end of the banquet, like just organized.
On point.
He has vision.
Vision for the future. Yeah.
Conviction.
Yeah.
He's just fun but serious.
Yeah.
Leader by example.
Leader by example. This is coming from the 28-year-old listening to the 21-year-old. What's that?
9.
28-year-old listening to the 21-year-old.
I think somebody that's just ready for anything, even if you prepared for it, like he's just down to help. He's like, I'll just do it.
Yeah. That's not too far. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Beck. So, on that note, one of the things I can tell you is a game changer in AGL. One of the best parts of going through AGL is our Olean trip. Our Olean trip is dynamite. It's awesome. It's the chance for, and I don't want to take from his message, it's where mainland meets La Isla for the first time every year. It's like 10 pen pals that meet face to face. It's like, you're Paola. It's where we get a chance to see the factory. It's a chance where we compete and see the other 4 divisions in the mighty Eastern region. It's family reunions where you see your competition. Again, not to take from this message. Ricky's here to talk to you about the different things to look forward to for our Olean trip. It's essentially our pre-wind-up. I want to tell you how to invest into the trip. Of course, there's a cost, but I'm going to tell you how we fund it and how we make it happen. And then we're going to wrap up. We'll call a couple audibles, and we should be out on time, if not a little bit early, ready to enjoy the rest of the evening. Okay? So I give to you someone who I know appreciates energy. Mr. Ricky Ballister. Our stuff is pretty good, right? Our products?
Yeah.
Right?
It's alright.
I'm just curious, did anyone already own Cutco before working here? Okay, perfect. So I remember for me, my friend RJ Gonzalez, who actually started off in this office, had sold Cutco to my mom. And I remember sitting in the presentation. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. This guy's cutting through rope and leather, and my mom just bought like $300 worth of stuff we don't really need. I guess that's pretty cool, right? And I remember, going into, I guess, receiving a phone call from Beck and coming in for the interview, checking. I was like, oh, this is that knife job that my friend was doing. What's really cool is, being accepted into management training. What I will say, prior to my message, is you guys are about to embark on such an amazing adventure, and really, Jeff and the saying that we say all the time is, you're doing today what others won't, so tomorrow you can do what others can't. And really, don't take that for granted. Really make the most out of it and take the most advantage of it, and stack up your resume as much as possible, because it's something that a lot of people our age don't really get the opportunity to do, and it's really exciting for you guys to really be a part of it and see the growth of our division in the past couple of years. Olean is definitely one of my favorite trips that our company offers. I remember my first Olean trip. There were so many people that were in management that were like, oh yeah, we're going to Olean, it's going to be so much fun. I'm like, what's so great about going to the factory? Like, I've been to a jelly bean factory, and I've been to a chocolate factory. I'm like, yeah. In Wisconsin, I went to I think it was a Lindor, I think in Italy. It was really good. So yeah, it was awesome. So I've been to a couple factories. I'm like, I guess it's pretty cool. So one of the coolest things going to the factory, and that's like one of the greatest things about it. It's, going back to the motherland, seeing where it all gets started, seeing where our product was created, and being able to see how the knives are the catalyst, and really how we're able to utilize this vehicle to what we want to do, and to even utilize this vehicle for what we're doing right now. This is one of my favorite times. This was a year after I just started. I had just, I guess I was going into my second year, my second fall, and it's me, Karina, and Alex. And a year prior to that, I had just started into AGL school, and I was like a lot smaller. And this is me like just being promoted to pilot sales manager a couple months before. And it was really cool to see like the full circle. Karina, had just gone to Miami. Alex was back in the pilot, and be able to, learn from what Karina had left off, and being able to learn alongside Alex was really cool. This is just another picture of, with Beth and with Alex as well. Has anyone been to Niagara Falls before? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The person, what was it, Jeff? The person with the lowest CPO gets dumped off in one of those, like, in the wooden barrel, yeah. Yeah, that's not fun. I was really close to that one of the years. So Niagara Falls is really cool. What I will say, and I'll get back to the important part, when we get a chance to go to Canada actually at one point, bring your passport, because this is the picture you'll be taking if you don't bring your passport. I was like, here's Canada, here's me. I was like, all right, I'll just pretend I was in Canada. This is the second time, but the first time being able to, because just like in any of the other vector event that we've been to, I'm assuming everyone here's been to SC2, for sure SC1, maybe even SC3. You know how we have like late night with FSMs? One of the coolest things about being able to go to Canada and be able to have this downtime is you get a chance to mix and mingle with the top managers, ex-branch managers, people who've done really well in our business, and get a chance to mix and mingle with them. Andrew Smallwood, who gave a message, who you guys saw the video of earlier, I got to meet him for the very first time, and he gave me so much perspective on how to really work with people. It was something I wasn't really used to, because I had always been the person that was being managed, and being able to put into a position of management was really cool, and it was really interesting to see how to work with people, and not only how to manage yourself, but learn how to really manage others. The whole Canada trip, that's pretty fun. That's what happens to Canada stays in Canada, so to speak. So it's definitely one of the better times. It's definitely a great time in Canada, because again, there's the downtime, and it's really cool because, as I'm sure you guys have realized, here when you work hard, you get rewarded hard, and it's a really great time to spend with our people. Some great downtime. Prior to this event, though, is when we get there, right, and we arrive. And it's the Miami office, and the Fort Myers office, and South Miami, and Fort Lauderdale, and then all of a sudden you see the Puerto Rico office come in, and they're really loud. It's really awesome. And we join forces. We essentially look something like this, and it's really cool to see everyone like join together and see really what we're creating, because what's really cool is this is the small picture. this is a small picture of the FC. The bigger picture is with everyone else in the rest of the division in Puerto Rico, which is really cool. And you know, being able to, believe it or not, they actually speak English. I don't know if you guys know that. So it's not like you can't communicate with them, and you know, it's pretty awesome to be able to share that same experience with them and see that people aren't just selling, you know, cutlery and aren't just in management down here in South Florida, but also, you know, out there as well. One of my favorite parts of going to Olean is, you know, actually going to the factory. One of the things that I realized the first year that I went immediately is that in this business, it's always people helping other people. Right? Let's put it this way. Who here is recommended by a friend? Okay. You recommended by a friend because there's probably an incentive for them, right? So they got the incentive, and they also helped you out by getting a job, and aren't you pretty grateful for that? Yeah. That's pretty cool, right? When you ask your customers for recommendations, right? You ask them for recommendations, you also probably give them an incentive, and you give them like a free vegetable peel or something like that, right? So you're helping them help you, right? One of the beautiful things that I realized going to the factory is that every single person that you meet is so freaking grateful. It's unbelievable. Right? As soon as I walked in, I remember being there walking in with like Alex and I think it was Karina when it was the first fall, and I was like, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. Why? Why are you thanking me, right? And I started realizing if we don't sell the product, they're not, you know, they don't have jobs. But at the same time, if they're not making the product, we don't have jobs, right? It's the same thing, and it was really cool to be able to see, you know, how it really comes full circle and how we're always helping other people. Even with the customer, right? We're helping them make a purchase, and they're helping us, you know, we're helping them save money and investment on an amazing product, and you know, they're helping us pay our way through school, and you know, everything else that everyone else is in here for. So this is actually his name is Steve. He's actually a Steelers fan. I'm just kidding. I don't know if his name is Steve, but the really cool thing about the people in the factory is that the average person has worked there for about 15 years, which is really cool because of the whole, you know, job security thing. You know, people have been there for a very, very, very long time, and they're so appreciative. And more importantly, when you're up in like, and if anyone's like from New York or like, you know, up in those areas where it's not like the city, people are just very humble and they're very appreciative. And I think it's really awesome. These are just some of the things that you get a chance to see. That's the new outdoorsman knife, which is pretty cool. You get to really see how it goes through the heat treat process, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but the really cool thing is, as soon as I left from Olean, I think I sold like $6,000 from the next 2 weeks, because when you know more about the product, right, you have more conviction, the customer believes more in you, and it's so much easier to sell. And when I was able to, you know, give the customers like the details to the T, right, it was really cool for them to, you know, want to help me out and see how excited I was, right? When it's like when you leave a conference, you have all this knowledge and you just want to use it and implement immediately. That's one of the greatest things about this as well. And for those of you who have been to Olean, I'm sure you can agree, one of the best parts about after the tour is the lasagna.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so they make this lasagna, this vegetable lasagna, this meat lasagna.
Okay, I used to laugh and say, why do you keep talking?
It's, oh my God.
It's pretty good. I had a, yeah.
Yeah, no.
There's a special place they get catering from in Olean.
I went with someone that was a vegetarian. They're no longer vegetarians. I'm kidding. All right. It's awesome too because they also they give us teasers, right, and they teach us some of the new products that are coming out, which is pretty cool as well. So the main event of the entire Olean trip, and this is probably my favorite part, is what leads up to the Olean trip, which is the Olean push. And this is the opportunity for a couple of reasons, right? This is the opportunity to help increase your matrix score, right? Because, you know, obviously you want to be able to sell a lot to show that you're someone that can't perform when it's down to push, right? When it's time to push, rather. This helps you increase your matrix score by the intangibles of being able to work around your busy schedules and be able to still sell, right? This helps your startup, right? Who here during SC2 put a percentage away of their sales into their withholdings?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. I remember we had a couple people last year who sold over $10,000 and easily boosted up their startup by $3,000 because they ended up saving everything, which is pretty cool as well. So the main event is definitely the banquet that we have, and this is actually Andrew Evans giving his report at Olean. which is really cool too, because when you think about it, the president of the company is there, the regional manager is there, all the top people are there. In fact, I was sitting next to Jim Stitt, and I almost had no idea. The very first thing, like, it's Jim Stitt, right? And I was like, oh, I should probably ask him questions.
Right? That's like the Godfather. He owns Cutco and like Vector and Cutco are all under him. He's the chairman board, owns everything.
So when you're on stage and you're giving a report, don't you think that kind of makes a positive impression? Yeah, 100%, right? So don't you think you should probably perform for the Olean push? Yes. Okay. Probably 100%. Okay. Going back to meeting other people, there's a picture of me with Scott Dennis and of course Jeff and Karina, and it's really cool to be able to meet the top people, be able to get recognized, and be able to I remember when I worked at PacSun, if I had a humongous sale, I didn't have the divisional manager or the district manager or the regional manager come congratulate me and talk to me. I got a little certificate that said, "Nice job selling something over $500." Great resume builder, for sure, right? So, it's such an amazing event. I can't wait because there's so many memories that are made. One of the greatest things is being able to see the rest of Vector East and being able to see the competition, right? Being able to match up and kind of be able to go there and see where everyone else stands, and be able to. It gives you a lot of confidence too, because it shows how well that you've been trained. I remember some of the people that I met at the Olean conference, whether it was from my own division or from different divisions, are people that I still talk to, and I hold very close to my heart, right? A circle of influences, and that's really important as well. So I can't wait to go back this year. I'm excited for the new people to go, and I think one of the most important things is make sure that you guys are consistently selling now and being able to gain a lot of momentum in November, so you have a solid push and you're able to represent not only, of course, your office, but more importantly, your division.
Okay, cool. Great. So we have a round of applause. Thank you. I'm curious, for those of you that have gone to Olean or multiple Oleans, best parts of Olean, why it's such a great trip? All the... Say it again.
Jim Stitt.
When the chairman of the board says, "Good to see you again," you're like, Ricky, in my lunchbox, which is on top of the microwave, there's a coconut water on the side. You've been? Remember that?
Yeah, the lasagna.
She remembers the lasagna from 2005, 9 years ago.
That's just when my entire career changed. Something's kind of clicked.
Much so louder because you were one of your light bulb went off in Olean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had my light bulb kind of there. It's really funny. I had like panic attack right beforehand. But I'm really glad it turned out for the positive, just because I ended up making some of my best friends there. Like, I know most of you guys are first years. You haven't really seen me and Jarrell and work together, but everyone in the Miami office knows that we're like attached to the hip. I had my first conversation with him at Olean, even though we've been in the same office and stuff. It's just kind of stupid. But regardless, that's when I finally got to reach out to the top management team. So that's when people really start to separate themselves between who's really taking this seriously. Whether or not it's startup, letter of intent, sales, whatever it is. Olean's basically the determining factor. Like, that's where they literally tell you, like, okay, you're on pace or you're not. So make sure you have the right momentum and don't make the same mistakes I did, to where I kind of didn't know and I made it by the skin of my teeth, right? Because that's ideally not the position you guys are in. You want to make sure you have everything set up for success, so that way you always have options open to you. Then you can actually make the most out of Olean. All right? And then you guys get a chance to review it, which is awesome. I'm so excited for you guys that are coming back and get to go to Olean with us again. It's just going to be awesome. But yeah. I'm excited to bring an army.
We're going to bring an army. We're going to be a very multicultural brown and white army of Latin-speaking and white people. That's it. Look at that. These two. That's the Haitians and the whites unite. Nice. What else? Those of you that have been to Olean or multiple, Dario.
Just the chance that me and Daniel were riding up the elevator, and Jim Stitt just happened to be in the elevator, and I was like, "Hello, sir." I usually don't get nervous when I talk to people, but my heart was racing. I was like, "What do I say?"
Yeah, it's funny. You meet this guy of stature who, he is Cutco. Okay. And how was it?
It was blushing, normal.
Yeah. How was he?
Hey, how you doing?
One of the most down-to-earth guys you'll ever meet. Yeah. Family business. A guy, this is off the record, this is a guy who years ago could have sold Cutco to go public. You know what that means? You sell the company off and could have been a mega millionaire. And still, I mean, he's a millionaire, right? But it's like he could have been filthy, like stupid, like just like own the town of Olney, which essentially they do, by the way.
Yeah.
But no, but for the sake of keeping it small business feel, to continue to employ the people of Olney, which I think provides 2,200 jobs. Is that what it is? Number they provide over 2,000. Is that what it is? They provide 2,000 of the 3,700 jobs in the town, or something to that effect.
1,400 people live there, 800.
Okay, I don't know where I'm getting 2,200. Some staggering fact of how many people work at that factory, whereas, you know, they could, the Stits could have been well off and on their way and just doing their thing, but they continue to make decisions that I'm here because of it, I gotta believe. Because we all know why, you know, keeping it U.S. made, what that does for us, right? So, anyway, it's a side note. Lisa.
It's kind of actually really funny, because whenever Priya introduces me in training, he says we had that one conversation before me. And we literally did, and that's why I ended up assisting my parents. We had that one conversation, it was so funny. Watching that video, like, why 30 is not your 20.
Yeah.
It's like, you can do that one thing that it's on your path and change the entire journey.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
And I can tell you, for those of you that have a letter of intent in, raise your hand if you have a letter of intent in. Yeah, there's a bug, by the way. Letter of intent in? Okay, if you do, it just takes it to another level. If you don't have your letter of intent in, it will help you to secure whether you're going to put a letter of intent in, and those of you that haven't, you can put those in whenever you want if you're there. It changes everything. Side note, if you haven't put your letter, if you did give me a letter, but I didn't recognize you, just resend me the email so I can make sure you get, like, for some reason you didn't make the slide, and who else didn't get recognized on the slide, but you've already, a couple of people. Go ahead.
I was going to say, getting my letter that I was on pace to branch, I think everybody else got their letter too, and like who was on pace.
Yeah, there's a special award to say that you're on pace, and it's an award that you'll put into your office, and it's pretty awesome. Good. Pause.
So Neil's favorite for me too, every single time I've gone, it's just really getting a chance to like network and connect with other people that you literally don't see unless like once a year going to this event. And just kind of seeing like, I guess, seeing the competition for yourself next year for the branch, not only within like RFC, R1 teams, but now seeing all the other teams get together and that's what's going on there. Kind of like just talking to people and seeing where they're at and just getting a chance to relate above and below as well with your circles. So.
I love it. Networking is who you know, right? And you'll formulate relationships with people who will help you run a better business too. Good. Other Olean attendees? Yeah, one more, Daniel.
I would say most importantly, in Oleans, you get the opportunity to see how the FC stands out, just about how we hold ourselves and how we hold ourselves accountable to MPPG. Like with all the other divisions, not only like NFL, like TKO, you get to see like everybody in the whole nation. So it's really just an opportunity to build more appreciation for being in the FCA.
Yeah, and that's fun.
And what we're able to learn here.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of downplayed it, but it's a ton of fun. You crazy mofos do whatever you do in Canada. It's really funny. It's really awesome. And you guys get a chance to enjoy. Make sure you have your passport. So here's the trip. This was just, let me get your attention. This is up on Vector Connect, and we have to get signed up sooner than later because we do have to reserve spot like any conference. And one of the things I want to share with you are the things that you get with the package. So everyone, if you could pay attention here. This is on email. It's actually up on Facebook soon. One of the only ones of the year. By the way, it's also the next management prep to keep you on pace. There's instruction there. There's a drill for skill there. There's a AGL session breakout for us, and there's a session for the entire region. There'll be, I think, over 300, 400 people, 300 plus. Management candidates, AGL, lead from North Florida, branch training from Georgia, Virginia division, and Carolina division. I think there'll be an excess of 300 to 400 plus people, if I'm not mistaken. So there'll be sessions where, like the Jeff Gamboa of North Carolina, who we don't know yet, Larry Manley will teach parts of AGL school and management training, and so forth and so forth. So you'll hear from the best. You get round-trip airfare to Buffalo, New York, which is where we're stationed. We're going to stay in Niagara at the Sheraton. Meals and lodging at the Sheraton Niagara Falls, bus transfers, all the information, informative meetings, and of course the downtime. So let me give you the details. So pay attention here. You don't have to take notes because this is actually on Vector Connect, and we're going to look to sign. Kato, give me a text when you get there safely, please. Okay, so sales qualification. Even if you sign up, it doesn't mean you're going. You have to get approved. I think it's within a month before we go. Okay? That will be based on your matrix score, be based on where I feel you are financially, okay? So just signing up doesn't mean you're going, but I'll approve it within a month. The cost of the conference is $1,100, which pays for everything. Now, does anyone know flights? The flight alone is probably 70% of it, okay? However, due to the extra cost involved with flying to the event, we're pleased to offer the following payment for the conference. So, and we've done this way for the last, 14 years. All you have to do is sell one Homemaker Plus 8 at full price, either the $11.39 or the $11.49, because the prices are going to change after the 15. In either color handle or block, doesn't matter what color, with a maximum of 205 bonus points, meaning you can give anything you want away for free as long as it's a Homemaker Plus 8. I'll stop there. Does everyone understand how that qualifies? That will pay for your conference for you, so you don't have to pay. This is where you smile. This is where you, okay? Right? You don't pay for this conference. It's kind of like the conference SC2, but on a bigger scale. You can pick 205 bonus points of your choosing, and then the company will forego you having to pay, forego paying your commission on the order as payment for the conference. So you would not get your commission on that order. It would pay for the conference. And if you think about this, if you're not at 50%, it's even more of a steal for you. I'll say it again. If you're not at FSM right now, it means you're making less than 50%. So what's the highest CPO? What's the highest commission you would earn on a homemaker as a FSM? $500+, right? That would go. But see, that $500 you wouldn't get, and it pays for the $1,100. So you see the deal there? Okay. If you were at like 30%, only at $10,000, you would only make $300. Company's covering the other $700 or $800. You guys see how that works out? Okay. No substitutions. It's only a Homemaker Plus 8. So if you sell a complete or signature, it doesn't count. Even though I know it's more in value, it's got to be Homemaker Plus 8. So we would call this the all-in Homemaker. To make sure that this order is processed correctly, in the special instructions, you have to write down all-in Homemaker in your roll-up. In fact, don't roll this order. This is one of the only, right? Don't roll this order. It's paper order, and in the special instructions, write down all-in Homemaker. So you will not get CPO credit, and you will not get commissions. It will pay for the trip. Okay? Do not roll these orders. And this is the part you have to hear. So from the time you sign up, and we're gonna do a group sign up now. If you have any questions or you have any apprehension, you can talk to me. From the moment you sign up, your commission account will be charged weekly, bit by bit, just like the SC2, SC1. It'll be charged weekly until you either sell your Homemaker or you've paid for it in full. Meaning, let's say if you sign up by the 4th, which is this Friday, you're going to get charged $52 a week on your paycheck, something small, every single week, and it will continue to charge you until you've paid off the $1,100, or what? Or you sell the Homemaker, whichever comes first. I think of Esteban. Esteban last year got like 2 charges. $52, and he sold his own Homemaker. These 2 charges reversed, and his trip was paid for. You want to understand how that works? Yeah. Okay. Now it says once you sell it, you have until February 4th of 2014 to sell the Homemaker. It's actually February 2015. It's next year, right? In other words, you have until, even after the Olean trip, you can continue to work. You put your Olean Homemaker in, it takes off all the charges that were charged to your account. Okay? So if you haven't sold your Homemaker or cleared your account by February 3rd, that's a great date, by the way, February 3rd. Birthday. My birthday. Okay? If by my birthday you haven't sold the Olean Homemaker, you either get your Homemaker Plus 8 or you can ask for just a $250 credit to clear your account. Up to you. Okay? Cancellations, you can read that. Signing up late will cost more. You'll have to get charged more because you're increasing flights. Okay? And I would encourage you to go ahead and just get signed up for the sooner one on at September 4th. So for those of you that have gone to Olean, questions or comments or tips on how to maximize the sign-up process and the whole Olean Homemaker and the charge process. So we'll go from there. Isa. Yeah, sign. And we're gonna sign. We're just gonna get everyone on their smartphones now to sign up, so you start getting the process going. Yeah.
First, I think it's just about promoting it. So usually, when you get to your offices, you put that out where it's not about it. You just start talking about it. Start talking about how the company has given you an opportunity to go visit the factory because you're in a accelerated jail program.
Yeah.
And then you have a chance to give them a really, really good.
So what's the short version of that? Make sure your customers know what's going on so they'd be more willing to purchase to help you. Wouldn't it be cool if in your folder of handouts it's already there? Wouldn't it be cool if you just go and print it yourself? Wouldn't it be cool if that's already in the folder? So just help me make a statement for AGL and branch opportunity 2015. One Homemaker Plus 8 equals paid trip to Olean, New York. Put this after the company page. Talk about it. Sell your Homemaker. You're welcome. It's already in the folder. So print it out, laminate it, go from there. Okay. Also, for those of you that worry about classes, there's not a single situation we can get you out of. I put it in Word file, Word document. It's a letter you can customize for yourself. This week, start to tell your professors. Don't wait till October, November.
That's so important.
Do it now. And I'm just telling you, oh, but my program. There's no disrespect. Your program means nothing to me. I've gotten every single person out of schools that are more prestigious than your schools. No offense. No offense. Just like on a scale of like reputation, I've gotten people out of the George Washington University. I mean, Andrew, we've gotten him out of some, oh, you just, to get in this program, you can't miss that. This letter, a call from us if need be, we pretty much get everyone out of everything. I get Division I athletes out of sports. You know how that goes. I get that too. Because this is important if you explain it the right way to the people who are important to make the decision. Okay, so you have a letter. You have this. Okay. Other thoughts? I would say make sure you're cranking on your push. Why? So you say your homemaker as soon as possible. Okay. So any questions or comments? Yes.
When does the price change?
15th. It'll be on Vector Connect. September 15th?
Yeah.
Okay. You can start doing it now. Questions or comments? Yeah?
I would say just matrix-wise, be very intentional about what you do from now until Olean, because there have been a lot of people that have been top candidates and have done something or just kind of dropped the ball and were asked to not come to Olean. And yeah, like right beforehand too. So make sure to just be very impressive and like right now it's open to everybody because it's so early, but at the end of the day, this is something that's kind of an exclusive event. We're like showing up with our team and we want to be impressive to everybody, and we're not going to bring just anybody. So making sure to be really impressive and keep growing so that you're not asked to not come.
Yeah, so what I'm going to... Yeah, go ahead, Dario.
Well, to carry on with that, like, be impressive until Olean. For the fact that once you get to Olean, there's A squad and B squad.
Yeah, okay, let me explain this. Good, I'm glad you brought it up. When we get to Olean, we're going to separate AGL. So it's A squad and B squad. A squad means you still got a shot at branch. B squad, you lost it. Okay? So you don't want to be on B squad. Especially if you want to be a branch, you don't want to be on B squad. And then B squad from Olean on is going to be fighting to try and earn assistant spots, if that. And then in December, there'll be people who get cut from B squad and they essentially went through AGL for nothing. For the life skill, sorry. For the life, no, that's important. But they won't play a management role. They're not finishing the training. That's a very small percentage. Questions on this? Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're going to take a quick stretch, and here's the audible I'm going to call. We don't have enough time for me to deliver the messages I want to give in the proper fashion. We have two messages that we would need to give. We need to give the SLC message, which is planning for the SLC push. I'll have your offices do that on the local level, how to plan for the SLC push. And then the energy management, I just definitely don't want to rush through fitness. That's not, I don't rush through that topic. I take my time on that one. So at the next prep, I'll start to feed you guys emails. Be on top of your emails, because after this prep, I'm going to start giving you Gamboa-type emails. Next level. That means you better be ready on your emails. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, because I'll send emails. I send fitness stuff every week, and it's really helpful. Like it's not like hard. It's not like meathead. Do this type of push-up, chin-up, and then the barbell. No, I mean like stuff that you can do, and it's realistic for everyone. That'll help increase energy, fitness, eating habits. I send perspective on business perspective on different articles I think might help you with AGL. Then, of course, I send reminders of assignments, and these are things you want to keep up on. Also, on the Facebook page, make sure on the Facebook page and keeping up on the Facebook page. Those two methods of communication. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick stretch, and instead of doing the fitness and instead of doing the SLC and trying to squeeze it in, we're going to do a quick stretch. During the stretch, I'd like you to log on to your Vector Connect, and if you feel confident, go ahead and sign up for Olean. If you have some apprehensions, what I want you to do is I want you to send me an email right now why you're not signing up. And we're not going to talk about it now. I have no time to meet with the 5 to 10 of you that are not signing up. And you have to explain to me your concerns. It's probably financial related, which means you need to sell more. Okay? So we're going to take 10. We're going to come back, and then we're going to debrief, and then Muxo's going to wrap us up. Got it? All right, so hop on. You're either signing up for Olean or you're sending me an email as to why you're not.
Under the bright skies.
That's my idea. I'm in Dallas for just like your role. The biggest thing is we just can't bring it back to tomorrow.
Oh, it's very
The biggest thing with this group is to follow without a very I think
Actually, my patient will not be because we're supposed to sign up right now. It will be logistics. It will happen the same as in the district manager. It will appear Andrea's name on the
if you're okay with it, it's fine for me. I'll work it out later. Sign it up for now. And
For me, I can sign up right now.
Good. Go ahead.
Charles.
Hey folks, Olean's sign-up registration is not available right now, I guess. So, when it's up, I'll put it on Facebook and you guys can line up. So we'll start in 5.
Well, I have a. Actually, I have
Follow me.
Oh, you're on the 20 years team?
No, I'm saying the guarantee. I'm saying the guarantee is only 20 years. So at 19 years old, I'm like, yeah, but she's not.
We'll get lifetime. Let's set a call now. I'm not. I don't have time to get live on this. Schedule Friday.
All the old
So we have the
So I gotta finish putting in my syllabus stuff for my school. Professor was telling us we'll have our exam around this time, around this week. I'm like, how does that supposed to?
I would hate that. No, but the teachers always end up moving their exam dates anyways.
No, some of them are like to the T.
Really?
I've had all my previous professors to the T, unless there's like a natural disaster, but to the T.
I took 30 credits. I'm MBA'd.
Just have to be. I might be.
All of them were like, like when it comes up to the week before, they're like, guys, we're gonna change it. I'm like,
really? No.
Have you ever been to Miami Dade?
I was proud of and then
in Miami Dade, it's like
it's you have those times. That's the time.
Yeah. Miami Dade is like
because they're like there's no makeups. They're like there are no if you miss that date there are no makeups. Or like, the only thing you can't do is take early.
Miami Dade is super slack. Miami Dade is super slack. It's like easy to high school. It's as easy as middle school.
No,
It really is.
I got body.
I've heard a lot of great things about Miami. I should have done that.
You guys look at Kendall's, like, they have the hardest campus system.
How about I put
Apparently Intercontinental, like,
in front of me?
Maybe I'll just go up and just right there.
you okay?
I'm just trying to show them.
Really strong.
You got more better for our life.
Yeah,
I was like, he's like, can I buy? Can I go buy a cookies?
And then like the first time, I was like, you got like,
oh, you want to talk?
Like the third, like the fourth one, they did what we did. Like, oh yeah.
Right here. I see that. I see that. This is Ricky's time. The fact that he has a time that chasing that train, that's like finding. That's like finding ash. That's like the chances. Yeah, exactly. Like finding it's like a whole team, like oh, what's there?
Hey folks, let's roll.
Honestly, like I get a question when I go to the case, I'm like, I honestly like me personally, I got time to sit there. Yes, sir. I don't know, like I built enough before.
All right, everyone, grab a seat.
Sure. Do you have you said any of the questions? Like the times that it gets back?
Yes.
Thank you.
When you get registered for it, and you get a month out, we'll call you, and if you have any like preferences, I'm gonna talk about it right now.
Okay, exactly. I have one question.
What day?
It's on the day that we get back.
Tuesday.
On Tuesday, yeah. It's
early.
It's at 3:30.
Awesome. You can take like a super early flight.
The only reason I say it's because that class is for my major and it's one day a week.
That works.
Really came in handy this thing.
All right, folks. Where's everyone else? The bachelor of training. What's going on? Where's everyone else? Ricky. Where's everyone? Heather, with confidence. Okay. So let me give you a couple of assignments. Assignment number 1. Okay. I'm going to put Facebook. Get on the Facebook link. You're missing serious information if you're on the Facebook page. If you're not on Facebook at all, and that's the challenge, then let me know. But if you're on Facebook, you got to get hooked up onto the AGL page because you're missing some major communication. Plus email 2 times a day minimum. Once in the morning, once in the evening. Okay? Once in the morning, once in the evening. 2, be prepared to drill on September 20th. That'll be the pre-screen and the post. And by the way, everyone will get drilled. Some of you who went already will get drilled again. I want to say thank you for the people that were examples today. Can I have you stand up? I just want to say thank you for being victims, for being examples. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you very much. NLG, finish my sentence. You know it's a positive problem when there are too many people to drill. Right? For skill. Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God.
Too many people to drill for skill. This would be appropriate planner usage, right? You've got a push that's coming up, SLC push. You can tell me when the SLC push starts. Yeah. So prep for the push. Okay? September 16th is when it starts. Just a reminder for La Isla, it's 4K to feast. You hit 4K tabbed, you're going to get the payoff, and you're going to be going with Pau, and she's going to lead an outing in Puerto Rico to celebrate all the people that stepped up. By the way, not just to feed you, but that's also going to be one of those, okay, Pau, who did you take to dinner? That goes in your matrix. I get to, that's my way, that's like the thank you, but it's also a version of my matrix too. If you're eating with Paola in Puerto Rico, your matrix is going up. Same thing here. We're gonna have the Dirty Dozen contest. I'm gonna put I'll put the details out closer to SLC, so it's not. I don't want like too much information. But essentially, the top 12 reps over there's gonna be a minimum you have to ship. Top 12 reps to hit the quota over a certain amount. I'm gonna be taking. We're gonna get this really. Has anyone been to a Panthers game? Raise your hand if you've been to. We're gonna go Club Red, like the VIP club, and we'll do it up. We'll do it up because I would do NFL. It's near impossible to get that many tickets at the same price rate that we would get to get 12 tickets sitting together in the same spot at an NFL game. It's, even with Mike, I have some really good connections and a ticket. It's hard, but I want to bring more people because last year, although Dario, we had a great time.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not celebrating your Pats.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Why?
And also
I know.
It was all like pictures. It was Miami.
What's that? The tickets? Oh, I don't know. I'm talking about the Club Red stuff. That's like free food. You guys like unlimited food? That's Ricky. We've been there. So. Yeah, it's not that you're right. To your point, it's not the ticket I'm worried about. It's the being able to have fun. And like when we did the NFL game, there was what 7 of us total. Yeah, based on the budget, I could take you guys, and we had what happens at NFL stays at NFL. That stuff, right? But for Club Red, I want to be able to do the same thing. But for 12 people, it's a lot pricier. So, but we can have that fun at the ice rink. Maybe they'll even let us on and skate on the ice rink. Number 4, next level group. Who can remind me? Next level. What are your assignments? There's one book you have to read. 4 agreements, and on top of that, hook up with your mentee and connect. Make sure you have communication with your mentee. Check the Facebook page. Check the FC leadership page. All your assignments are listed up there.
Did you offer 4 greens?
What's that?
4 greens.
Don Miguel Ruiz. Okay. If you want to snag on the next level stuff. I always encourage that. If you hear what next level is doing, feel free to do it if you want to get ahead. Next level group, friendly reminder, our call will be our first NLG call will be this Friday from 9 to 10, and you will be responsible for the first hour of the opening comments. I sent the link. Just to review it, script it, and we'll debrief it on Monday. I didn't make you do the whole thing, just a quick hour. Questions on that for next level? Okay. Also, sign up for Olean. Ricky, you're not done this. Could you take a picture and send it to me, please? Yeah. Thank you. Bless you. Sign up for Olean. If you don't sign up for Olean, send me an email why. And we'll come up with a plan. Because if you're an AGL here at this first prep, you should be an Olean. Someone asked me, Ryan asked me a question, what happens with the flight schedules? 1 month out, I get a call, and everyone that's signed up gets a yes or no from me. About 90% I approve. I usually disapprove 10% for certain like matrix reasons or whatever it might be. If you get approved, you'll get a call from the Eastern region. What they will do is they'll say, oh, Delaney, beautiful. Do you have any flight restrictions or any things you have to accommodate around? We will leave typically on a Saturday morning. Who's been to Olean? When do we leave? Saturday morning? Or Friday? Saturday morning, sorry. Puerto Rico leaves Friday. Saturday morning, you'll leave, whatever the date is in your calendar. You leave Saturday morning. We get back sometime on Tuesday. If you need to get back for a class you can't miss on Tuesday, that's when you would let them know and they'd adjust your flight accordingly. Cool? But use the letter. You should be able to get out of most things. I'm just telling you, 5 of you came up to me during the break. Well, I have this class that I can't miss. I'm just telling you, you can miss it. We get people to miss it if you use the letter and use the letter now to start the conversation. If you wait till mid-October, you don't get out. If you do it now, it's easy. Trust me. So how many of you know that you have some type of a conflict with school? I'm just telling you. High school is a little bit different. Okay? But we still might be able to get you there too. Andrew went, and it's football, so it's different. Okay? So talk to me if you have a specific situation. So sign up. If you're not signing up, it should be up, I'd say by tomorrow night. Worst case Wednesday, it should be up on Vector Connect. Any questions? And I'll put it on Facebook. Okay.
So is it up yet?
Yeah, we tried it today, and for some, I don't know if it's because of the holiday. What are those Olean people doing? Okay. So before I bring Christine up here to wrap things up, I would love to get just feedback on your first AGL prep session, even next level. Next level, you can give thoughts on your session as well, in addition to this session. I would love both thoughts from next level. Your session earlier, and just thoughts going through your second, third, or fifth next level or general session. Ms. Timmons.
I'm excited for everything moving forward, and I really look forward to growing with this lovely group of people.
Lovely indeed.
I love you guys.
Uh-huh. And IU. And we you? Yeah, we you.
Yes.
Mike.
I'm not gonna lie. At one point, I was feeling a little bit skeptical of my potential to be AGL.
Sure.
I accepted everything, but after this meeting, certain things just seem so much more doable. Like,
Yeah.
Like it's even more effective.
You all had to be approved to be here. You know that, right? There are 3 of you, especially you know, because you're under 8K. And where are you here? Because I believe you'll prove me wrong, and you'll get to the higher sales level, and you'll be at the right level. You're here, not by accident. No one snuck in. You're all approved, even the ones under 8. 3 of you. Okay. And Mike, to your point, if you're here, you're with the analogy of med school. Hard to get in, but once you get in, the graduation rate's really high. Why? Because once you're here, we're gonna work hard to make sure you graduate. That's how AGL school is. So you're here, Mike, because you're meant to be here. Now, you might be at the bottom 10% if you feel like you're behind. Your matrix might be technically lower, but hey, I don't want to work with you. I want to work with the new you, the 3.0 you. So, how about that?
AGL promise is everything promised to be and even better.
Nice. Good. Other takeaways?
Just figuring out what you said about NLG, it's really just taking another step into the business and really just learning how to really maximize everything that everybody's learning in the first level. You know how to maximize that in NLG, and I think that's really exciting, especially from last AGL, from last year that I attended. It really blew my mind away, so I'm just really excited about NLG because I know it's going to be 10 times more.
Yeah, next level session has filled my division manager tank for about a month. Right? I'm telling you. Oh, side note, next level, raise your hand. Normally, so this is because it's Labor Day, we do a Friday night session into Saturday. Would you be opposed to because that would be like 3 hours on Friday night, and then we do like another 3 or 4 hours on Saturday morning, then general session. If you guys wouldn't mind starting earlier, I could do everything on Saturday. So you wouldn't have to come Friday, spend the night, and then come Saturday.
How early Saturday?
8 instead of 8:30, or 7:30 instead of 8. Next level, I. Yeah, and if you have a concern, talk to me one-on-one. Okay. I just think it's if we can just knock it out. And you can thank some of the next level members that came up to me and I said, "Can you give me some feedback?" And that was one of the suggestions. Like scared to ask me, but I'm glad you did. We've just always done a session on Friday night, but I think if we can open up for more selling time for you, more personal time, happy candidate, happy AGL, right? What else? Other feedback?
It's time to like really sink in. Like when my name called up at SC3, like accepted, it was like, oh, really? Like I didn't fully accept it. Like felt surreal. But now it's like really sinking. Like wow, AGL prep, AGL.
Now it is full real.
Like, oh, I'm actually an AGL. Okay.
How about make crazy time your biatch? Yeah, is that a theme?
I'm so much more appreciative now because upon first glance you would think it's just a bunch of people getting together, talking about how to better ourselves. But in the grand scheme of things, these are life lessons that we're learning that most people don't have access to.
Yeah.
And I haven't even gone to AGL school. I barely started, not even in AGL yet. But I'm just so looking forward to everything.
Yeah. By the way, so what's the Cutco objective of AGL? Aggressive Growth and Leadership School is to develop your skills for life, platform, you're a more marketable person. It's worth your time no matter what major. What's the Cutco objective of this training? To train you to run an office, to be an entrepreneur, a Cutco entrepreneur, to run a Cutco franchise, if you will, in some cases, or become a district manager. Good. What else? Other takeaways, feedback, what you gained from the prep, what you like, anything?
I know I just said something, but just as far as the interview, when Korea was going over the objectives of the interview, I still learned things from that interview, and I've been running interviews for about a few months now, and I still found like so many things that I wanted to start changing in my interview.
Yeah.
I know it's going to improve everything I've been doing, so I'm really excited. But just the focus this year on really just the intensity of learning on the interview, and also the training, because I know we're going to be focusing in NLG, but the training a lot.
The next level, we're going to rock it, for sure. I'm excited for the people who weren't impressive today to be the most impressive on September 20th. Right?
I'm excited to make crazy time to biatch because I've never been the best at doing that. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to grow a lot.
So do it now.
Grow this.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Lisa.
I just really love the vision that we have this morning. We just our ideal FC candidates, like what we want the division to look like, and just see that everything's just falling into place in a great way.
Yeah.
Especially, it's very hard to be.
To your point, thank you. To your point, I'm excited about the mentor-mentee program we have.
Oh, yeah.
We have some amazing mentor. Not everyone's getting a mentor. Not everyone's going to be mentee. But if you find out that you do have a mentor, okay, take advantage of it. If you find out you don't have a mentor and would like one, talk to me by the next prep. I'll find you a next level member who'd be willing to take you on as their mentee. And that's just extra influence, extra COI, which is what Circle of Garcia.
A big part, like kind of piggybacking off what Dylan said, is sort of like making, just owning creative time. And a big part of it was just realizing that it's coming. I feel like preparation is key from learning what Alex had said about, setting up your planner and, just doing this stuff. Because I've always been someone that's, been really good at scheduling, really good at like, okay, I'm going to do this, doing this, this, and this, but actually, getting into the pattern and setting those realistic things and just knowing that it's coming.
Yeah.
It's one thing to like a hurricane hit you than to you to have boarded up your house, put up the shelters, and say, okay, hurricane.
Yeah. Ready? We're the division that laughs in the face of adversity. We fight in the shade, if you will. You seen 300? Movie 300?
Yes.
We're the ones that fight in the shade. We laugh when adversity hits. That's what it's like to be part of FC. When something hits you, you're like, Jeff, you won't believe this. So this happened, but man, let me tell you how I took care of it though. Or hey, I could use your advice because I'm gonna get through this. I just need some help. That's how FC handles things, not right. I don't know. He didn't try. So don't say I don't know to me. What if you did know?
I was excited to see the newbies drill, and even just like practicing and overhearing them and what they're excited for. Like it's a different breed, and to encourage all of you that are newer, just take advantage of the layers that we have in the division now. It's something that I didn't have when I first started, but if you see a person that's in next level and that they have something or they've gone through a certain transition or a change that you yourself want to go through, reach out to them.
Yeah.
Even if they're not your like mentor, reach out to them because everybody's really open and excited to help teach you guys to be the absolute best candidate that you can be, but also the best human being that you can be. A few of you have already like latched yourselves onto a few next level people, but I'm excited to see you guys all grow and develop and
Yeah, this is the best NLG we've ever had, and one of the things I would do if I were a first year, my advice to you is find out the NLG stories and figure out the person who you can most relate to and ask them the most questions. Because we have the most diverse, not ethnically, not school-wise, not major-wise, but in terms of how they got here. Yeah. We have like 17 different avenues of gung-ho the whole time and still here. The most negative pain in the butt ever and still here. You want to know who? No. Ups and downs. Was going to quit. Wasn't. No letter of intent until Olean. Didn't even want to branch. So left the business, came back. I mean, we have everything. Chock full.
For personal growth.
Yep. Yeah, just to piggyback on that, for those of you that are vets here in the room, it's awesome to see the layers, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be in NLG next year. And we're growing every single year. This is my fourth, fifth prep, or year rather, going through AGL school, and it's exciting to see the NLG growing, all the different dynamics that we're learning as we go along. And I mentioned this actually in the start, the power of 1 year, it's phenomenal. So really
tell me more on that, because you've been through this 5 times, power of 1 year. I want to hear more from you on this.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Just my story, I guess one of the things that I can tell you guys is when I first interviewed, I've gone through so many other job interviews and I didn't really like them, and whether it was the schedule or the pay, this and that, and once I got here, I saw that a 23-year-old manager is interviewing me, and I was like, wow, I'm an aspiring entrepreneur, business owner, I want to be like this guy. And when I got accepted, I literally told the manager, I was like, one day I'm going to be in your spot. It's kind of cocky, but it's like, whoa, we got to put you through training first. And ironically enough, a year and a half later, the same exact physical chair that he interviewed me in, I had in my office interviewing for, my branch team. And that was really exciting. And one of the things that I decided to do after my first year of branch, I said, this is awesome. I want to go through it again, really master the skills, and go out for the second time once again. So it's a completely different world. You change so much through 1 year, and we were just sitting, in the middle of prep today, and Dario leans over to me. He's like, "Did I just run a business?" And I was like, "Yeah, you literally just ran a business." That's so Dario. So he just had this epiphany that he ran a business, and nobody else, nobody else has. Well, not many people have the opportunity to do so, and really just take advantage of that. Take advantage of people that are here. Take advantage of what you guys are learning and what we're teaching, and it's going to get you far. And one of the things that one of the reasons why I stuck around is I committed to the success. And Jeff will tell you my hiccups that I had in the beginning of my second year of branch with the phone lines. That was crazy, but that's all in how you handle it.
What happened to him is the equivalent of losing your leads twice in a push. We still finished one on top in the region that year. So.
What I'm actually very excited for is just for everybody in this room to actually get to know each other personally. And
I was waiting for someone to say that.
Yeah, because I mean, we're all in the same room. We're all part of the FC. Like, I think if we're all, get to know each other personally, like how we know everybody in our own offices, I mean, wouldn't that make us just that better of a, of a.
This is the USA thing, right?
Yeah.
You play for USA, not. You guys know that now? Joe's talking about.
Yeah.
You play for FC now. When you come to these preps, I don't care what office you're from. I care what division you're in. Like, that hat means something, not what office you're from. No disrespect. Team Relentless means nothing. Inferno means nothing. Sharpies means nothing to me at these preps. It means a really awesome offices rather in that case. But to me, it's about one division, one cause, one band, one sound. You know that. Drumline, Nick Kenneth, terrible acting. Yes.
Just piggybacking off of what Anthony was saying, I challenge all of you who feel like you haven't really gotten to know many people, like email like 2 or 3, doesn't even have to be next level, but 2 or 3 people and just asking them questions, or if you need advice, or if you want them to help you in any way, like email them and reach out to them, like start making connections now, like be proactive in building relationships with these people, because in the future you'll be so. And
to the point, because it's labor, it's different. Someone was asking, but during the normal preps, we always do team night after.
Yeah.
Like this, and someone's wondering what happened in team night. I never do team night on the Monday one. So maybe I have to get back to school. There's this. I never do the team night. Team nights go late. But a team night, maybe some of you will have your own team night tonight. It's in your office or meet other people. But I can just tell you, there's nothing like an FC gathering. That I can tell you. It's my job to make sure it's that way. So, other feedback from. Let's do next level feedback, and we'll wrap. Oh, one more first, and then we'll do next level. Finish up.
I'm just excited to not really have to worry about like financial problems.
Yeah.
I know that I'm gonna get the skills.
Okay, cool. You beat me to the punch. Can I give you the agenda for next week, next prep? Yes? You want to hear it? Okay.
Yeah.
So AGL lesson number 1 will be checkbook management and weekly/monthly budgeting. Okay. I'll teach you things like the $100 rule. I'll teach you how to things that won't happen. You won't ever bounce a check. Some of you don't even have checks. You won't ever have ATM fees because you're overdraft. You'll know what's in your account. You won't ever have to do the whole, the way my bank account's set up. I have a check and a saving and a check and saving tick. You see, and by the time it comes back, the boat the yacht might not be here. Kevin Hart. No, but on a serious note, being like basics. How about this? Credit score and the power of credit score and how that affects your life. The power of checkbook management, monthly and weekly budgeting. You'll be able to have to buy groceries and have more money left over and just not be scraping by. And it's going to be on your college budget. That's going to be awesome. And you're not on a college budget because when you sell Cutco, you have more money. Cutco, you have more money than normal college students anyway. So you should be able to see your point. You should be able to say more. Muxo, why don't you wrap us up since you had some of those thoughts?
I do have some notes that I just kind of accumulated throughout the meeting. One, I'm just so excited for everyone here because every single one of you guys are going to have a completely different story, but not one is going to be better than another. Like, whatever, just like when you go branch, like you can't base your success off of other people's races, just run your own race and do the best that you can, but I'm so excited for each of you guys to figure out whatever your niche is and just freaking excel at it. Because once you figure that out, and once you kind of like get the hang of things, and there can be times where it's kind of easy, then it gets hard again, and then it gets easy, but that's how you grow. And that's the exciting part. That's what I'm so excited about for you guys, is that you guys are going to be completely different people this meeting a year from now. I hope that we have the same amount of people in next level. All right? Like, it's going to be,
Man!
Like, there are twice as many people.
Time out. Next level next year. This is next level next year. Goosebumps. Can we do it? Oh, I think I got him. I got him. Goose. Bumps of the goose. Oh, that's a funny joke. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead.
But, like, when I was in this room, guys, I had no idea what the heck I wanted. I mean, I knew that it would be stupid to not go into AGL school, and I definitely wanted to keep my options open. But even after I put in my letter of intent, I was kind of like, so this branch thing, I'm just going to move and, like, run my own office. I had no idea, like, what the heck, I don't know, whatever I was going to do. And whatever your journey does take you on, hopefully everyone here does earn a spot. Like, you guys work your butt off, but if you do work, they will find a spot to put you. Like, even if you have to export whatever, you just stay on your track, like, keep pushing, like, just do you, run your own race, 110%, and don't be afraid to communicate when things get hard, because they will get hard. It's called crazy time. We told you that. It's going to get hard. So something I have my AGLers in Puerto Rico do is actually, we had a conference call, and I have to make a list. Everything that could possibly go wrong between now and branch. Any excuse they could have ever come out with, like not having a phone, losing recommendations, not having a car, family emergency, whatever, put on the list. So that way, when you come to your DM, when you come to your mentor, whoever, and you're like, I don't know if I can make it to prep, I just didn't do my assignments, I had this come up, and they're like, all right, perfect, it's off the list, let's go. We already said what's going to happen, no excuses. If you guys want to make it happen, then make it happen.
Next level group. Are you not impressed with Miss Muxo here? This is because Muxa was the rep last year doing the, well, this is happening. And Kathy had to say, well, we told you. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I learned from all the mistakes I did. So learn from my mistakes as well, guys. Just
Not ready. Knowledge is when you learn from your mistakes. Wisdom is when you learn from others' mistakes. Be wise. It hurts less when you're wise.
But like the reason I went ranch is, and that's what like the 30s is not your new 20s or whatever. Sorry, the name of the video was to watch. That kind of hit home for me because it was kind of like do something that does make you stand out. My mom tells me, she's like, I'm so proud of you for everything that you've done. And she's not really neg on the business, and she's like, you're only young once. Why don't you go out and have fun? And I'm like, exactly. I'm only young once. When am I ever gonna when is a company ever just gonna give me money to run my own business and get the experience that I am? And when is it gonna mean as much as it does now? Take advantage of what you have.
You're only young once. You could look at it that one way, which is you're only young once, so be fun and be free. And I respect that opinion, but you have to. But then you also think about it, you're only young once, and you're only between your 20s once when you can make a move. Because at 30, the playing field evens off. And in your 20s, you can make those moves like I did the picture with the Mario Kart. Some of you know what I'm talking about. I'm just telling you. You know, on Mario, you get the star, you become invincible for a little bit. Yeah, you get your 20s is your opportunity to move ahead of the game by doing things like this. Because in your 30s, sometimes either you don't have that opportunity or other people have the opportunity more so than you. Because people wake up at 30 to say, oh, I should get serious. But why not get serious when other people aren't getting serious? That's called taking advantage of the playing field. So, right? Okay.
If someone else wants
Yeah, and then we'll wrap up one more.
Okay.
One of my favorite lines that you've ever said, and I've heard it quite a few times, but it's something that I go about all the time, is pain is inevitable, but the lessons are optional. And I think it's really important too, even for those of you who have mentors and for those of you who are talking to your circle of influence, like Jeff just mentioned, learn from their mistakes, and also realize that if you do make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. Just learn from it and get stronger at it. I think it's really important.
I feel like this, to Ricky's point, this is like day 3 of Cutco rep training, but it's AGL, and you're about to go out to college. And okay, welcome to AGL. It's like instead of saying welcome to the Cutco selling team, it's like welcome to AGL. Go out there. It's okay to make mistakes. It's not okay to hide. Sound familiar with training? It's okay to not sell. It's not okay to not call. It's okay to not do well and mess up something and have struggles. It's okay to feel behind. It's okay to feel pressure. It's okay to be broke because you mismanaged your money or you didn't sell. It's okay to have a hard time in something. It's not okay to hide and not communicate. That's not okay. Here. You have so many people. You're a Facebook post away of, hey, AGL, could use some help and perspective on this. Boom. I promise you'll get more than one response on that Facebook post. And if you want a little bit more private, hey, Jeff, looking for a little help. And I may not answer it for you, or I might direct you to someone else. But I promise you, you have support here. I promise you. Doesn't matter what your situation. Good point, Ricky. Wrap this up, Muxa. Bring us home.
Just like thinking of my mom. My mom's smart. I take after my mom. I like no disrespect for her by any means, but she's the one telling me like, oh, you need to have fun when you're young. And she's also the one that like comes home from work stressed out. She's like, how am I gonna do all this? I literally am like, my mom, I love you, but who cares?
Yeah.
And I don't say it to be rude. I don't say. I'm just like, let's think about this. You just got home. Change. Like I literally map out the rest of her. She's like, okay. And then when I was in Puerto Rico, she's telling me, she's like, Christina, how am I going to get through my days? You're not here. I'm like, Mom, like, call me or something. It's not that complicated. But it's just crazy to think that my mom's now, what, 50, that she's having trouble with things that I like do on a daily basis. Not because I'm extremely gifted or, was born in a certain way, just because I'm fortunate enough to have been exposed to so many amazing things like this young.
Yeah.
To where it's starting to be embedded in me in like second nature as opposed to people learning it for the first time. And if you are learning it for the first time, that's awesome. It's better now than ever,
Yeah.
Just make a habit out of it because you guys have no idea what you have in front of you. And that's why I'm so excited for you once again. Everyone's kind of been hitting it on the head. Just take advantage of what you have now. And I've never seen an AGL class like this, and I've never been around so many talented people. And it's awesome because they drill for skill. is to a new level as opposed to what it was last year, at least from what I remember. And I'm just excited for everyone to take it higher, keep the standard up. You know, you owe it to yourselves to have a high standard. You want to be a part of an amazing AGL program and want to represent, and that's up to us. You know, it's not up to me. It's up to all of us. We need each other. We reach out to each other, like Jeff was saying. We're all part of the FC AGL. It's not South Miami. It's not Miami. Not Fort Lauderdale. We're all here to help each other. Because at the end of the day, we're all representing. We're going to have territories wherever you get put. It's not going to be Fort Lauderdale, Miami. You're going to get put all across the FC, maybe even out. Maybe go to Puerto Rico. I have some Puerto Ricans come up here. I don't even know. Just be ready. And there's so many people in the business that have gone through so many different things. Reach out to them. You know, not everyone in your office may have the same experience as you, but there's someone who does.
Yeah.
So make the most of it. Take advantage.
Well said. It's worth your time. Can we give a round of applause for all the feedback? Thank you. If you feel like hey, we had an outstanding prep, give me one clap. 1, 2, 3. If you feel like you're motivated, ready to rock and roll, make some action steps. Clap. 1, 2, 3. If you knew I just messed up and couldn't get my words out right there, clap. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. I'm energized. My division manager tank is filled. I'm going to go to this DVM meeting tomorrow with my chest up, my shoulders back, my head high. Because I get to talk. Tomorrow we get to debrief. They'll say, so tell us about your prep. That's the first thing we do tomorrow. I'm going to go ham. Is that right, how you say it? Yeah. I'm gonna go jamón. Y queso on that. I only ask that everyone please drive safe. Broadcasters, please send me a no more than 1 page, very quick debrief on what you took from today on my email. Be on the lookout in the next 48 hours for follow-up emails and Facebook. I'm proud of all you guys. Get home safe right a little bit early. Thank you. And can we help Ricky clean up? Set up our next call. Let's do it through text. They won't be able to look at my calendar. Yes, like a better win. I do. It's like I don't know. I'm not saying. Go ahead. I'm listening.